Chapter 1 of The Starmen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. Michael Traherne was to remember that evening as the end of the world. For him, the end of his familiar life in a familiar earth, and the first glimmering vision of the incredible. It began with the man who spoke to him on the heights behind St. Malo by the light of the midsummer fires. There was a great crowd of tourists there, come to watch the old Breton festival of the sacred bonfire. Traherne was among them, but not of them. He stood alone. He was always alone. He was thinking that the ritual being performed in the wide space of stony turf was just too quaint to be endured, and wondering why he had bothered with it when someone said to him with casual intimacy, "In 4 days we shall be through with all this, going home. A good thought, isn't it?" Traherne turned his head and looked into a face so like his own that he was startled. The resemblance was that of a strong racial stamp, rather than any blood kinship. If two Mohawks were to meet unexpectedly in the hills of Afghanistan, they would recognize each other. And it was the same with Traherne and the stranger. There was the same arrogant bone structure, the odd and striking beauty of form and color that seemed to have no root in any race of earth, the long yellow eyes, slightly tilted and flecked with sparks of greenish light, and there was the same pride. In Traherne, it was a lonely, bitter thing. The stranger bore his like a banner. During the moment in which Traherne stared, amazed, the stranger remarked, "I don't remember seeing you on the last ship. How long have you been here?" "Since yesterday," answered Traherne, and knew as he formed the words that they were not the ones expected of him. A wild throb of excitement ran through him. He said impulsively, "Look here, you've mistaken me for someone else, but I'm glad you did." In his eagerness, he all but clutched the man's arm. "I must talk to you." Something in the stranger's expression had altered. His eyes were now both wary and startled. "Upon what subject?" "Your family, my family. Forgive me if I seem impertinent, but it's important to me. I've come a long way, from America to Cornwall and now to Brittany, trying to trace down my own line." He paused, looking again into that remarkable face that watched him, darkly handsome, darkly mocking in the firelight. "Will you tell me your name?" "Carrel," said the man slowly. "I beg your pardon, monsieur. The resemblance is indeed striking. I mistook you for one of my kin." Traherne was frowning. "Carrel," he repeated, and shook his head. "My people were called Cahusac before they went into Cornwall." "There was doubtless a connection," said Carrel easily. He pointed abruptly to the open space beyond. "Look, there begins the final ritual." The great bonfire had burned low. The peasants and the fisherfolk, some hundreds of them, were gathered in a circle around the windy glow of the flames. A white-bearded old man began to pray in the craggy Breton Gaelic. Traherne barely turned his head. His mind was full of the stranger, and of all the things that had oppressed and worried and driven him since childhood. The nagging little mysteries about himself, to which now, perhaps, he would find the key. He glanced away only a second, following the gesture of Carrel's arm, but when he looked back, Carrel was gone. Traherne took half a dozen aimless steps searching for the man, but he had melted away into the darkness and the crowd, and Traherne stopped, feeling sold and furious. His temper, long the bane of a rather luckless existence, reared up and bared its claws. He had always been childishly sensitive to insults. If he could have got his hands on the contemptuous Carrel, he would have thrashed him. He turned again to the festival, controlling himself as he had learned painfully to do, realizing that he was being ridiculous. But his face, so like that of the vanished stranger, had a very ugly look around the mouth. The Bretons had begun the procession around the waning fire. Short, burly men in bright jackets and broad-brimmed hats, sturdy women in aprons and long skirts, their improbable starched coifs fluttering with ribbons and lace. Sabots clumped heavily on the stony ground. They would march 3 times sunward, circling the embers, and then solemnly, each one, pick up a pebble and as solemnly cast it into the coal. Then they would scramble for the charred brands and bear them home to be charms against fever and lightning and the murrain until the next Midsummer Eve. It struck Treherne that most of them, except the very old, looked painfully self-conscious about it all. In a thoroughly bad humor, he was on the point of leaving, and then he saw the girl. She was standing some 10 feet away from him, in the forefront of the crowd, which had shaped itself into a semicircle. She had wanted him to see her. She was swinging a white handbag like a lazy pendulum on a long strap, and her gaze was fixed on him. She was smiling, and the smile was an open challenge. In the reflection of the great bed of glowing embers, Treherne saw that she was another of Carol's breed, and his own, whatever it might be, but it was not that recognition that made his heart leap up. It was herself. The red gold light danced over her, and perhaps it was only that fairy glow that made her seem more than a handsome girl in a white dress. Only a trick of wind and starlight, perhaps, that made Treherne see in her a changeling, bright, beautiful, wicked, and wise, and no more human than Lilith. She beckoned to him with a small, imperious movement of her head. He had forgotten his anger for the moment, but now it returned. He began to walk toward her across the front of the crowd, a tall man, splendidly built and strong, bearing in his own face the stamp of that strange, wicked beauty, his eyes yellow as the fire and as hot. She saw that he was angry, and she laughed. Whether it was the sound of her laughter that drew the attention of the Breton, or merely a chance look, Treherne never knew. He came up to her, and she said, "I am a Carol also. Will you talk to me?" He was about to answer when he realized that the noise of the sabots had broken rhythm, and that the crowd of tourists was staring at him and the girl, and then past them at the Breton. He heard an uneasy muttering of question in French and English, and behind him a great silence. He turned. The ritual circle was broken. The old man, who had prayed, was coming toward them, and with them were other men and women, drawn as though by some compulsion from the ranks of the marchers. They were all old, their faces weathered and seamed by the passing of many winters, and in their eyes he saw the spark of an ancient hatred, the shadow of an ancient fear. He had seen that same look among the older country folk of Cornwall, directed at himself. The old man raised his hand. He stopped only a few feet away, and the others with him. There was something infinitely threatening in the squat, monolithic bulk of that little crowd, a survival from an older world. The girl flung up her head and laughed, but Treherne did not feel like laughing. The old man cursed them. Treherne had not one word of Gaelic, but he did not need a knowledge of the tongue, nor did he need to have explained to him the gesture of angry dismissal. The Bretons had already picked up their stones from the fire. In another minute they would use them on himself and the girl. He caught her rather roughly by the arm, but she pulled away and shouted something at the old man, still laughing, still mocking, and he thought again that she was changeling and no ordinary girl. The words she spoke might have been Gaelic, but they had a different sound. Whatever they were, they held no kindness. Treherne thrust his way through the sightseers, who parted readily to let him through, and in a minute the girl came after him. The voice of the old man followed them down the slope of the hill, and the curious tourists stared after them until they were out of sight. The girl said, "Are you still angry?" "What's the matter with them?" demanded Treherne. "The peasant folks have long memories. They don't understand what it is they remember, only that evil things once happened to them because of us." "What sort of evil things?" "Have there been any new ones since the beginning?" Her voice held a dry humor. Treherne had to admit there hadn't been. From the stealing away of maidens to witchcraft, family legends tended to a wearying sameness. "However," he added, "the Carols and the Kosuzeks both must have been outstanding in their field, judging from the reception they gave us back there." He stopped. They were far from the crowd now. The walled island city bulked huge and dark, a medieval shadow against the night of the sea. The girl was a white wraith in the gloom, all astir with the salt wind that tumbled her hair and set her skirts to rippling. He did not speak to her, but stood there silently, trying to see her face in the starlight. After a while she asked him, "What is in your mind?" "I am waiting to see if you will vanish like the other Carol." She laughed. "Carol is a rude man. I have offered myself to make amends. Surely you can't be angry now?" It was his turn to laugh. "No, in fact, I'm thankful for your... By the way, what relation is he to you?" "None." "But you said..." "It was a small lie, and it served its purpose." Well, anyway, I'm thankful for Carol's rudeness. I'd much rather talk to you. His ill humor was quite gone. He took her hand and was amazed to find how strong it was. The girl seemed to radiate an immense vitality, an aliveness that made all the other women of his knowing appear like half-awakened clods. What do they call you, he asked, who are not a Carol? Cherne. That doesn't sound Breton, doesn't it? My other name is even more unusual. It's unpronounceable and means of the silver tower. Her eyes were very bright in the starshine. He thought that in some secret way she was mocking him, but he did not care. He said, I'll stick to Sharon. They had started down the path again. He told her his own name, and she asked, You are American? Fourth generation. From Brittany to Cornwall to America, she murmured, as though to herself. The years, the generations, the mingling of other strains, and still the Varda blood breeds true. Michael, you're wonderful. He repeated the word Varda wonderingly. That tribal name, you've never heard it? She laughed with pure delight. You're incredible. No wonder Carol made a mistake. Listen, Michael, you wonder about your family, your race. Oh, yes, I heard all that. Well, perhaps I'll tell you. Or again, perhaps I won't. There's a little cove beyond the lighthouse. I'll meet you there in the morning. End of chapter 1. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 1st, 2026. Chapter 2 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Morning is an indeterminate time for an appointment. Treherne made it early, clambering over the spray-wet rocks. The sun was warm, and the sea was very blue, flecked with white foam. A high excitement burned in him. He had not slept, thinking of the girl, Sharon, and the man, Carol, trying to analyze the strangeness that clung about them and touched some buried chord within himself. He had not succeeded. There was something almost fierce in the way he moved. He was oppressed by a fear that Sharon would not come. He felt that she was playing some game of her own with him, though for what purpose he could not guess. But having started the game, he was going to see to it that she played it out. If she did not come, he would find her. If he had to take the stones of St. Malo apart to do it, he found the cove. It was deserted. Reason told him that he was impatient, but he was disappointed and angry all the same. Then, looking closer, he saw footprints in the sand, small naked ones leading to the water. A beach robe and a pair of sandals were tucked into a crevice in the rocks. He searched the waves that rolled idly in between two gray, tumbled boulders. There was no sign of her. Treherne's eyes took on a hard, bright glint. He stripped off his shirt and slacks and plunged into the cold surf. He was an excellent swimmer. In his college days, he had gone through a phase of being a star athlete until he was stopped by a vague conviction that his physique had been designed for something more important than leaping over bars and running arbitrary distances on a cinder track. He had never found the important thing, but the conviction remained with him. It was part of that pride which was the mainspring of his character. A meaningless pride, he was forced to admit, which had served only to make trouble between himself and the world. He made the circuit of the cove twice before he found her, hiding among the broken rocks of the north wall, half veiled in glistening weed, laughing at him. He reached for her, and she went under him like a dolphin, breaking water 10 feet away to splash and dive again. He chased her down into the rustling blue-green depths and up again to the sunlight and the foam, and her body was the color of silver, fleet and lithe and wondrously strong. He might have caught her, but he did not, only touching her with his fingers, to show her that he could. Her hair was unbound, a streaming darkness around her head, and her mouth was red, and her eyes were two green, dancing motes of the sea itself, unknowable, taunting, fickle as the waves. At last She rolled over on her back to float, breathless, pleased with herself and him. "Let us rest," she said, and he floated near her, watching the motion of her white arms in the water. The lines of an old poem came unbidden to his tongue. What bright babes had Lilith and Adam, shapes that coiled in the woods and waters, radiant sons and glittering daughters. "The man who wrote that knew only half the truth," said Sharon. "Let's go in." They found a sheltered spot where the sun was warm. Absently, Sharon smoothed a patch of sand with her palm and rumpled it again. After a while, she said, "What sort of a man are you, Michael? What do you do? How do you live?" He looked at her keenly. "Do you really want to know? All right, I'll tell you. I'm a man who has never been satisfied. I've never had a job I could stay with very long. I'm a flyer by trade, but even that seems a dull and rather childish business. And why? Because I'm too good for any of it." He laughed, not without a certain cruel humor. "Don't ask me in what way I'm too good. I seem to be unusually healthy, but that's only important to me. My brain power has never set the world on fire. I have no tendency to genius. In fact, a suspicion creeps upon me that I'm just not good enough. Whichever way it is, there has always been something lacking, either in me or the world." Sharon nodded, and again he was conscious of a queer wisdom in her that did not fit with her youth. She smiled, a small thing, full of secrets. "And you thought that if you learned the origin of your blood, you would understand yourself?" "Perhaps. My father was a weedy little man with red hair. He swore I was none of his. I didn't look like my mother's side, either. I've never looked like anybody until I met you and Carol. Oddness becomes very wearing, especially when you don't know why you should be odd." He added, "The villagers in Cornwall called me a changeling. I had the same thought when I saw you. So we are of one race. Could you stay with me, Michael?" "You're not a woman, you're a witch. I've never met a witch before." She laughed outright at that. "Nonsense, witch, changeling, those are words for fools and peasants. Who are the Varda, Sharon?" She shook her head. "I told you last night, it is a tribal name. You were saying to Carol that you had come to Brittany to trace down your family. Do you know where to start?" "I learned in Cornwall that they came from a place called Carignac." He thought she started a little at that name, but she said nothing, and he asked, "Do you know the town?" "It's not a town," she answered slowly, "only a tiny village, lying on the edge of a great moor. Yes, I know Carignac." She picked up a bit of driftwood and began to draw idle patterns in the sand. "I don't think you will learn much there. The village is very old and is now almost dead." "But," he said, "I don't have to worry about that now, do I?" "How do you mean?" "You, Sharon, you know about my family, my race. I don't have to depend on Carignac. You'll tell me." She flung down the bit of driftwood. "Will I?" "You said last night—" "I don't remember what I said, and anyway, one says many things at night that sound foolish in the daytime." She stood up. "Perhaps Carol was right." "About what?" "About you. He made quite a scene when I joined him again. He said a number of things, and some of them were true." "Such as what?" asked Treherne evenly. "Such as that heredity has played a rather cruel trick on you, and that you're better off to know nothing about your ancestry. Get me my robe, Michael. I must go." But he had reached out and caught her wrist, and his grip was not gentle. "You can't do that," he said. "You can't refuse to tell me now." "Oh," she said softly, "but I can, and I do." "Listen," said Treherne, "I've come a long way, and I've been through a lot. You're a beautiful woman, and I suppose you have a right to your whims, but not about this." She looked down at his hand that was locked so tight around her wrist, and then up at him again, and her eyes were bright and very hot. "Is that your idea of persuasion? Are you going to tell me?" "No." She showed him her teeth silently. in a cat-like smile. Carol is waiting for me. Let him wait. But he won't. We are leaving Saint-Malo today, and I assure you he won't go without me. He dropped her wrist. I'll follow you. Her eyes were blazing. That will be a long way. Brittany is not so large. Did I say I live in Brittany? She caught up the robe and flung it around her shoulders, and then she said, All right, Michael. Follow me. I'd like that. Follow me as far as you can. She left him, going swiftly over the tumbled rocks. Treherne watched her until she was out of sight, not moving from where he stood. After a long while, his gaze was drawn to the sand and the patterns that Sharon had traced there. Amid the aimless, rambling lines, a word stood out in large, clear letters. Kerignac. End of chapter 2. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 4th, 2026. Chapter 3 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A hired car and driver took Treherne for an exorbitant price to Kerignac. On the first day, they had roads and made excellent time. On the second, the tiny Fiat labored in agony along rutted cart tracks. The sea was far behind them, and the driver complained incessantly of the mad desires of Americans. Why should anyone wish to go to Kerignac, a place that even the Bretons had forgotten? Treherne was in a strange and savage mood. The sound of Sharon's name was in his ears, and all the things that she had said and done went round and round in his head, and the more he thought of them, the more he hated her, and the more he wanted her, and the more he hated Carol, who had her, and who was part of whatever secret life she lived. But Sharon and her affairs were only part of it. He had come close to the end of his quest. He had almost grasped it, only to be denied at the last by a woman's fickle impulse. He would not be denied any longer. Sharon had started something that could not be stopped, no matter where it led. The driver lost his way among the ruts and the stony hamlets. When he begged directions, the peasants regarded Treherne in dour silence and could not be compelled to answer. It was impossible even to learn whether others had gone this way before them. Treherne had foreseen this possibility. He had had enough such difficulties in Cornwall. He had got a map and directions in Saint-Malo, and he forced the luckless driver on by dead reckoning. It was night before they came wallowing into a muddy square, half paved with ancient stone, and saw the lights of half a dozen dwellings clustered around it. Go there, to the largest house, said Treherne. Ask if this is Kerignac, and tell the master we'll pay well for lodging. The driver, himself in a thoroughly foul humor by now, did as he was bid, and in a few moments Treherne found himself in a three-room house of crumbling stone, the walls blackened with smoke and age. A meager fire burned on the hearth, and two homemade candles furnished all the light. It was enough to show Treherne's face. Oddly enough, the squat, hard-handed peasant who was master of the house showed neither fear nor hatred. Nor was he surprised. A certain slyness crept into his sullen expression, but that was all. You shall have the best bed, monsieur, he said, in vile French, and pointed to a gigantic carved lit close. I have also one good horse. The others have gone ahead into the Landes. You will wish to overtake them. Treherne tried to conceal his excitement. Monsieur Carroll and Mademoiselle Sharon? The peasant shrugged. You know better than I what their names might be. I am not a curious man. I enjoy good health, and am content. He called sharply in the Breton tongue, and a woman came to prepare food. She had a heavy, stupid face. She glanced once, sidelong, at Treherne, and after that was careful neither to look at nor speak to him. As soon as the simple meal was on the table, she hid herself in the adjoining room. The ancient crone, who sat knitting by the fire, was not so cowed. As though age had placed her above necessity, she kept her bright little eyes fixed upon Treherne, with a mixture of hostility and interest. "What are you thinking, ma vieille?" he asked her, smiling. She answered in French that was almost unintelligible to him. "I am thinking, monsieur, that Carignac is greatly honored by the devil." The man snarled at her in Gaelic, bidding her be silent, but Treherne shook his head. "Don't be afraid, grandmère. Why do you say that?" "From time to time he sends his sons and daughters to us. They eat our food, borrow our horses, and pass away. Oh, very well. We could not live if it were not for them." Her white coif bobbed emphatically. "But it is still the devil's money." Treherne laughed. "And do I appear like the devil's son?" "You are the very breed." Treherne bent closer to her and said, "Once my family lived here. Their name was Cahusac." "Cahusac," she said slowly, and between her gnarled fingers the clicking needles stopped. "Yes, that was long ago, and Carignac has forgotten the Cahusacs. They were driven out." "Why?" "They had an only child, a daughter, who married one of those handsome sons of the evil one, and—" She paused and looked at him wisely. "But forgive me, my old tongue has not yet learned the caution." Treherne dropped to one knee beside her, so that he might see her face more clearly. His heart was hammering. "No, no, grandmère, don't stop. It was to hear these things that I came all the way from America. This daughter of the Cahusacs, she had a child, and the villagers would have stoned her to death, and the baby too, but she knew and fled away." She straightened up, and her eyes had grown bleak and stern. "We take their silver and that is soon enough, and I have spoken too much, and will speak no more." "No, please," Treherne said. "Who are these strangers? These Varda? You must know, you must tell me." But she sat like an image carved from dark wood, her head bent forward over the pale wool spread in her lap. Treherne stood up, mastering a desire to shake her until the words came, and then he went outside. He walked the few paces to the end of the muddy street, and looked out upon a moor that stretched still and desolate under the stars. He stood there for a long time, staring out across the empty heath, his eyes narrowed and intense with thought. Into these wastes, the Landes. Sharon had gone with Carol. Why? For what purpose? He could not guess, any more than he could guess the answers to all the other riddles, and he knew better than to ask his host. The silence mocked him, full of secrets. He had made some progress. He had traced his family back to Carignac, and he knew now the reason for their leaving. A Varda hybrid snatched from death at the hands of an irate peasantry. A romantic story, but unrevealing. The answer to the riddle of his birthright lay still farther on. How much farther? He did not dream. At dawn, he paid off his driver and his host, mounted the horse that was ready for him, and struck out into the moor. He had no idea what direction he should take. However, the moor could not be endless in extent, and if he searched long enough, he was almost bound to find what he was looking for. If Carol and Sharon and other sons and daughters of the devil came into the Landes, they must have shelter of some kind. But all that day he rode across marshland and stony soil, through gorse and bramble and stunted trees, without seeing a cottage or a solitary sheep or even a distant smoke. to mark a human habitation. Only here and there a lonely tor stood like a druid sentinel against the lowering sky. It drew on to dusk. The wind blew, and it began to rain, a fine soaking drizzle that showed promise of going on all night. And still the heath stretched on all sides of him, featureless, without comfort or hope. There was nothing to do but go on. He let the horse find its own way, sitting hunched in the saddle, wet and wolfishly hungry, and at odds with the world. His mood grew blacker as the light failed. The horse continued to plod on through pitch darkness. The land rolled a good bit, and Treherne knew from the cant of the saddle when his mount slid down into the hollow of a fold, and then scrambled out again up the other side, slipping and stumbling in the mud and wet gorse. It was from the crest of one such low rise that he caught a glimmer of light ahead and to the left. He said aloud, "There is a cotter's hut," and would not allow himself to hope for anything else. But he spurred the horse on recklessly. Even so, it seemed hours before he reached the light. He was close onto the place before he could make out its size and shape in the thick darkness. Then he reined in, completely baffled. This was no cotter's hut, nor was it a manor, nor any normal sort of dwelling. He saw a broken shaft of stone that had once been a squat, crenellated tower, and around its foot was a ruin of walls and outbuildings. It was very old, Treherne thought, probably medieval, and probably the one-time stronghold of a robber baron. A ruin, lost in the wasteland, and yet it was inhabited. Yellow lamplight poured from the embrasures of the keep. There were horses in the courtyard. There was a sound of voices, and in the rickety outbuildings that leaned against the wall, there were lanterns, and noises, and activity. Treherne sat still for a time, trying to make some sort of sense out of what he saw, and failing. Then he dismounted, and let his weary animal join its fellows, going himself toward the outbuildings and the men who were working there. He carried a small automatic in his pocket. He was not afraid, but he was glad he had it. There was an unsettling queerness about the place, about its situation, and whatever reason it had for being. The wooden structures were not nearly so tumble-down as they seemed at first look. In fact, Treherne had a ridiculous idea that they had been built that way deliberately. They were crammed now with crates and packing cases, not wooden ones, Treherne noticed, but light, strong plastic, marked with unfamiliar symbols. Others were being fetched up through openings in the stone that led apparently into the cellars beneath the keep. The men who handled them, with a good deal of laughter and loud talk, were mostly young, and all of the Varda stock, and their dress was as strange as their language. Treherne could think of no national costume that included quite that kind of a tunic belted over loose trousers, nor that particular type of sandal. A little shiver slid over him, and he stopped just beyond the edge of the lantern light. The men had not seen him yet, and he was suddenly not sure that he wanted them to. The strangeness began to come through to him, no longer in the mass, but in small casual detail that made it real. And now he began to be afraid, not with his body, but with his mind. From out of the rain and the shadows close by him, someone said, "You must be Treherne." The sheer reflex of tight-strung nerves closed Treherne's grip on the automatic and brought him whirling around. The speaker must have seen the gesture, for he said quietly, "You won't need that. Come back away. I want to talk to you." "Who? Keep your voice down. Come on." Treherne followed the blurred figure of a man in a yellow tunic and dark trousers. Even in the gloom, he could see that the belt around the man's waist was studded with gems, and the fastenings of his sandals glinted like fireflies in the wet grass. The small shiver twitched again at Treherne's nerves, and he kept his hand in his pocket over the comforting, prosaic weight of the gun. He had thought at first that the man was Carroll, but he was too short, and the voice was different. Neither spoke again until they had reached a blank corner of the keep, well out of sight of the sheds. Then the man stopped and turned, and Treherne said, "How did you know me?" Faint light from an embrasure high above fell on the stranger's face. It was a Varda face, but it was not beautiful. It was ugly and kind, with very shrewd eyes and a merry mouth that was not really merry at all, even when it smiled. It was smiling now. "Your fame has come ahead of you." He nodded toward the wall and what was beyond it. "Carroll says you won't come. Cherne says you will. They're all betting on you in there." He examined Treherne closely in the dim light and shook his head. "I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it. You really are remarkable." "I've been told that before," said Treherne sourly, and glanced at the stone wall, remembering what Cherne had said to him at the cove. An angry glint came into his eyes. "She's sure of herself." "Cherne is sure of everything, and herself most of all." The man had been drinking, but he was not even slightly drunk. His tone was serious. "Now, listen to me, my friend. I've stood around a long while in the rain, watching for you, when I should have been attending to my business. And I'm breaking a very important law right now. No one else has seen you. Take your horse and ride like hell away from here, and I'll forget that I have." He laid an urgent hand on Treherne's shoulder. "This may be hard for you to believe, but I'm offering you your life." The voices of the men rang down the wind, and Treherne thought of the crates and cases they were bringing up from below, as though preparing them for loading, and suddenly an answer came to him. "Smuggling," he said. "You could land planes out here, and nobody would ever know it." "Smuggling is precisely it. Now, will you go? I haven't any right to do this, but I hate to see a man die just for a woman's amusement." "Why are you so sure I'll die?" "Because you're not true, Varda, and more than that, I can't tell you. Just please, for God's sake, go." Treherne thought. "He's sincere. He means it. And smuggling isn't all the answer. Those aren't common criminals. These aren't common criminals. Something strange, very strange. And maybe he's right." The fear that he had had before rose up in him, and it was of the body now, as well as the mind, a chill premonition of the unnatural. He hesitated, and the ugly man said softly, "Good. I'll get your horse." There was a creak and a bang and a burst of sound as the great oaken door of the keep swung open. The stranger pressed Treherne flat against the wall. The doorway was just out of sight, but Treherne could hear the voices clearly. They were speaking their own unfamiliar tongue, so that what they said was lost to him. But he knew they were talking about him. He heard his name, and the voice that spoke it was Cherne's. Then she laughed. She didn't need to laugh. The sound of her voice would have been enough. Treherne flung off the stranger's restraining arm and stood away from the wall. "You fool!" whispered the stranger furiously, and caught at him. But Treherne was remembering things. Words, looks, and the anger in him burned away the fear. He walked out into the light that spilled across the courtyard from the open door. Carroll and a number of others, mostly women, were standing there, but the only one he saw was Cherne, girdled with jewels, and wearing a tunic the color of flame, holding in her hand a goblet of wine. A silence fell, and Cherne's gaze was fixed on his. Even so, he could not read it. She smiled and said, Thank you, Michael. I've won my bet. End of Chapter 3. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 7th, 2026. Chapter 4 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A hand fell upon Treherne's shoulder from behind. It was the man in the yellow tunic, and he had become, in the last few seconds, quite jovially drunk. He gave Treherne a friendly shove toward the door, and called out to the people who stood there, "I found him out here looking for a way in, and I swear the man's a Varda." Under his breath he said rapidly in Treherne's ear, "Keep your mouth shut, or we'll both be in trouble." They went together into the keep. The men stared closely at Treherne, and the women chattered about him in their own tongue. And Carol said to Sharon, "Are you satisfied, now you've got him here?" "I didn't get him here," she said. "He was going to Carignac anyway, and nothing could have kept him back then." She turned away toward a table where there were bottles and various foods, and poured wine into a goblet. "Besides, he's a grown man. He knows what he wants to do. Isn't that so, Michael?" She handed him the goblet. He took it and said, "Oh, yes, that's so. You'd better collect your bet." "I think," she answered, "I'll let it ride." She raised her goblet to sip the wine, doing it in such a way that her sleeve fell back and showed him the dark bruised ring his fingers had left around her wrist. The man in the yellow tunic said something in his own language, and her eyes narrowed. But she turned to Carol and said mildly, "Edry doesn't approve of me." "I don't think any of us do right now," said Carol. "You should have let them on alone." "Michael doesn't think so. Do you, Michael? I didn't tempt him to follow me. That was his idea." "Well, he followed you," said Edry, and there was a deep anger in his voice. "But not all the way," murmured Sharon, and smiled into Treherne's eyes. "Only the first step, Michael. You were annoyed with me when I wouldn't tell you about the Varda. Very much annoyed. So now you're going to find out." She reached up her fingers and drew them slowly across his cheek. "You look like a Varda. You bear yourself like one. You even think like one. But are you one?" Carol said irritably, "That's impossible, and you know it." He began to speak to Edry and the other men in that language that Treherne had never heard before. They seemed disturbed and ill at ease, men beset by a problem to which there was no good solution. Their attitude and the peculiar way in which the women looked at him took away the fine edge of Treherne's excitement. "They act," he said to Sharon, "as though they're planning where to bury me." She shrugged. "Oh, they're discussing all sorts of alternatives, but there's only one possible answer." She sat down on the edge of the table, watching him in the cat-like way that she had. "Nervous?" "Cold. The rain was very wet. That was only half the truth. But he was damned if he was going to admit it to her. "And I'm curious. Where do all you people come from, and what are you doing here? What's all the mystery about?" "Don't be impatient, Michael. It can't all be told at once." She had been listening intently to what the men were saying, and now she rose again. "I think it's time I took a hand in this. Men always talk in circles." She joined the group. Treherne finished off his wine and poured more from a queer stone bottle. It was good, but he couldn't place it on any list of vintages. There was beginning to be a nightmare quality about this culmination of his long search. Everything was too businesslike, too solemn, and too insane. He wished they would stop talking about him. He wished somebody would explain to him what was going on out here. The voices went on, and suddenly he realized that Sharon had shifted into a language he could understand. You see, she was saying to Carol, I can quote the law as well as you, and you know I'm right. Carol muttered. It seems to me a choice of evils, and he added furiously, You should have let the man alone. He has a right to his chance, Sharon said. He came a long way to get it. Do I detect a note of malice there? Inquired Edry. Detect what you like. Anyway, there is no other cause, unless one of you feels up to killing him right here in cold blood. Treherne's wine glass came down with a clatter on the table, and he thrust his hand into his pocket so that the automatic bulged it very plainly. He said, You wouldn't find that so easy. Edry gave a wry sort of shudder and made gestures at him to relax. We are not violent people, he said. It's only that you've faced us with a damnably involved problem, and one we've never had to meet before. You see, there are certain laws. Laws? Yes. Edry poured himself wine and drank it thirstily, as though to get the taste of something out of his mouth. Persons above a certain culture level, possessing sufficient IQ or influence to be dangerous, are to be permanently silenced if they discover too much about us. Too big an investment, you understand, in Vada lives as well as money, to be risked. And there are historical reasons for this precaution. But we are extremely careful, and the situation simply hasn't come up before, at least in my time. He sat down, sighing. And of course, with you, there's the added question, are you or are you not a Vada? I thought we might appoint you an honorary one, so to speak, and let you work for us here, but that was too big a transgression for Carol to swallow. Edry glanced at the tall man, entirely without love, Treherne thought. He's an agent of the council, which means the long arm of the law. So I guess it's settled, Treherne. Treherne's mouth was dry, and the words didn't want to come out of it, but there was a dangerous light in his eyes. What is settled? Sharon came before him, her face uplifted, smiling, sweet. You're coming with us, Michael. That's what you wanted. Aren't you happy? Coming with you where? To learn this. He did not like her smile. He did not like the wisdom in it, the mockery, the knowledge of things beyond his ken. She bore him malice, and somehow she had got her revenge, and he didn't understand how. All the little details joined together in his mind, the language, the dress, the physical appearance, the taste of a purple wine that came from no familiar vineyard, and they pressed down on him like an avalanche, crowned with the echo of an unknown name. And he was cold, deep inside himself, cold with a dread that even yet had no clear shape to it. He repeated, Leardis? Oh, Christ, don't torture the man, said Edry wearily to Sharon. Then he looked at Treherne and said, Leardis is our home world, the fourth planet of the star you call Aldebaran. That was all he said. No one else spoke. There was not a sound inside the ancient room of stone, and even outside all noise had ceased. And the word Aldebaran tolled in the silence like a far-off bell. A curious weakness came over Treherne. Sharon's face grew misty and indistinct. The solid ground, the earth on which he stood, slipped out from under him, and vast yawning windows opened on all sides. Windows into space, into darkness, and wild light. He said to Edry, quite reasonably, but that isn't possible. Someone put a wine cup in a hand that didn't belong to him anymore, and Edry's voice spoke to him from miles away. But it is. Drink up, Treherne, sovereign remedy for practically everything. Take in the idea slowly with the wine. We come from another world, another sun. It seems incredible to you. To us, it's only a familiar fact. Treherne sat down. The wine burned in his throat, and his head spun round. Everything had turned unreal. Another world, another sun. He stared down at himself, turning his hands over and back again, and staring at them as though he had never seen them before. My own blood. That's why. He shook his head, stumbling over his own words, and then he shivered, a muscular reaction that shook him right down to his heels. He repeated carefully, I am going with you. Very soon now, said Edry, in such a somber tone that Treherne was startled partly out of his daze, enough to see that Edry looked at him with pity, as one looks at a man about to die. A new alarm took hold of Treherne, and he cried out, What's the matter? What are you hiding from me? An ordeal. Once more Sharon stood before him, and her eyes were searching into him, and she had ceased to smile. You've been given what you wanted, a chance to learn the truth about yourself. He rose and put his hands on her as he had once before, and not in tenderness. Go on. Her red mouth parted a little to show him the edges of her teeth. Only a true Varda can endure the velocities of starflight. Are you afraid, Michael? Yes, he said, I am. He stood for a long moment, with the blood pounding in his temples, and everything. Herself, the world, all the years of his own life that had gone before, lost and vague beyond a blinding mist. And then he said slowly, But you're right. I've got what I wanted. Outside the keep, a man's voice shouted. Someone said, The sheep! More voices shouted, and the door was flung open. Something dark and cruel came into Treherne's face. He looked at Sharon and said, I'll live to thank you. He let her go. People were moving toward the door. He moved with them, as in a dream, but knowing that he would not wake. He lost track of individuals. There were only shadows around him, sounds, motions without meaning. The walls were gone, and the light, wet, cold, dark, the outside, the moor, the wind, and the naked sky. It had stopped raining. There was a wide rift in the clouds, a valley of stars, and in the valley was a presence, solemn, silent, huge, and strange. He watched it as it settled down gently, as a drift of the night itself, and it sang as it came, a quiet humming that filled all the space between the horizons, with a quivering echo more felt than heard. Power, immensity, and strength. Treherne drew in a deep, unsteady breath. His heartbeats rocked him as he stood. Instinctively, his hands moved, a flyer's hands, remembering the might of pistons and of jets, groping toward a greater thing. He was not conscious of the motion. He was cold, and the wind flowed through his bones. The great dim bulk dropped down and lay quiet on the moor. Its hull was scored and pitted by the atmospheres of unnamed worlds. Its ports had looked upon infinities, where the stars were swallowed up like clouds of fireflies. Treherne began to walk toward it. If there were others with him, he did not know. His eyes were on the ship. A locked door opened high in the looming flank. White light blazed from it. A folding metal stair came down, and then people descended it and mingled with those that were on the ground. A larger hatch clanged open lower down. More light blazed out. Machinery began to clatter, and men went back and forth and shouted. The things that were made ready in the sheds began their transfer to the ship. Treherne reached the foot of the ladder. He looked up. The vast alien bulk of the ship was above him. It hung over him like the end of the world. It had come out from the darkness between the stars, and it would return there, and he was going with it. There were voices all around him, and some of them were speaking to him, but he did not hear them. He saw no faces. He saw nothing but the curved immensity of the hull that had made such voyages. There were tears in his eyes. They were not of fear nor of self-pity. They were of exaltation. Men had done this thing. Men had reached out and taken the stars in their hands. They were not men of earth, but they were of his own race, and they had done it. He began to climb the ladder, and the treads rang hollow beneath his feet. High, high up in the cold wind, with the smell of the wet moor heavy on it. A round lock chamber opened before him. He stepped into it on a metal deck worn bright by the passing of many feet. Others came behind him and pressed him on, down a long, transverse corridor faced in metal. The scars of time and hard use were on it. Now and again, through a bulkhead door, he glimpsed a cabin or an orderly room. They were real. Men lived and worked in them. Someone, Edry, made him turn aside and into a lounge with deep chairs bolted to the deck. "Sit down," said Edry, and he sat obediently. And Edry said, "You have a chance, but you'll have to fight for it. The first time is hard even for—" He stopped, and Treherne finished for him. "Even for a true Varda." "Even," said Edwy gently, "for a Varda. Treherne, we're alone in the galaxy. Generations ago, our race was founded by a man named Ortiz, whose system of controlled mutation made us what we are, the Varda, the Starmen. It's a difference, a condition of the flesh. With us, there is no doubt. With you, your blood is mixed, but you're a throwback in every other way. The mutation may have bred through also." His voice carried hope, but no conviction. Treherne frowned, trying to grasp the sense of what he said. It was hard to think, hard to believe with his mind, in spite of what his senses told him. Things had happened too fast and too big. He caught a glimpse of Sharon's face. It was white, and he realized that all at once she was beginning to be afraid. "Fight," said Edry. "That's the thing to remember." All through the ship the bells rang sharply. Treherne took hold of the arms of the chair in which he sat. For a brief moment of panic he wanted to get up and run, but he could hear the sonorous clang of the locked doors closing, and he knew it was no use. Everyone was seated now. The bells rang again. He braced himself and fixed his gaze on Sharon, swift, smooth, and awesome as the hand of God. Acceleration pressed down upon him. Muttering an all but silent thunder, the ship rushed upward into the sky, and for the first time in history, Earth-born ears listened to the banshee scream of atmosphere past a cleaving hull. End of Chapter 4. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 8th, 2026. Chapter 5 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The wailing shriek rose to a crescendo, and then it died. Earth was gone. They had stepped away from it. Even its sky was behind them. A weight like to the weight of mountains lay on Treherne, and he was horribly afraid. He waited for the pressure to ease. His temples were bursting. It was an agony to breathe, and he thought, "It can't go on like this. It's got to let up." But it did not. There was a change in the pitch of the motor vibration. He listened to it climb, higher and higher, until it slipped over the threshold of hearing, and as it climbed, the pressure grew. The bones of his chest crushed in upon his lungs. Everything around him began to waver and grow vague, to recede slowly into a reddish twilight. And still the pressure grew. Something was happening to him, something unearthly and strange. He was a flyer, a test pilot. He had known pressure before. He had taken all the gravs a power diving plane could bear, and he had never come near blacking out. But this was different. He felt it in the fibers, the very atoms of his being. This was velocity, beside which the velocities of the fastest jets was as nothing. This was the speed of interstellar flight, and he could feel it tearing at the separate cells of his flesh, riving them apart, rending the tissues of physical existence. A difference, a condition of the flesh. With us there is no doubt, but you. Anguish became terror. Terror turned into blind panic. His body was shredding apart, dissolving toward a tattered ruin, a heap of bloody rags. This body he had been so proud of, this star-born self that was only a mockery, a sham. The mutation hadn't bred true. He was going to die, to cease utterly from being. He was far, far away. A voice, Sharon's voice, crying, "I've killed him. Poor Michael, I didn't mean for him to die." Poor Michael, a mongrel, a walking deceit. Proud Michael, who thought he was so damn good and wasn't anything. Idiot Michael, who had run after a witch, and she hadn't meant for him to die. She hadn't really been that angry because he had treated her like an equal, not nicely perhaps, but like an equal, which he wasn't. That was kind of her, not really to want him killed. He began to be able to see her face again. He wasn't sure whether it was true sight or only in the memory of how she had looked before he began to die, but he could see her, pale, distorted. He was glad he could see her. She was sitting in front of him, and she wasn't far away. Somehow, pressure or no pressure, he was going to get to her. He was going to put his hands around her white throat, and then they could forget about starflight together. And it wouldn't matter that he was a mongrel and she was not. He began to fight against the pressure. He wanted so little, only to get up, to move the short distance, and lock his fingers at the back of her neck, with his two thumbs lying over the great pulses. So little. He was filled with a raging determination to have it. He fought. He had nothing to fight with but willpower and the instinctive desire of the organism to claw into life as long as there was a flicker of it left. He wanted to get up, and he fought. An inner struggle without sound or motion. A blind battle to regain control of his own flesh. His face contorted like the face of a man who lifts something far too heavy, and the sweat ran on it. Slowly, slowly, his hands moved on the chair arms, contracted, became fists. The muscles of his arms tightened, and then the great muscles of the chest and belly, and they labored, and the breath came painfully into his lungs, came and went and came again, and his flagging heart stumbled, steadied, and began to beat more evenly. The red mist that wrapped him cleared away a bit, and he could see Sharon more distinctly. She was staring at him. Her mouth and eyes were wide open, ludicrous, startled. Then Edry's head came between them and blotted her out, and he was shouting, but the blood was pounding so loud in Treherne's ears that he could not hear what he said. He raised a hand and tried to thrust Edry away. He did not want to lose sight of Sharon. There was a tremendous exultation on him. He was winning. He was going to get up and do the thing he wanted to do. The sinews coiled and tensed along his thighs. The pressure didn't hurt so much, and the terrible vibrations of speed were not tearing at him quite so hard. He leaned forward a little, breathing in deep, harsh gasps, and his body strained and tightened. "He's going to live! He's made it! Michael!" Sharon's voice, thin and shrill through the tumult in his ears. For a moment, the meaning didn't penetrate. Then slowly it dawned on him what she had said, and then, more slowly still, he realized that it was true. He could feel the life flowing back into him. He was getting the hang of it now, a simple matter of tensing the muscles in a certain way, and the agony of the vibration lessened. The atoms of his body stopped their ghastly dissolution. It was only a matter of strength, not the kind that can move great weights, but a more subtle kind, a tensile strength that knit the fabric of the flesh together and made it impervious as steel. In an infantile way, he'd been using it for years, without knowing it, in his testing of fast planes. That was why he had never blacked out, why he had never been tortured, as other men were, by the specter of inertia waiting for them at the end of a dive. Now he had found at last the purpose his body was made for. He forgot about Sharon. She didn't matter anymore. He had won. He was alive. He was going to live. And he was not a sham, nor a mockery. He was not even a mongrel. The mutation had bred true. His vision was clearing fast. He raised his head and looked around, and they were all staring at him. The Varda, the Starmen, who had been so sure he was going to die. They were talking back and forth in excited voices. They were getting up and coming toward him, and Edry was pounding him on the shoulder. He thrust them all away and stood up. "I'm one of you now," he said. "I passed your test." He was suddenly exhausted and shaken, but he would not show it. He stood erect and faced them. Sharon took him in her arms and kissed him. Treherne said, "You're glad I didn't die." "Yes, oh yes." "You would have felt just a little guilty, wouldn't you?" He held her off and looked at her. She was very beautiful. Her throat was warm and white. He studied it, thinking what he had wanted to do only a short few minutes ago, and then he shook his head. He said slowly, "I owe you something, Sharon. I won't forget it." She did not like his tone, and her brows drew into a dark line. She turned away, and over her shoulder Treherne saw Carol looking at him in such an intense, strange way that he challenged it. "You don't look very happy, Carol. Does my survival upset you?" Carol shook his head. "I don't enjoy condemning a man, particularly when I have nothing against him, but it brings up other problems. You have no conception of them now, Treherne, but the thing you have just done brings you automatically into conflict with the most basic tenet of Varda law, and how the council will decide the question, I don't know." He shifted his gaze to Edry and said in a curiously soft tone, "It could have the most dangerous consequences." If it was bait, Edry refused to take it. He laughed and said, "This is no time to worry about consequences. I'm going to find Treherne a cabin and me a bottle, and put the two together for a small celebration. A man doesn't become a Varda every day." He took Treherne's elbow and started him toward the door. "Come on." Treherne's newfound strength had not deserted him. It was, apparently, automatic when it was once started, like the heartbeat, but the ordinary kind was running out of him, like water from a sieve. He made it out into the passageway without staggering, but a few steps farther on he clung to the bolt-heads in the wall and said unhappily, "I think I'm going to fall over." "Reaction," said Edry. "Don't let it bother you. We all get it first time out. Here, hang on." The passage seemed a mile long, but eventually there was a cabin, small, compact, and functional, and there was a bunk, and Treherne sat down on it. Edry went away somewhere and came back after a minute with a bottle. The stuff, whatever it was, went down like white fire, and Treherne felt better. He set the cup aside and then began to look at his hands, turning them over as though he had never seen them before. "They seem like everybody else's," he said. "They are not. You are not. As Carol told you, you have no idea yet of what you've done, but as time goes by you will." "It's quite true, then, about the mutation." "Oh, yes, quite. The form and structure of your body cells and mine are different from other people's. Due to that altered form and structure, your tissues and mine possess a tensile strength in their cell walls that can withstand incredible acceleration pressure without collapse. And I hope you never know how lucky you were that the mutation was as recessive that finally bred through in you." He filled the glasses again, slowly, withdrawn for a moment into some brooding thought of his own. Then he added somberly, Someday I'll tell you the story of Orpheus, who found the secret of the mutation, and a grand proud story it is, but with a shameful ending. No, forget it. The less you know about that, the better. Besides, we're celebrating. Drink up. Traherne drank. His head was swimming, and he felt hollow inside. The glass was heavy in his hands. He said, "There'll be trouble when I get to Lirdis. Sufficient unto the day, Traherne. Worry about that when you come to it." But he had already ceased to worry. Lirdis. He said the name again, and it felt strange on his tongue. Lirdis, a name and a world he had never heard of until a few short hours ago. And now the hollow spaces inside him were filled suddenly with homesickness, with a longing, with something akin to horror. He stared at the iron walls that closed him in, and he knew where he was, in an impossible ship with alien people, flying faster than light across nothingness to an alien star. His stomach contracted, sending up a bitter fluid to burn his throat, and his hands were cold as a dead man's. Earth was gone. His earth, sky, mountains, sunrise, city streets, country roads, the faces and voices of people, the men he had worked with, the women he had had or wanted to have, all the familiar things, the currency, the bars, the names of nations, books, pictures, shirt makers, history. What was the use now of all the history he had learned? Where did Caesar rank among the stars? Earth was gone, and even the sun had gone with it, and it was, in a way, as though he had died. And how do you start life again afterwards? A stranger. There was this cabin, and outside its walls there was no world, no sunlight, nothing. 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 Edry led him swiftly to a tiny adjoining cubicle, and left him alone with his misery, while he used the intercom by the cabin door. Presently the ship's doctor joined him. They got Traherne back into the bunk, and a needle glittered briefly in the light, sending him to a place where there were not even any dreams. On number 4 screen in the ship's control room, the pinpoint fleck that represented an isolated yellow sun flickered, faded, and went out. End of Chapter 5. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 9, 2026. Chapter 6 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Traherne looked up from the bunk and asked, "How long have I slept?" "Nearly 24 hours by Earth reckoning," Edry answered. "You needed it." He leaned over and offered Traherne a prosaic pack of American cigarettes. "Smoke?" Traherne took one and sat up. He smoked for some time in silence, remembering. Finally, he said, "It all happened, didn't it?" Edry nodded. "I know it must have, but I don't believe it." Traherne shook his head. "Of all the incredible... What were you doing here, Edry? How can you come and go on Earth without anyone knowing? What are the Varda besides, well, mutants, traders, merchants? The most commercial race in the galaxy." Edry lifted the cover off a tray on a small table by the bunk. "I brought your breakfast. Go ahead and eat while I gabble. How we come and go is fairly simple. We land at odd intervals, here and there, in the waste spaces of which Earth has a number. We do our business, and after a while are picked up again. As I told you before, we are exceedingly careful, and the fact that hardly anyone on Earth would believe the truth if they were told it is a protection. Of course, trading in secret that way, we're limited in what we can take, and Earth's exports, the genuine articles, and not mere copies, command very high prices. You'd be amazed the value of French perfumes, Scotch whiskey, and American films on planets you never heard of. Do you trade with them all in secret? Good Lord, no. Most worlds, even the very primitive ones, we can deal with quite openly. They might not like us, but they benefit enormously from our commerce. Then why not Earth? Well, said Edry, I don't like to offend your sensibilities as a native of the place, but Earth is a crazy planet. Or it's not the only one. There are a number of them scattered about, and we avoid open contact with all of them. You see, Treherne, most worlds develop or remain undeveloped more or less homogeneously in the matter of civilization. I don't mean they're entirely peaceful, because they're not, but in the long run, their populations are more predictable, more stable than on the Earth-type worlds that have grown up all out of joint. You know what I mean. On one side of the world, atomic power. On the other, the wooden plow and the blowgun. Too big a gap, and it makes trouble all down the line. Now, a primitive society regards war as a sport and takes an honest pleasure in it. A society in a high state of culture regards it as something outgrown and obsolete, as hunting game for food. Everybody knows where they are. But when you get a world with great big overlapping mobs of population, every one of them in a different stage of cultural development, and every one of them subject to a constant bombardment of outside stimuli they can't assimilate, you have got a mixture that keeps exploding in all directions. We have a healthy desire not to get blown up. And besides, it's impossible to establish any profitable trade with a world continually torn by wars. So, does that answer your question? I take it, Treherne said sourly, that the Varda don't think much of Earth. It's a good world. It'll settle down some day. Nobody can fight forever. They either knock themselves back into barbarism again, or they grow up. Treherne put down the fork on the empty plate and looked at Edry rather angrily. Don't the Varda ever fight? He demanded. I gather there's a vast commercial empire. There must be trade wars, battles over markets and rights. No empire was ever built without them. No other empire was ever built, said Edry quietly, without any competition. I think you still don't quite understand. We have an absolute, complete, and unbreakable monopoly on interstellar flight. Only the Varda ships go between the stars, and only the Varda men can fly them. You know the reason. You proved it in yourself. We don't have to fight. Treherne let go a long, low whistle, and we thought we had monopolies on Earth. But I don't see why, if you could mutate, others couldn't do it too. How do you hold them down? We don't hold anybody down. We don't rule, influence, or interfere with any world but our own. We learned long ago that it was bad business. As to the mutation, it's impossible. The secret of the process was lost with Orsis some 1,000 years ago. He rose abruptly from the chair where he had been sitting and pointed to some garments in the locker. I think those will fit you. Get dressed and I'll show you around. Treherne looked doubtfully at the clothes, a tunic of dark green silk, dark trousers, a modestly jeweled belt, and sandals. Edry grinned. You'll get used to them, and you won't feel half as peculiar as you would look going about in those ridiculous tweeds. Treherne shrugged and put them on. He had to admit they were comfortable. There was a mirror set inside the locker door, and he studied himself in it. He was startled to see how changed he was in the Varda dress. The last vestige of Earth was gone. Still looking into the mirror, he said, Edry? Yes? I am a Varda now. I've proved it. What can they do to me on Leodis? I wish I could tell you. Actually, you are a true Varda, a complete atavism, but legally, that's another thing. That basic tenet of Varda law that Carol referred to is a prohibition against admitting into our race non-Varda strains of any kind. Keeping the Varda blood pure isn't just pride, it's an economic necessity, and the one unbreakable taboo. The solution of that puzzle will be up to the council, and my advice is to forget it until then. Come on, and I'll give you something else to think about. Treherne was glad enough to go. The lost, sick, nightmarish feeling was creeping back on him again, and he was glad of any diversion. They went out into the corridor, and he followed Edry forward. He became aware of a deep inner vibration of power that filled the ship, a sort of humming drone that seemed to challenge the whole universe to make it stop. It sang in his ears, in his blood, and his quivering nerve ends, and the excitement he had felt when he first saw the ship returned to him full force. This was the ultimate. All his life he had been playing with children's toys, but here, under his feet and all around him, was the highest dream of men. What's the motive power? What's the principle? And how can you go faster than light? The limiting speed, contraction, mass? Edry laughed. One at a time, please. And such simple little questions, too. It took centuries to evolve a technology capable of answering them, and you want me to explain it all in a few words. Well, a few words is all I know about it. I'm a drinker by profession, not a scientist. Anyway, a really functional ship, whether it flies water, air, or space, must get its motive power by reacting against the element it travels in. And so, right now, the big atomic-powered generators in the stern are producing fifth-order rays which react against the fabric of space itself, and space, not wishing to be torn apart, obligingly thrusts us onward. Very simple, I believe, once you know the trick, Treherne grunted. As to limiting speeds, said Edry, the Varda scientists used to believe in them too, until they got to playing around with cosmotrons. One day, a particle they were experimenting with upset them horribly by going much faster than light, and that's how they discovered the fifth-order rays. They found out, as your scientists will find, that the theoretical absolutes you set up from limited knowledge will prove illusory when your knowledge expands. I could explain all that to you if I knew continuum mechanics better than I do. I couldn't understand it anyway, said Treherne, so it's just as well. They had reached the forward end of the corridor. There was a narrow, circular stairway leading up. Edry stood back and motioned Treherne to climb it. He did, fighting down another attack of the shakes on the way. You couldn't take it all in. You couldn't get used to it all at once. The strangeness, the utter separation from everything that had been, the headlong plunge into alien horizons. For a long time you were going to get panicky when you thought about it. He emerged into a round observation dome of immensely heavy quartz. He didn't know what he had expected to see, but he was disappointed. There was nothing to be seen at all but darkness, streaked with creeping lines of light. Those are stars, said Edry, who had come up behind him, or rather the radiation patterns of stars. At our present velocity, we are overtaking the lines of luminous energy they have left behind them. Star tracks, we call them. He closed a switch, and the thick quartzite became suffused with a pallid milky glow. Edry consulted a master dial and made adjustments. Watch the dome, he said. It's triple thickness of a special molecular composition, each plane laid at a different oblique angle. I've switched high-frequency electronic current into hairline grids between the three planes, and all sorts of interesting and complicated things are happening in the molecular structure of the quartzite. Treherne watched. His heart was beating hard. Behold, said Edry, the light impulses of the star tracks are caught, stepped up, wrenched about, and finally held on the inner lens. Treherne beheld, and beholding, he forgot Edry and the ship and himself. He forgot Earth, the past, and the future. He forgot almost to breathe. Edry's voice came to him softly. You may see this often, Treherne, but never again for the first time. Treherne barely heard him. The ship had fallen away beneath him, leaving him suspended in the plunging gulfs that lie between the island stars. And he looked awestruck into the dark and splendid loneliness of space. Through the magic of that quartzite dome, he saw the great suns march in flame and thunder on their way around the Ouroboros curve of infinity. Some were solitary hunters, others were joined together in companies of stars. He saw their cosmic pageant of life and death. The young suns blazing with a blue-white strength, the golden suns, the old red suns, and the dead suns, black with funeral ash. He saw the far-off galaxies, the coiling fires of the nebula, and the wonderful, terrifying nations of the Milky Way streaming along the rim of creation. And as he looked, the last of thought and feeling went from him, and he was like a child still dazed from birthing. Some of the stars, perhaps, he recognized. Algol beating like a bloody heart, the splintered glory of Sirius. Orion strode gigantic across the gulfs, girded with suns, and dead ahead, tipping the far-flung Hyades, Aldebaran burned in sullen splendor. Aldebaran, another sun, other worlds, other peoples, other ways of life. He was going there, a stranger. A deep tremor shook him. Time went by, but he took no notice of it. He was a man lost, sunk, and drowned in infinity. Edry watched him with a certain sadness. After a while, he pulled the switch again, and the dome went blank, showing only the flat darkness and the crawling streaks of light. Treherne sighed, but he did not move. Edry smiled and shook him. Treherne turned slowly, and when Edry led the way back down the stair, he followed, but without knowing where he was going or why. The passageway was empty. Edry stopped and waited until Treherne's eyes focused on him with some semblance of understanding. I am going, he said, to break a lifelong habit and say something important. Are you listening? Treherne nodded. You'll be spending a lot of time with the others, which will invariably mean with Sharon. Keep away from her, Treherne. No matter whether you love her or hate her, stay away. Treherne smiled. His head was ringing with stars. His vision was dazzled by the blaze of nebulae. Sharon doesn't look to me like much of a permanent deal for anybody. That's the trouble. Carol talked her into this flying jaunt around with him to break up the games she was playing with somebody else on Herodes. He's put up with an awful lot from her, and he's not the type at all, which makes people wonder. What? Well, Carol's an agent of the council, highly respected, got a lot of influence and so on. But we rather count our wealth in ships, and Carol's poor. Sharon inherited 30, the fourth largest fleet in space. In other words, he's got more than Sharon to lose. He can keep her, Treherne said, and her ships. You don't know the lady. I do. And I can tell you that staying away from her is no easy job when she doesn't want to be stayed away from. Oh, the heck with her, said Treherne impatiently. It was a long way down from the stars to petty gossip, and it annoyed him. I don't see what it's got to do with me anyway. I told you, I know the lady, and I know Carol. He's your enemy already. Treherne was amazed. Why? Because it's his duty to be. Because the whole structure of the Varda society, which he is sworn to protect, is based on a few ironclad rules, and you're liable to break every one of them. Oh, it isn't just you. There are larger issues involved. I'll explain them, but that'll take time. And you're sort of automatically mixed up with them. Carroll is a just man as he sees it, but his justice is not tempered with mercy. I've seen him in action, too often, Treherne. You'll have trouble enough. Don't give him a personal motive, too." Edry's manner was so serious that Treherne began to feel uneasy. A great blank wall rose up before him, behind which lay the life and complexities, the politics and philosophies and contentions of the Varda state, and he couldn't see through it or over it. He said, "I've got an awful lot to learn. It scares me, how much. You and Carol don't exactly love each other, do you?" Edry shrugged. "He suspects me of harboring ideas not in agreement with his own. On Lourdes, as it is on earth, Treherne, beware of a man with a belief." Suddenly he laughed. "Well, that's enough of that. As you just remarked, you have a lot to learn. We might as well get started." Treherne followed him obediently to begin his re-education as a Varda. End of Chapter 6. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 9th, 2026. Chapter 7 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was amazing how quickly Earth, with all its habits and memories, slipped away from Treherne. The pangs and wrenchings of homesickness still came to him now and then, mostly when he lay alone in his bunk just before sleep. But they were less and less violent. He began to have, for his native world, the nostalgic affection one has for a foster parent far less than perfect, but all the same a part of one's life, a part done with now, but with its bright and kindly interludes to look back upon. He was not sorry that he had left it. By a freak of genetics, he had been born an alien, and he had never fitted there. Now, rapidly and easily, he was finding himself. At first there were periods when he felt that he was dreaming, that the ship and all within it would disappear, and he would waken. But as his mind readjusted itself, shaking free from the narrow horizons where it had been prisoned, ancestral pride and ancestral longing began to stir. And with that stirring came an insatiable hunger for knowledge. Edry was his chief teacher. For some reason, the ugly man with the unhappy eyes and unfailing cheerfulness of speech had taken a liking to him. And Treherne was glad of it. He needed friends, but there were others, too. Men and women, mostly young, healthy, and full of themselves, loving the life they lived and enjoying to the hilt his own wide-eyed reactions to it. For a while they regarded him very much as he would have regarded an animal that had suddenly learned to talk and do sums, but they got used to him, and there was never any malice in their conduct. He liked them. They were his kind of people. They were his people. Carol remained civil but aloof. Sharon spoke to him when she felt like it, as casually as though they had known each other all their lives, and nothing of interest had ever happened between them. But sometimes he thought she looked at him in a way that was not casual at all, and he could not tell what she was thinking. He played along. It was hard when he got to remembering things, but he did it, and he had enough to do to keep his mind off women. There weren't hours enough in the ship's day to supply him. He learned the Varda tongue. He learned the rudiments of Varda history and the outlines of their social structure. But most of all, with an inborn sureness, he learned the Varda mind, the Varda point of view, and his own character expanded, having found a meaning for itself. He was a Varda, and they were the Starmen. Galactic man, as Edry had put it once, a unique species, specialized and fitted for the most splendid work of all, the conquest of the stars. The power, the magnificence of that voyaging. No wonder the little ships and little skies of Earth had seemed so futile. This was his heritage, the freedom of the stars, the long, long roads of outer space, the swift ships plying between the island continents of suns, the windless, timeless, boundless gulf that washed the shores of a galaxy. He haunted the ship's bridge, studying the intricate controls and cracking his brain over the staggering complexities of astrogation. In the generator rooms, he learned by heart the pulse of the ship, listening to the silence of free flight after acceleration was complete. He deviled the engineers, the pilots, the technicians with questions, understanding less than half of what they told him, but always avid for more. He learned much, and yet it was nothing, and he was mad for learning, mad to hold under his own hands one of these proud giants of the starways. The Varda understood him. His hunger was their own. But they had not been barred from satisfaction. They accepted him. They loved to talk, and Traherne had no lack of language teachers. His head spun to the tales they told him, of travels around the galaxy, of foreign worlds and happenings in far-off clusters of suns, of dead stars wheeling forever dark through darkness with their frozen worlds, of the sudden, dreadful flaring of the novae, of what happens when a ship collides with a rogue star at many times the speed of light. Traherne was happy. He was living again as a child lived in a world of wonders, where everything was new and bright and as yet untarnished. But one dark cloud hung over him, the threat of Varda law and the council. They might still take away from him all he had found. That threat got bigger and blacker the closer he came to the end of the voyage, and by the time the ship actually went into deceleration, it had grown until it blotted out the whole horizon. He had learned more now. He understood how the whole vast structure of Varda economy rested on the unassailable position of the Starmen themselves and their unique ability to endure interstellar velocities. In this case, the blood, the race, was everything. There could not be any compromise. There could not be any challenges of that superiority. And here was he, earthborn, of earth stock, with only a set of bastard genes to link him with the Varda, a compromise and a challenge in himself. But damn it, he said furiously to Edry, they can't refuse me now. And why, when you come right down to it, would one Varda more or less make that much difference? The mutation process has been lost anyway. I certainly can't infect anybody else with it, and I don't see what they're afraid of. Edry gave him a somber look. Listen, Traherne, I haven't helped myself any by being friendly to you, as it is, and I'm not going to make matters worse for both of us by talking treason into the bargain. If you want the full, official answer to that question, go ask Carol. I will. He found Carol in the lounge, engaged with Sharon and several other people in the complicated game that seemed to serve the Varda in the place of bridge. Inside a gigantic crystal globe were suspended a number of little solar systems, activated by magnetic currents. The tiny suns wheeled along, and their planets spun in orbits around them, and it was a dizzying thing to look at. Within this microcosm were a dozen or so tiny ships, operated by the players by remote control, and for hazards, there were miniature nebulae, dark clouds, and tiny comets. The object was to move the ships about without losing any. One team racing the opposing team's fleet to a selected destination. Traherne had played a few times, but with no success whatsoever. I want to talk to you, he said, and Carol motioned him to wait. Very rapidly and skillfully, he pressed a series of buttons on the control board in front of him. Inside the globe, a ship depressed its arc, allowing a sparkling comet to pass safely above it, skirted the edge of a dark nebula, shifted course 35 degrees, and made a perfect landing on a flying worldlet no larger than a pebble. At the top of Carol's panel, a signal light glowed green. Beside him, Sharon lost 2 ships in collision and got 2 red lights for her pains, the wrecks being automatically retired out of play. Sharon wasn't watching the globe. She was watching Traherne, and her eyes were very bright. Carol turned over his place to another man and stood up. The library's quiet, he said. We can talk there. He went away with Traherne. Behind them, Sharon gave up her board and followed. The ship's library was small, with microbooks racked mostly technical books, and Traherne hadn't been able to get much out of them. He had struggled with a few on the theory and practical operation of starships, but it was a hopeless job, and he hadn't pursued it. His vocabulary was still limited, and even if it hadn't been, the technology involved was miles over his head. Now he faced Carol and said, "I asked Edry a question, and he referred me to you, so I'll ask it again. Why would the Varda Council be afraid to accept me?" Carol put his hands on the back of a chair and thought a minute. "You understand the Varda position among all the other races of the galaxy?" "Yes, and I don't see how I could possibly alter it." "Then your understanding isn't complete. There are many worlds in space, Traherne. Countless millions of people live on them. Do you know how they feel about us?" "I hadn't thought." "They hate us. They envy us. It's natural enough. They're prisoned in their own solar systems, forced to watch strangers carry on all their commerce with other stars. But, natural or not, it's a factor we have to reckon with." Traherne said impatiently, "What can they do about it? They can't mutate. They can't even try to force you to share the process with them. The thing was lost 1,000 years ago. You're safe." "There are still Orthists." "Who are they?" Carol looked mildly surprised. "I thought Edry would have told you, no? But you have, of course, heard of Orthis, the discoverer of the mutational process. He was a great man, Traherne, a brilliant man, a genius, the founder of our race, but he was not a practical man. He lived alone too much in space, worked alone too long in his laboratory ship. He didn't know human beings, didn't understand the hard, grimy necessities of life, the law of self-preservation. He wanted to give the mutation and the freedom of the stars to everyone." He paused, as though he were waiting for Traherne to speak. But Traherne, though he was thinking hard, kept his mouth shut. "Orthis," Carol said, "was not able to see what, fortunately, others did see, that giving the mutation to all the races of the galaxy would mean wars and conflicts of such staggering dimensions that whole solar systems, including ours, might very well be destroyed. He clung stubbornly to his views and eventually fled from Leirdis in defiance of the government, determined to have his own way. He was pursued, of course, and driven away from his objective so that his attempt failed, but he was never captured. He vanished far out on the rim of the galaxy, and the process went with him. And that's where the trouble is, Traherne. Some time later, Orthis sent back a certain message, which gave his adherents hope that his ship had not been destroyed, that it was, in fact, waiting somewhere to be found again, and the process with it. Now, after 1,000 years, they still hope." Traherne shook his head. "I certainly can't tell them where the ship is, so how does it affect me? Don't you see how you could be used? An alien, a mongrel, but able to fly the stars. The effect on the Orthis movement would be tremendous. And not only on Leirdis. People all over the galaxy, wanting what we have, would take you up as a symbol of what they consider their emancipation. I have a lively imagination, but it balks at trying to conceive all the trouble that could breed out of that situation." A cold sensation was creeping over Traherne, centering in the pit of his stomach. What Carol said made sense. He hated to admit it, but it made sense. He said harshly, "All right, but there must be a way around it. Around me, I mean. I take it that the Varda Council is made up of politicians, and a politician can get around anything he wants to." "They can," said Sharon from the doorway, "particularly when the right people convince them they should." Both men swung around, surprised. She strolled in, smiling at them impartially. Traherne made nothing out of it but a smile, but Carol's face went suddenly hard. "I don't know," she said to Traherne, "whether anyone has mentioned it, but I'm quite an influential person on Leirdis." Carol said, "Would you mind very much leaving us alone?" "Yes. You see, Carol, I feel rather possessive about him. It's my fault in a way he's here, and I'm going to look out for him, whether he likes it or not." "That's fine," Traherne said. "That puts me right in the middle. You're there anyway, isn't he, Carol?" "Sharon, I don't wish to quarrel with you here. I'm not going to quarrel. I'm only stating a fact. Michael has developed into a very proper Varda, and I don't intend to have him tucked away on Tuvis until he's done something to warrant it." Carol said, as though it were a statement and not a question, "You're going to make an issue of this. I'm going to fight you for him. You need to be fought with, Carol. You're getting too sure of practically everything." He moved until he stood in front of her. Traherne had never seen anyone so angry and so thoroughly under control. In that moment, he began to understand that Carol was a dangerous man. Sharon drew a deep breath and threw her head back, and Traherne knew that she had thought about this for a long time, planning it, working it out, waiting for the chance, and that she was happy about it. It wasn't himself, and whether he lived or died. It was only the convenient peg. This was Carol and Sharon, and a long situation. Carol said, "I've taken a great deal from you, Sharon, but there's a limit. I've reached it. I hoped you'd feel that way." He stood looking at her, and she did not speak, meeting his gaze steadily and with a queer kind of amusement. Finally, Carol said, "I wish you hadn't done it this way. Not for him. Not for a—" "But, Carol," she told him gently, "it had to be something like this, or you wouldn't take no for an answer. I know. I've been trying for the longest time." Carol turned and went out. He said nothing more, and he did not even glance at Traherne as he passed him. Traherne looked after him and shivered. "You've been a great help to me," he said bitterly to Sharon. "The first time you didn't quite get me killed, but I believe now you're going to make it." "Carol isn't that important. All he can do is recommend, and he'd have recommended Thuvis anyway," she laughed. "I feel wonderful. He was really beginning to weigh on me." "Congratulations. And what is Thuvis?" "I'll show you." She searched along the wall rack until she found the spool she wanted and clipped it into a viewer. "This is the Astro Manual for a sector of space that is fortunately very little used. Here, have a look." Traherne bent over the Magdalens. Equations were gliding slowly across it to the whirring of the unwinding spool, coordinates of a position in space. "We have no capital punishment on Lirdis," she said. "Matter of fact, we have very few criminals. But such as there are sent into permanent exile. Here." She pressed a stud, and the whirring stopped. On the lens was a picture of a dim red sun lost in a dark wilderness, with hardly a distant star to break the desolation. Around it circled one lonely planet, gray, forlorn, and hopeless. But after a long while, Traherne said, "But I'm not a criminal. They could judge you a danger to society as they judge the Orthists. Carol will do his best to put you there as a matter of principle. Dying star and dying world, alone on the edge of nothing." Traherne looked at it. "What do they do there?" "Nothing. They just wait." "For what?" He knew the answer before she told him. "No more ships, no more voyaging. Nothing to look forward to but the only release there was." Traherne drew back from the viewer. Sharon smiled. "Afraid?" "Yes." "I'm on your side." "Are you? Or are you just using me to punish Carol because he bores you?" "Don't you trust me?" "No." "But there isn't much you can do about it, is there?" "I guess not." "Then you might as well make the best of it." End of Chapter 7. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 18th, 2026. Chapter 8 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The long arc of deceleration was completed. The starship was cruising now at planetary speed. Aldebaran had grown from a remote point of fire to a giant sun, terrifyingly near at hand. The small companion was visible only as a faint disk above the upper limb, its bluish light drowned out in the flooding, ruddy blaze of the larger star. The Varda had crowded up into the observation dome, eager for the first glimpse of home. A heavy shield now covered the dome to sunward, and in its shadow the returning travelers pressed and chattered. Treherne stood among them, listening to their excitement and feeling at a loss in it. Their talk was the talk of strangers, full of names and references that were meaningless to him, strident with a joy he could not share. They were coming home, and he was homeless, the loneliest man in the galaxy. Before him loomed the imagined faces of the Varda Council, passing judgment, and beyond them, in the desolate wastes of space, the dying world of Thuvis waited. Sharon tugged at his sleeve. "There," she cried. "There it is, Michael. Lirdis." He followed her pointing hand, squinting against the tawny glare, and saw a golden planet wheeling toward them, bright and beautiful, with a trio of circling moons. Suddenly the majesty and splendor of this landing out of space swept over him and drove away his fears. It was an awesome, a godlike thing, to come into a solar system from outside, drenched in the naked blazing of a foreign sun, and see the planets from far off, no bigger than a child's ball, circling the parent star in their slow eternal orbits. He became as excited as the Varda, but for a different reason. Presently he would stand on the soil of a strange world, in the light of an alien sun, and the winds that blew would come from far peaks nameless to him, and off of unknown oceans. He watched with the others, as tensely as they. Edri looked at his face and smiled. Miris is on the other side of the sun, but if you look hard off there to your right, you'll see Suumis, the outer one of our two immediate neighbors. Suumis appeared against the farther reaches of space like a little red apple, accompanied by a throng of sparkling motes that Treherne knew must be moons. He stared at it, trying to realize that the little red apple was a world as big as Earth, gave it up, and turned back again to Lirdis. It had grown. It fairly leaped toward them, and Treherne began to make out misty continents and the shadow forms of oceans, wrapped in a cloud-shot atmosphere that burned a reddish gold in Aldebaran's light. Then it was closer still. It filled the sky. It spread out monstrously and began to fall, Edri laughed. Optical illusion, but a striking one, isn't it? Treherne braced his knees and said it was. His heart was in his throat. The rest of his insides had fallen away somewhere, and the ship was plunging at a terrible speed to meet the toppling planet. It touched the atmosphere and went into it as into a bath of fire. Down it went, rushing, tearing down, with a long triumphant scream, and in the lower air the clouds rolled and whipped in golden fury where the dark hull clove them. Treherne shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the ship was sweeping low over an ocean the color of hammered brass, and at length he saw ahead a low shore, and beyond it a rolling plain girdled with tall mountains. On that plain he made out the gleaming vastness of a city that made New York a village. "There it is," said Edri, "the hub and center of the galaxy." Treherne only shook his head. By this time he had no words. He watched the boundaries of the city widen. He watched the towers of its buildings lift and rise until they seemed to bear the sky upon them, and he was silent, still dropping, but slowly now, in a soundless glide. The ship bore to the southward. Here for miles the spaceport ran, the great docks that cradled the giants of the stars. Here was an ordered, ceaseless, swarming chaos of men and machines. seen from Treherne's position now as a sort of yeasty ferment lapping around and over the apparently endless rows of Titanic docks. The sheer size of it was crushing. The warning bells rang. Treherne came partly out of his daze and went below with the others to await the landing. Seconds ticked by, and the blood was hammering in his temples, and his muscles twitched with a nervous excitement. Landing. Landing on a strange world, under a strange new sun. Smoothly, softly, the great keel touched down. Home again from the edges of the universe. Treherne stood up. The others were already moving, pouring into the corridor, laughing, talking, eager for the opened lock and home. Treherne would have followed them, but Edry's hand was on him, and Carol was in front of him. "You'll wait," said Carol. "Edry, you're responsible for him. See that he doesn't leave the ship." He went out, and suddenly, for Treherne, that keen, fine edge of wonder was all gone. Sharon came up and gave him a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, Michael. Old Joris is a friend of mine." She went out too, and Treherne said to Edry, "Who is Joris?" "The coordinator of the port. In his younger days, he flew for Sharon's father." Edry sank down into a chair again. "Might as well take it easy. Carroll's gone to make his report to Joris in person. This isn't the sort of thing you want to widely broadcast." "Why Joris? I thought Carroll worked for the council." "He does. But everything that goes in or out of this port has to clear through the coordinator's office. Sit down, Treherne. You make me nervous." "Do you think she'll be able to do anything?" "I hope so." "Damn it, sit down." He sat. There were noises in the ship, but they were unfamiliar ones. The impersonal clangings and boomings of freight hatches, machinery, the invading boots and unknown voices of dockside men. The sounds of the port outside came to him muffled and subdued, like the ceaseless roll of thunder a long way off. There was a feeling of cessation. The voyage was over. Out there, a new sun was shining. There was air, unbreathed by any man of earth, and a whole wide world waiting. A Varda world, his as much as theirs, but he was barred from it. He was kept under hatches like a criminal, unable even to speak, while strangers decided his fate. It scared him, and it angered him, and the more he felt trapped and helpless, the more furious he got. His body would not stay still. He sprang up and began to stride the floor, and Edry watched him speculatively. "Get good and mad," he said. "You can't fight unless you're mad." "I'll fight. You know the line to take. Don't be afraid to let him have it." "I won't." Time passed. Edry sat and smoked. Treherne paced, sat down, and paced again. A year went by, and then another, and then a young man, very brisk, very efficient, very self-assured, came in and looked at them. "You're to come to the coordinator's office," he said, and stared with frank curiosity at Treherne. Then he turned to Edry. "He looks all right. Is his story really true?" "Never mind," said Edry. "Come on, Treherne." He followed them down the long corridor and into the lock chamber, leaving the ship as he had first entered it so long ago, so far away. He stepped out onto the open dock, and the full, roaring, thundering impact of the biggest spaceport in the galaxy hit him like an explosion. Row upon row, and on all sides, the towering docks stretched to the end of his seeing and beyond. Ships lay in most of them, recumbent monsters taking their ease, while men and machines in vast numbers and great complexity waited on their needs. The ringing air was heavy with smells, strange spices, and subtle, unidentifiable things mingling with the reek of oil and hot metal. Cargoes of unimagined riches from unimaginable worlds. Treherne stood, feeling the tremendous pulse beat through him, hardly aware for the moment that Edry was trying to steer him to a kiosk at the end of the dock. or that the young Varda was amused at his wide-eyed astonishment. In endless hordes, men swarmed upon the looming hulls and went busily along the docks, testing, checking, guiding, and managing the machines. They were not Varda men. They were men from the other worlds who could not fly the stars. A lot of them, and here Treherne's eyes opened even wider, because even though he had been told seeing is another thing, were not at all what he would have called human. But in spite of their strangeness, they seemed familiar. They were like any of the cheerful, hard-handed, competent men to be seen around any port of Earth, serving the ships and the planes. The incessant noise was deafening. Gigantic cranes moved ponderously on their tracks, shifting cargoes between strings of carriers and the gaping holds. Small trams weaved in and out of the confusion. At intervals between the docks were lines of shops where atomic-powered forges shaped new parts, new plates and housing. Here a crew worked on a hull with flaring welders, and there a great bow section was lowered slowly into place with an ear-shattering clang. Edry's voice reached him, thin and faint. "Big business, Treherne. The biggest in the galaxy. Impressive, isn't it?" He urged Treherne along, toward the kiosk that was still some way ahead. They walked in a railed-off path, and in a moment Treherne saw coming toward them, on the other side of the rail, a large and very involved piece of machinery that seemed to be walking slowly the length of the ship's hull, guided by one small human attendant, and bearing in its belly another one, who sat surrounded by dials and counters and little screens. "That's an X-ray scanner," Edry told him. "They get first crack at every ship that lands. Those ultra speeds have effects on metals in time. The scanners test the structure of the metals for crystallization or any abnormal molecular shift. The ships become unsafe after a certain period of service, usually a fairly long one, and they're watched very closely. It's no fun having a hull fall apart on you in the middle of nowhere." He pushed Treherne on into the kiosk. The young Varda was still amused. Edry said, "There's a lift here. We go down." Treherne stepped in and turned. Just before the door closed smoothly in his face, he caught a glimpse of a tall white pylon in the distance, dominating the whole field, and knew without being told that it housed port administration and his immediate destiny. Once more the sense of wonder was stripped away. The lift dropped, and his heart dropped with it swiftly down. The trip was short. The lift set them in a passageway, far underground, and the passageway led to a tube. All very quiet after the roaring of the port. A small monorail car took them in a handful of minutes to the levels underneath the pylon. And then there was another lift, a private one this time, going up. There was a bitter taste in Treherne's mouth, and the palms of his hands were sweating. He thought the lift would never stop, but it did on the highest level. The brisk young man motioned them out, and there was an office, bare and spacious, with window walls that looked on all sides across the spaceport. Treherne thought fleetingly that it was less like an office than the bridge of a starship pathetically shackled to the soil. Sharon was there, and Carol standing far apart, and very stiff, their faces set and stubborn. Carol did not turn, but Sharon came to Treherne and took his hand defiantly. Off at one side, a second brisk young man presided over some sort of a recording device. There seemed to be a good deal of silence in the place, brought on, perhaps, by the arrival of the lift, for no one was in a silent mood, least of all the man who faced them from the other side of a massive table. Treherne saw a grizzled, heavy-shouldered giant who was never designed to occupy an office. The walls cramped him, even such walls as these, because they were bounded by horizons. His large, scarred hands rested uneasily on the polished wood, impatient of the papers that were stacked there, and his eyes seemed better used to watching stars than men. Those eyes, pale blue as winter ice, sought out Treherne and did not waver until they had cut from him every bit of knowledge to be had. "I didn't believe it," Joris said, "but I can see now why you didn't like the idea of killing him. Too much like one of us. But, damn it, Carol, you of all people should have remembered the law. No non-Varda personnel, under any circumstances, to board any craft designed for interstellar flight. What got into you?" Before Carol could answer, Sharon spoke for him. "A certain squeamishness," she said, "and a doubt. I think he regrets them both now. You see, Joris, there was a legal doubt. Looking at Treherne, could you tell he was non-Varda?" "But you knew it." "Oh, no," said Edry pointedly. We didn't know at all until he survived the takeoff, and then he couldn't very well be classified as non-Varda. Could he, Joris?" Joris moved his huge bulk uncomfortably. "A freak," he said. "A mongrel. You didn't do him any kindness to bring him here. Sharon, I get a feeling that you had a hand in this. In fact, knowing you—" Sharon snapped. "What I do is my own business. And as for Michael, he's as good a Varda as you are. You haven't answered my question yet. Will you let him stay in my custody until the council meets?" "No, and that's final." "But, Joris—" "You're a troublemaker, Sharon. You have been since the day you were born, but I'm damned if you'll make trouble for me." "And I thought you were my friend." "Joris, you ought to remember I took orders from your father when I flew his ships, but you're not the man he was. And furthermore, I'm not working for you now. I'm working for the government. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," she added in a tone of admiration. "Anyway, you haven't forgotten how to roar." Surprisingly, Joris laughed. "No," he said, "no more than you've learned manners." He glanced from Sharon to the stony-faced Carol, who was still standing like a ramrod and saying nothing. Treherne gathered that he had already said everything he considered necessary, and then back to Edry and the Earthman. "I'll admit this is one hell of a queer mess, and I'm glad I don't have to decide the final outcome. As I see it, my duty now is to keep him in custody like any other undesirable until the council takes him off my hands." He looked hard at Sharon. "That's the law, and that's the way it's going to be." Carol spoke at last. "Good. That's what I wanted to be sure of." Joris glowered at him. "I'm considered fairly reliable in the performance of my office." He nodded to the brisk young man who had brought Treherne and Edry from the ship. "Make out the usual interim commitment form for suspected persons under the Port Authority Code, Section C." Treherne said, "Just a minute." He stepped forward until he was facing Joris across the table. "You have no authority to imprison me." Joris stared at him. Then he shook his head irritably, as though he thought his ears must be playing him tricks, and stared again. His jowls took on a tinge of red. Treherne went on. The time had come to let his temper go, and he turned it loose of all restraint. "Unless he is formally accused of a crime, no Varda may be detained by anyone against his will. I have committed no crime, and I have not been accused of any." It took Joris some time to recover his voice. When he did, it fairly rattled the windows. "You are not a Varda!" "No? Think a minute. What is the one distinguishing quality of a Varda that marks him as different from all other men?" "All right, I'll answer that. By some freak or other, you managed to survive the flight. But that doesn't change the fact that you're an Earthman, born and bred, and therefore not a Varda." Treherne's eyes had acquired a hard glitter. "Then suppose," he said, "that you imprison me, an Earthman who has crossed the galaxy from Sol to Aldebaran and lived. That'll make quite an uproar, won't it? All the non-Varda peoples will be much interested. So will the Orthist party. I don't doubt they'll spread the news all over the galaxy. The Varda have admitted that they're not the only ones who can fly interstellar space. Sharon said, "That's it, Michael. Go it." Edry had drawn back a little. His eyes were sober and intent. Carroll spoke, and his voice was sharp. "You've had bad advice, Traherne. That kind of talk won't help you." Joris motioned him to silence. To Traherne he said, "What do you know about the Orthist party?" "Enough to know that they could make a great deal of trouble. Either I'm Varda, or I'm not. And if I'm not, I could be the start of a whole new movement. The first non-Varda to fly the stars. The first crack in the monopoly." Joris shook his head. "You can be put away so quickly and quietly that no one will ever hear of you." "Good," said Traherne. "Put me away. Put away all the officers of the ship. Put away all the passengers. Put away all the crew. That's a lot of people to keep quiet." Sharon broke in triumphantly. "Yes, Joris. How are you going to silence me?" "And," said Edry, "me." Joris looked from one to the other and back again, his brows drawn angrily together, but he said nothing. Carroll leaned over the table. "Joris," he said, "do you understand? The man is trying to blackmail you with an open threat of treason." "Yes," said Traherne, "I am." His voice was suddenly very quiet, and he spoke straight to Joris. "When I made that flight and lived, I won my right to the freedom of the stars. I won my right to fly deep space, and I will use any weapons I can get my hands on against any man who tries to keep me from it." Then, for quite a long while, no one spoke. "By God," said Joris slowly, "I take it back. There can't be any mongrel blood in you. Only a Varda could have that kind of insolence." He got up and came round the table. "You, Sharon, in spite of your political views, you'll back him up in this?" "I will. And it's probably the only real accomplishment the Orthists will ever make." "And you, Edry?" "All the way," Carroll swore. It was the first time Traherne had ever heard him do it, and it was aimed directly at Sharon. "For God's sake, watch what you're saying. Joris, she doesn't mean it. She won't do it. I know her feelings on the subject too well for that." Sharon said, "Try me." Joris had become very thoughtful. "You know," he said to Carroll, "whether she does or not, there's a great deal of truth in what the Earthman says. Far too much, I'm afraid, to be overlooked." "Bluff," said Carroll. "Look here, Joris, if you turn this man loose, I'll have to report—" "Oh, report and be damned. The law says I have to shut him up, and shut him up I will, and there my duty ends, and I don't need you to tell me my business." He went to the recorder, took out the spool, dropped it on the floor, and crushed it under his boot. "Now, clear out, all of you, dismissed, and advise you to keep your mouths shut. Especially you," he said to the two very young men. "You have enough work to keep you busy. Go and do it. You stay here, Traherne." Traherne stayed, and there was a bitter thought in him that he had failed. The faces of the others, as they left, were full of doubt. Presently he was alone with Joris, in the sweep of golden light from the windows. From the eastern quadrant of the port, Traherne saw a great ship rise and clear away for distant suns. Joris walked the floor and said nothing. The silence was heavy, an oppressive thing. It was not touched by the sounds of the port so far below. They were outside it, and the face of Joris was a heavy, somber mask. Traherne looked out at the alien sky, where the clouds burned like little nebulae, and then down again at the ships. From this vantage, he could see the sector where the planetary craft came in, the slow freighters from the non-Varda worlds of Aldebaran, and now it came to him suddenly how the poor bastards that flew them must feel, watching the starships come and go, and knowing they could never follow. Beyond the port, the towers of the city rose, and Treherne wondered if he would ever see it. Joris stopped his pacing and said, "Come here." Treherne obeyed. The pale eyes, harsh and keen as an old eagle's, probed into him, weighing, judging. Treherne stood and waited. He said nothing. There was nothing more to say. "Varda blood," Joris muttered to himself, "unmistakable. And he wants to fly the stars." He asked abruptly, "Were you a foundling?" "No," said Treherne, and then he added slowly, "but I might just as well have been." Joris turned away, his brows drawn and brooding, his head and shoulders massive against the background of burning sky. "How old are you?" 33 in Earth years." Still with his back to Treherne, Joris spoke. "I think I see a way. Whether it will work or not, I don't know. The council convenes again in 5 days, at which time I'll be required to make my report on you, and I'll do what I can. Meanwhile, you'll have to go where I tell you, and stay there without any fuss. Is that clear?" Yes. The pulse of hope had begun to beat again. "Good. And Treherne." "Yes." "If things turn out all right, you will fly the stars." It was a threat as much as a promise. 30 minutes later, after a journey under guard in a sub-level tube car that left him in complete ignorance of his whereabouts, Treherne was conducted into a square, neat cubicle, comfortable in all respects, but nonetheless a prison cell. The magnetic lock clicked behind him, and he was alone. There were no windows. He did not even know whether he was above or below ground. There was neither day nor night nor time. He paced the narrow floor and ate the unfamiliar food delivered to him automatically through a slot in the wall, and tried to sleep. He smoked the last of his hoarded cigarettes and thought of Earth and the distances between the suns. He hoped, and hope became gradually a grim despair. No one came. Sharon had forgotten him. Edry's friendship had turned feeble at the last. The trap that Joris had set for him became more obvious with each passing hour. He hated them all. He raged and waited, and remembered the old man's words. "You can be put away so quickly and quietly that no one will ever hear of you." This was his landing on Lirdis, the fruit of his journey across the star-shot universe. This was the end of his dream. He ceased to rage. There came a time when he awoke sharply from uneasy sleep to hear the low click of the lock and a soft, slurred step on the floor coming toward him. He sprang up and saw that it was Sharon. She cried out, "Michael!" And her words came to him with a sound of unreality, like the voices heard through fever. "It's all over, Michael, and you're free!" End of Chapter 8. Read by Mokurai. Urbana, Illinois, May 21st, 2026. Chapter 9 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. An hour had gone by, and he still could not quite believe it. He had left the cell behind him and the 5 eternal days of waiting. He stood on a terrace high above the city. It was night, and the burning moons were brilliant in the sky. The wind from the sea had the clean sting of wine, but it was not like the sea winds he remembered. It was new and strange, intensely thrilling. Around him, the tall, slim towers rose upward towards the moons, and far below the shining web of streets was a pattern of sensual beauty, many-colored, sounding, alive. Sharon said softly, "Look at it, Michael. It's all yours." He looked. His hands were tight on the terrace rail, and there was a fullness in him that made it hard to breathe. "I had something to do with it, Michael. Aren't you going to thank me?" He turned. She had put on a flowing thing of white, cunningly draped and spangled over with a diamond frost, and there were strange jewels caught in the dark masses of her hair. He started to speak, and then forgot the words, when sounds from inside the apartment, it was Edry's, announced the arrival of Joris. "Come now, and hear how the miracle was done." From the terrace they passed through sliding doors of glass, open now to the warm breeze, into a low, broad, spacious room of the utmost simplicity and comfort. A millionaire's room, Traherne would have said, and yet Edry was a poor man by Varda standards, owning no ships and working for those who did. The window walls looked out over the city, a mighty panorama of light and color that was without garishness, and inside there was quiet and homeliness, made personal by the small things Edry had brought home from his voyages. Robots of various sorts did all the cleaning automatically when he was away, and there was no kitchen. Meals arrived by pressure tube, fresh, hot, and to order from a service center. Remembering his own bachelor quarters on Earth, Traherne was overcome with envy. Joris came toward him, holding out a huge hard hand. Traherne shook it, and Joris said, "What were you thinking those 5 days in the cell?" Traherne shook his head. "I won't tell you, since none of it was true." Joris laughed. Edry said, "We haven't told him anything. We left that for you." He found glasses and poured wine. Joris settled heavily into a chair, full of an honest pride in his own cleverness, beaming with it. Sharon curled up near him on a wide couch and sipped her wine. "Go on," she said. "We're waiting." "It took a lot of juggling," Joris said, "and more than a little downright forgery, but it worked. You see, Traherne, a full record of all voyages is kept at port administration. I went back between 30 and 40 years and managed to supply you with a pretty good background." He leaned forward. "You get this into your head and keep it there. You were born on Earth 34 years ago, of Varda parents, then engaged in trading activities on that planet. Your mother died in childbirth, and your father was forced to abandon you, since even a Varda infant cannot endure interstellar flight. The people who brought you up, and whom you had assumed to be your parents, merely fostered you." He paused, searching through his trouser pockets, until he found a slip of paper, which he handed to Traherne. "Here are the names of your real parents. Memorize them. Your father has since been killed in a wreck off Orion Nebula, and you have no brothers or sisters. Incidentally, you have no inheritance either, since, according to law, your father's estate was divided upon his death. From now on, this is your only history. Don't forget it, and don't talk about any of it more than you're forced to." Traherne stared at the paper and the 2 names that were written there. "I didn't think it could be done, but what did Carroll say about this? He surely didn't believe the story." "He couldn't prove it wasn't so, and I produced such convincing records that the evidence was overwhelming," he laughed. "Matter of fact, I cut the ground right out from under him." "He didn't like it," Sharon said, "but there was nothing he could do, and there never will be anything he can do. Joris and I managed to persuade the council not to have you appear for questioning, Michael, on the very good grounds that the less said about it, the better." The hearing was closed, with the news services barred out. Joris's records and your Varda characteristics were sufficiently convincing. They passed their resolution in less than 30 minutes, and then followed it by another to tighten the laws against Varda children being born on any world but Leotis. Traherne put the piece of paper in his pocket. "There's a lot of things I want to say, but," he broke off, and Edry shoved a glass in his hand. "Don't try," he said. "Just tell us honestly that we're wonderful, and we'll be satisfied. Incidentally, don't ever make me out a liar. I reported the most interesting statements from you concerning your unhappy childhood as a foundling. Traherne grinned. He looked from one to the other, and finally his gaze centered on Joris. There's one thing I don't understand. Why did you do this for me? Don't ever question a man's reasons as long as they're good, Traherne. And now you're a Varda, stamped and sealed. You've got another problem ahead of you. You have to make a living. Do you still want to fly the stars? He saw the look on Traherne's face and smiled. I need a supercargo on my ship Saga, outbound in 2 weeks for trade in the Hercules cluster. Officers and crew fly on shares, and it's a rich voyage. Even a supercargo should do well. Edry said, I ought to warn you, Traherne, the Hercules run is one of the toughest in the galaxy. That's why it pays so well, said Joris. Well? Before Traherne could answer, Sharon laid her hand lazily on his shoulder and said, Nonsense, Joris. He doesn't have to take on anything like that. I can find a better opening in my fleet, and he won't starve until I do. Traherne's face tightened. He said quietly, I seem to have heard, Sharon, that you're quite well off. Oh, quite. 30 ships to Joris's 2. My father was smart, and I was lucky enough to be his only heir. Oh, the devil with it. Who wants to talk business? Come on, Michael. We'll show you the city. In a minute. Joris was looking at him with an odd expression, and Traherne's mouth tightened another notch. He said, When shall I report aboard the Sarga? Edry leaned over Sharon's shoulder and whispered, I think you've got our Michael angry. Joris looked at Sharon and roared, Missed your guess, didn't you? He got up. All right, Traherne, I'll let you know. And now let's see what we can do in the way of a celebration. They went, but for the next hour or so, Sharon was inclined to be sulky, and was all the more so because Traherne seemed to have forgotten her existence. Resplendent in black and silver supplied for him out of Edry's wardrobe, free, accepted, and with a future ahead, Traherne walked the streets of the city, drunk with color and sound and movement, dazed with the incredible size and the utter strangeness of the greatest metropolis in the galaxy. It surged magnificently, crowded, thriving, beautiful, drenched in the wealth and inventiveness of 1,000 far-flung cultures, Mecca for all the peoples of Aldebaran's 7 inhabited planets. And its beauty was honest. There were no dark and evil places hidden behind the splendid buildings, no slums, no poverty, no ugliness. The Varda had traveled widely and seen much, and they had learned from others. From a vantage point given to no other people in history, they had studied and compared the inceptions, growths, and collapses of more empires, races, and cultures than a man could count in a year. And the work still went on, under the direction of their best minds, correlating and compiling, examining causes, and evolving from the mass of evidence ways and means to keep the Varda Empire healthy. They had managed well for 1,000 years, and Traherne felt a tremendous admiration for them, laboring as they did under the extra handicap of an essentially inbred society. Their government was elective, and they kept it clean. Their laws were relatively few and simple, and they were obeyed. They oppressed nobody, and saw to it that their non-Varda neighbors benefited heavily from the Varda trade. It's not at all, Edry had told him once, that we're so much more bloody noble than anybody else. Matter of fact, we're probably unrivaled in our basic selfishness. It's good business, you see. Keep everybody as happy as possible, deal as fairly as you can, make 'em all rich, and you don't have troubles, which is bad for trade. The non-Varda races may not love us, but they're not inclined to try getting along without us. As for domestic politics and administrations, it's simple self-preservation to keep them sound. We're not utopians, to use one of your favorite earthly terms. We just try to make sense. Looking at the city, Traherne thought they had done a remarkably good job. Actually, few of the Varda were urbanites. Lerdis was essentially a world of estates, and small communities. The Varda sociologists had not been blind to that final corrosive stage of civilization that Spengler called megalopolis. The city was not a place in which great mobs of people spent their lives. It was a clearinghouse, a warehouse, an office, a factory, devoted entirely to business. The population was chiefly non-Varda, and they only stayed there during their employment. Their homes were on their own worlds. They inhabited the city without being trapped in it. As for Treherne, it seemed to him, that night, that he could spend a lifetime there and never tire of it. The little ships that tramped the narrow planetary roads, set down beside the scornful giants of the star trails, and poured into the metropolis a never-ending tide of visitors, come to touch the fringes of a glory they could never grasp themselves, to revel in alien pleasures and barter for the gems and spices and the spider-woven silks of worlds that they would never see. Most of them were human or nearly so, their skins a variety of tints, their costumes outlandish or sober according to their native custom. Some were not human at all, except in intelligence and pride of bearing. See those black-skinned, hawk-nosed chaps with the bronze wings? Edry's hand guided Treherne's wandering gaze. They're from Suumis, and the three silvery ones over there, with the bright crests and the crimson robes, they're the dominant race on the second world sunward, and proud as Lucifer, for all they've got scales instead of skin. That little bluish fellow is a merchant prince from Zard, the outermost planet. See his diamond caste mark? Treherne saw. He mazed his brain with seeing, with hearing and feeling, the pulse and rush of the city, the kaleidoscopic multitudes, the companies of lordly Varda like peacocks in their jewels and brilliant tunics, the babble of outworld tongues, the drifting sound of music, strange and sweet. From place to place, the four of them drifted, in no hurry, wandering as the mood took them, drinking the dark wine of Antares, the pungent snow-white brew of Fomalhaut, endless wines of many colors from the worlds of many stars. Sharon forgot to sulk. To Treherne, she seemed to float in moonlight and laughter, bewitching and unattainable as a creature seen in dreams. The wine mounted to his head. The excitement, the strangeness, the wild joy of release put a kind of fever in him, and his surroundings lost reality, whirling ever faster and in brighter colors round him, visions painted on a blowing mist. Faces, human, half-human, unhuman, beautiful, grotesque, ludicrous. Carnival masks, reeling, dancing. Varda women, lovely as sin, dressed in 1,000 fashions from 1,000 worlds, smiling with red mouths. Music throbbing, beating, wailing, unknown melodies plucked from unknown strings, passionate, soft, mingling with the smell of wine and perfume and the sharp sea wind. Dancing girls with emerald skins, outlandish beasts that capered with an eerie cleverness, a spinning whirl of pleasure palaces, terraces, gardens, parks, and squares, nameless trees blowing under the triple moons, Sharon's laughing face, Joris flushed and jovial, a gray-polled ox on holiday. Edry? There was something wrong with Edry. Perhaps the wine had given Treherne a sharper insight, or perhaps it was only that the outside stimuli had grown so bewildering that he fled from them at last, unconsciously, by turning to the familiar as personified by his friends. At any rate, he emerged a little from his daze, and realized that while he and Sharon and Joris had been growing gayer, Edry had grown steadily more solemn and withdrawn. Sobriety was not habitual with him, but Treherne had never seen him really drunk. He was drunk now, and he was continuing to drink as though there was not enough wine on Lirdis to fill him, sitting silently, his eyes fixed on some inner distance, a brooding look on his ugly face. Treherne spoke to him, and he answered, but it was only a mechanical reflex, a sound without meaning. They were in a place of trees and crystal columns, with bowers drowned in bloom and the open sky above. Treherne looked at the others. They were happy, without a care in the world. Then he saw Edry's face again, bleak and sad and seeing nothing, and he frowned. He was fond of Edry. It came over him in a rush how fond he was of him. He leaned forward and said, "What is it, Edry? What's wrong?" "He's sober," Joris said. "He needs more wine." He reached over and poured a ruby liquid into Edry's glass. Abruptly, Edry shook his head and pushed the goblet away. He was looking now at something behind Treherne. "No," he said. "I'm going home." "There's no hurry, Edry. Stay a while." It was Carol's voice. Startled, Treherne turned his head and saw him standing there, as though he had been standing for a long time. Now he came forward and sat down with them. Treherne could not tell what he was thinking. He did not like a man whose thoughts he could not even guess at. "Congratulations," Carol said. "I don't believe a word of it, of course, but that history of Treherne was a fine piece of strategy." Joris laughed. "The council believed it. Furthermore, I believe it. Treherne believes it. Even Treherne believes it, don't you, Treherne?" "Of course." "Well, it's done now," Carol said, as though it had ceased to matter. Treherne picked up one of the musky flowers and tossed it into Carol's lap. "Have you forgotten me?" she asked him, with a curious edged sweetness. "I know you. You're a bad loser, and it's no use pretending you're not. Besides, I've seen you this way before. Just what are you meditating in your little mind?" "Nothing at all, but the usual broad speculations on life. Curious what twists and turns it has. Take today. One man escapes banishment, and another, a respected member of our community, incurs it." "Who?" said Joris, peering sharply at Carol as through a fog. "Aaron." There was a small silence. Then Sharon said, "But I met him once. He's nice. You can't send him to Thuvis." "I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. He's one of the Orthis leaders. You didn't know that, did you?" His question was addressed to no one in particular. "We've suspected him for some time, and today he was caught. Odd thing, though. They couldn't find any of his papers." He turned casually to Edry. "Aaron's a friend of yours, isn't he?" "I know him." "Oh, come now, you've known him for years," Edry said nastily. "I've known you for a long time, too. Don't cat and mouse with me, Carol. If you have something to say, say it." Carol shrugged. "I was only thinking that a man can have too many unfortunate friendships." "Does that include me?" said Treherne, getting up. "Oh, the hell with him," said Edry. He lurched to his feet, giving Carol one smoldering look, but it was Treherne he spoke to. "He's a tireless and worthy investigator, a good cop, as you would say on Earth, but he enjoys his work too much. I'm leaving." He walked away, staggering a bit, but holding himself rigidly erect. Treherne watched the solitary figure moving down an avenue of trees, splashed with shadows and golden light. He hesitated, and then followed. Edry stopped when he felt Treherne's hand touch him. He looked at him in a curious way, almost as though he had never seen him before. And now that he was here, Treherne did not know what to say. Rather awkwardly, he asked, "Can I do anything?" "No, thanks. I'm sorry about your friend." "Why should you be? He's an Orthist, a traitor. He deserves to be sent to Thuvis." Remembering the desolate picture he had seen of that world at the end of the galaxy, and his own so narrow escape from it, Treherne shivered. "I don't care. It doesn't seem right to send anybody to rot forever in that boneyard. Besides, I can't see that the Orthists are so bad." Edry reached out and took hold of Treherne's shoulders. "Hate them," he said earnestly. "Hate them with everything you've got." He turned away, and Treherne said with a certain exasperation, "Hate 'em or not, I don't see why they're such a danger." "There was a message, Treherne. Long after Orthis disappeared, one of the life's gifts of his ship was picked up in space. There was nothing in it but a message painted in big letters on the walls. It was addressed to his enemies, and it said, 'You have not destroyed me. The peoples of the galaxy will yet be given the freedom of the stars. You understand? There was still hope from the Orthist point of view. He went on, a drunken man, not talking to Traherne now, but to himself, to the wind and the casual moons and a world that had turned bitter around him. Aaron worked. All his life he worked, like a lot of men before him. He searched the records, the closed files that nobody is allowed to look at, and then they caught him. He never found what he was looking for, but he might have. A little more time, and he might have. He looked up into the sky, the empty sky that stretched away to the rim of the universe. Somewhere out there, Orthus sits in his ship and waits. Waits to be found again. But where? That's it. The question no one has answered in 1,000 years. Where? He turned aside and was abruptly, violently sick. Traherne waited. After Edry muttered, "It's curious, the things a man will say when he's drunk." "I don't know," Traherne said. "I didn't hear anything." "Don't ever hear anything, for your sake as well as mine." He managed to smile. "Thanks. I'm all right now. I'm going on home." He walked away slowly, and Traherne went back to the others. He had sobered up a bit himself, and some of the magic had gone out of the evening. He was worried about Edry. Sharon looked up at him, heavy-eyed. "You were gone so long, Michael." Holding Edry's head. Carol was still there. A sour mood seemed to have come over everyone. Joris sat with his head hanging forward. His eyes were open, staring moodily into the spilled wine, but he was obviously on the verge of passing out. Sharon had torn to bits the pale flowers in her lap, scattering them on the grass. No one was talking. Carol had not touched the wine. He was looking at Sharon, just sitting still and looking at her. Traherne said to him, "You haven't given up, have you?" "No." "He only thinks he hasn't," Sharon said angrily. She rose and stood in front of Carol. "What is it you just can't bear to give up? Me or my 30 ships?" Carol got up. He lifted his hand and slapped her hard across the cheek. There was a second when nobody moved, when Sharon's eyes blazed wider and wider, and then Traherne thrust her aside and moved in. Carol was stony sober, and his reflexes were fast. The next thing Traherne saw, through a ringing haze, was Carol walking away, leaving small, sharp scars in the turf where his heels had cut him. "No," said Sharon, "not this time, Michael. Let him go." His head hurt. The wine was turning on him, and he felt ashamed. He wanted to kill Carol, and he couldn't. Sharon said uneasily, "I'm not mad. That's funny, Michael. I'm not mad at all. I'm scared." "Why?" "Him." She nodded after the dark figure receding among the trees. "He'd never hurt you." "Not directly. It's you I'm thinking of. He won't let you go. He was warning me. He can't let you go, and it isn't only because of me, or his pride. I've left him before, but this is different. You're different. He knows we lied to the council. What can he do?" "You saw him go after Edry." "I don't know, Michael. But be careful. Don't give him even the hint of a chance at you." She shook her head. "I've changed my mind. I'm glad you're going voyaging, and meanwhile, you'd better not see much of Edry." "You love me, Sharon?" "I should think I'd done enough to prove it." "Don't get your back up. I was only wondering. Would you really have gone to the Orthis to help me?" She laughed. "It was a safe threat to make. I knew Joris would never call it." As though the sound of his name had decided him, Joris fell quietly sideways and began to snore. Traherne bent over him, and he thought he saw in the moonlight a curious thing. He thought he saw tears on the old man's cheeks. He decided he must be very drunk indeed. Sharon touched his arm. "Come, Michael." "Where?" "The home of my family, the Silver Tower. There's so little time to be happy in before you go." 2 weeks later, dressed in the black and scarlet of the Vardis spacemen, Traherne left Lirdis behind him for the starship Sarga, outbound for Hercules. End of Chapter 3. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 23rd, 2026. Chapter 10 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Sarga was not like the ship that had brought Traherne from Earth. She was older and shabbier and clumsier, a great lumbering beldam of a ship with enormous capacity for cargo and no space at all for passengers. Officers and crew were cramped into quarters, functionally reduced to the absolute minimum, and there were no such luxuries as lounges and observation domes. But to Traherne she was a thing of beauty, of miracle and wonder. Every dent and scar on her unlovely bulkheads recorded a voyage to a nameless sun. The crammed and odorous vaults of her belly were storehouses of exotic riches. She was outbound for Hercules, and he was part of her. He was no longer merely a hungry onlooker. He belonged. He worshipped her. He saw her first, lying hugely in the dock, her scored and pitted hull plates giving back a dull glint from the sun. He looked up at her, and then around him, at the tremendous clamor of the port, and then he strode down along the walkway, feeling 10 feet high and happy as a kid at a carnival. He reported aboard, was duly checked in, and assigned to quarters in a very small cabin with 4 very narrow bunks, where he good-naturedly allowed himself to be elbowed into the least desirable upper. His cabin mates were all younger than he, but they were veterans, and he was forced to admit that this was his first professional voyage. Traherne, said the dark-haired youngster in lower 2, turning the name over on his tongue and frowning. Funny sort of name. I've heard it somewhere. The copper-haired youngster, the youngest, in upper 1, said, I know. My uncle was talking about him. He's the fellow they found on Earth. Aren't you, Traherne? Yes. The dark-haired youngster whistled. Were you in luck? It was a 1,000,000 to 1 chance you'd ever meet another Varda. What's it like on Earth? I've never been there. It's all right, Traherne said, for Earthmen. The first of the warning bells rang for takeoff. They settled themselves in the padded bunks, and the long, lean, cheerful-looking man in lower 1, whose youth was already overlaid with many kinds of experience, glanced up at Traherne and said, You're not used to this, are you? No. Traherne's belly had contracted suddenly into a hard knot, and his skin was cold with a clammy sweat. The agonies of that first takeoff returned to him full force. He knew this one would not be as bad. Once the adjustment was made, you were all right. Everybody said so. It didn't make any difference. He was scared. The man in lower 1 said quietly, Just take it easy. By the way, my name is Jan, radar crew. Hello. The second warning sounded. Traherne's teeth shut together with a snap, and his jaw muscles stood out in ridges. Redhead in upper 1 said, I'm Perry, no man in the generator room. Traherne grunted. The voice of lower 2, directly beneath him, said, If you fall through, I'll catch you. I'm astrogation computer technician 2nd class, a big, mouth-filling title, but all I do is punch keys. They call me Rohan. Traherne said painfully, On Earth, there was a cardinal. Third warning. Silence. A drawing in, a throb, a quiver, and then a leap. Traherne? Traherne, are you still there? Yes. Crushed, waited, stupefied. But it isn't so bad. It isn't nearly so bad. Not much worse than pulling out of a dive, and she's going up. Oh, God, she's going up! The air shriek died. The soundlessness of space was wrapped around the hull outside, and within there was the soft and mighty beating of that pulse that Traherne remembered, going faster, going higher. A sigh escaped him. and his body relaxed. He smiled. He was where he wanted to be. The long haul out to Hercules was uneventful, and the others found it dull. But for Treherne, every minute of it was charged with magic. He was called up once before the skipper, who looked hard at him and said, "Joris told me to see that you worked. There's more to being a starman than lounging around in your bunk, and you'll be wanting to take examinations for some kind of a rating sooner or later. Here, study these, and in your spare time, learn all you can about the ship." These proved to be texts on the Varda trade laws, manuals on the rules and regulations governing relations with other races, and a history in many microvolumes of the transgalactic expansion of the Varda race in its 1,000 years of existence. He knew that Joris must have supplied the books, and he was glad to get them. The trade codes, like laws anywhere, were pretty dull stuff, and interesting only because of the fantastically broad field they dealt with. The manuals were better, because they were full of references to alien and frequently non-human races, with fascinating glimpses into the damnedest customs and psychologies Treherne had ever heard of. But the history held him spellbound. It began with a foreword on what the Varda had been like in the millenniums before Orthus, when they were simply the people of Lerdis. It seemed to Treherne that they were not too different from the people of Earth. They had had their ages of barbarism and change and growth, and their homogeneity had not been achieved without pain. However, they had achieved it, and at an earlier period in their world culture than that in which his native planet now was. He thought, perhaps, the task had been easier for the Lyrdians, because there were fewer geographic barriers to the free mingling of peoples in their nomadic phase. The oceans were landlocked, and the mountain ranges were broken by traversable passes. No primitive tribe had grown to statehood in even partial isolation, and the cultural streams had flowed strongly in all directions, losing their narrow intensity and broadening out into what eventually became one universal lake. It made for dullness in the world picture, perhaps, because of a sameness in dress and language and custom, but it was steady, and it led to a conception of the individual as a world citizen instead of a nationalist, which cut down rapidly on wars. Scientific progress seemed to have gone on with only normal hitches, without any dark ages to set it back, and at a time when the people of Earth were sunk in their blackest pit of ignorance since the Stone Age. Lerdis had atomic power and established commerce with her neighbor planets, and was building and launching the first starship, which brought the history to its initial chapter, and Orthus. It is difficult for us now to realize what that first epic flight of man between the suns was like. Not as it was now, swift and easy, far outrunning the velocity of light. Science had the techniques even then to build and power the fast ships, but they were useless. Man could not survive the ultra speeds. They had to go as they went between the planets, slowly. 4 generations lived and died within the close confines of that first feeble forerunner of the Varda fleets. Men and women dedicated in themselves and their children to the conquest of the greatest barrier humanity had ever crossed. And they crossed it, slowly, painfully, exposed to all the dangers of unknown radiations and unexplored, uncharted wilderness in its most ultimate sense, exposed to the most terrible loneliness and isolation that living beings had ever endured. They toiled their way to a landing on the world of another star, and then, and this to Treherne seemed the most incredible bravery of all, they took off again for Lerdis, which to this intermediate generation was only a name and a tradition, and which they knew they would never live to see. Orthus was born during this return voyage, 22 years out from the planet he was taught to regard as home. though he had no knowledge of planets, nor of any life except that of the ship that moved apparently forever through the night of deep space. His ears must have been attuned only to that outer silence, his sight to the darkness and the far-off stars, to wind and rain, to sunlight and warm grass, to beasts and birds and the faces of many people. He was a stranger, and a stranger he remained. He could not endure to be planet-bound after living all his life in space. He built his laboratory ship and worked on it, cruising where he wished and almost alone for another 15 years. Then, when he was 37, he announced his discovery, the birth of galactic man, the inception of the Varda. Orthus refused to give to anyone the whole secret of his mutational process, believing that it was too dangerous in inexpert hands. He himself constructed the apparatus and used it, sowing with his own hands the seed of the Varda race that would flower in the next generation. And at that time, he was revered by the people of Lirdis almost as a demigod. But within the next year, the troubles arose that almost split the Lyrdian state and brought Orthus eventually into disgrace. He had given his discovery first to his own people, and now, Traherne read with the most intense interest, trying to pry between the stiff, factual lines for whatever force it was that made men like Edry fly in the face of their own best interests. Orthus had no intention of limiting the Varda race to his own world. He would share his mutational process with the other planets of Aldebaran, and eventually with the star worlds the original expedition had visited, and which were highly civilized. He wished them all to share in the great new future of star travel, they and all races that might be discovered in the galaxy with sufficiently high culture levels to be worthy of it. But when this became known to the embryo Starmen, it started a most violent reaction. All sorts of objections were raised, ranging from the selfish but, to Traherne, quite sensible argument that the Lyrdians had the best right to the mutation, having taken all the chances and done all the work, and therefore they should keep it, at least for a while, to the solemn threat of war on a galactic scale. Remember, said the president of the council, how we helped the more backward worlds of our own solar system to achieve interplanetary flight, and how they repaid us. Remember the wars we have already fought. Let us take thought before we scatter this great power broadcast among the stars. They took thought, and in spite of the impassioned arguments of Orthus and his followers, they would not be hurried into a decision. The situation became so tense that Orthus's laboratory ship was sealed and impounded, and Orthus himself placed under virtual arrest. The battle in the council hall dragged on for years, and from the accounts it seemed to Traherne that those fathers of the Varda-to-be had not acted entirely from a selfish desire to hang on to a good thing. They were faced with a tremendous problem for which there was no precedent. Nothing to go on but their own thoughts and feelings. Some of the council members, the Lyrdian congressmen, were obviously motivated by sheer hard-headed self-interest. But there were others who tried honestly to be just, and justice to their own people came first. They were afraid to share the mutation and the control of it with anyone. They were afraid to throw open all the unknown doors of space onto Aldebaran. The Orthists were defeated. Then came the end, the dramatic fireworks. The Orthist party arranged an escape for their leader. They helped him get his ship away. They saw him off into the dark void beyond the sky, and they thought that after all he would be victorious. But by this time the new Varda race had begun to flourish, and some of them were old enough, just barely, to fly. They went out after Orthus, believing intensely in their own right, as he believed in his. Orthus himself was undoubtedly able to endure ultra speeds, for it was a long and bitter chase. The new young Varda partially disabled his ship, but even so he managed to elude them. There was no ultra-wave radar or radio in those days, and after all, the old man had cut his teeth on the stars. They lost him, and that was the end of Orthus and his ship, all except the message in the drifting life skiff that was picked up more than a century later. And Traherne thought, whether he was right or not, Orthus was the hell and all of a man. He could understand why Orthus had hung on stubbornly all these centuries. Certainly, a more noble dream had never been dreamed. For himself, though, he was rather glad it was only a dream. He liked being a Varda. He liked things the way they were. It had worked pretty well for everybody, and looking back, he could think of an awful lot of people he would have hated to see entrusted with the power to get at their neighbors on other stars. Orthus, that solitary, spaceborne man, had seen only the ideal, the abstraction. The council had extrapolated a reality. He did not discuss the question with anybody. That night, in the pleasure garden, had impressed upon him the fact that the whole subject was unhealthy, and especially for him. The thought of Carol arose sometimes, like a dark shadow in his mind, and linked with it was a gnawing anxiety about Edry, whom he had not seen before he left, not for any reasons of caution which he would have been ashamed of, but because Edry had gone away somewhere and was not to be reached. He had sent Traherne a brief message wishing him luck, and that was all. About Sharon, he thought as little as possible. He didn't want to know what she was doing. He preferred to remember the 2 weeks he had spent at the Silver Tower as ending against a blank wall. He read on in the thundering saga of Varda exploration, opening the starways. He studied his laws and codes, and he studied the ship. His bunkmates were more than willing to show off their knowledge to a greenhorn, particularly one older than themselves. Perry explained to him the inner workings of the purring metal giants that drove the ships, adaptations of the Cosmotron for use as a generator, with centrifuges keyed to ultra-speeds that created the fifth-order rays. Rohan let him punch keys on the computers that did astral mathematics. He was not much interested in those. And Jan taught him how to read the radar screens that functioned not by slow electromagnetic waves, but by rays akin to those that powered the ship, moving far faster than light. He listened in communications to Varda ships talking across the galaxy in thin, ghostly converse by those same super-swift rays. The skipper unbent briefly and allowed him, and this was like realizing an impossible dream, to hold the controls of the Sarga in his hand. Jan did a good bit of tolerant jeering. You're just starting out, and it's still fun. Wait till you're as old in the game as I am. He was 28. I've made 9 voyages into the cluster, and I'm tired of it. All I want is my own ship, which I will let somebody else fly, while I sit comfortably on Lirdis and catch up on my wine and women. Have you any chance of getting one? Asked Traherne. This trip will do it. Rohan let out a loud laugh. Hark at him. Don't let him kid you, Traherne. We do well, but not that well, Jan said seriously. I mean it. Would you mind telling me how? I saved my money, Jan told him virtuously. Then he grinned. Besides, you're forgetting that I spent almost a year on the ground, filling in for some damned Varda factor that died. I didn't waste my time. He turned to Traherne. Wait until we hit that system. I'll show you things you never saw before. Real barbarism. Good people, though. I got along with them fine. I guess, said Traherne, that there are all kinds of worlds in the cluster. Just wait, said Rohan sourly. You'll have a bellyful before you're through. There are beautiful ones, and picturesque ones, and very quaint ones, all right, and some are even civilized. But there's a hell of a lot that are just plain god-awful. You must have guessed that there's a reason for the high pay on this run. The great cluster of Hercules grew from a patch of hazy brilliance, lost in the blaze and crash and thunder of the universe, to a monstrous star swarm, blinding even through a darkened port. A swirling hive of suns, white, red, yellow, peacock blue, and vivid green, booming across the eternal void with the rush and roar of a cosmic avalanche towards some unknown destination, guided by the evil blinking eyes of the Cepheid variables. The Sarga plunged in at last among the edges of the swarm, and Traherne discovered at least one reason why Edry had warned him about the Hercules run. All the globular clusters are bad, Jan told him cheerfully. Omega Centauri, there's another one to break a Starman's heart. A strong ship, a strong captain, and no imagination. That's what it takes for a voyage like this. Traherne was introduced to gravity tides, and for the first time in his life, he knew what real fear was. The generators throbbed incessantly. The Sarga groaned and shrieked in all her iron bones, moving in erratic bursts of speed and sudden breakings, pitching and swerving as she felt her way in through shoals of suns, fighting the complex, ever-shifting gravitational fields. Traherne got the feeling that he was trapped inside a giant football, being battered back and forth between the stars. Jan grinned. It gets worse as you go farther in. It did. Traherne thought it was impossible for any ship to live in those mighty cross-currents of gravitation, as the suns thickened like swarming bees. 40 times a day he was convinced that his end had come, and his only comfort was that the Hercules cluster was a more noble place to die in than any he had seen on Earth. He wore out his emotional potential until he had no more to give, and merely suffered the noises and the violent pitchings as the Sarga rolled doggedly on her way. He had an idea that they must be deep into the heart of the cluster, and was somewhat daunted to learn, when the ship made her first landing, that they were still only on the fringe. He was too far gone to care much. All he wanted then was solid ground under his feet. He emerged from the airlock into the light of a waning star, inexpressibly dim and sad, and looked out over a shadowy plain that glimmered even at midday with the distant glories of other suns, burning unconcerned. The plain was barren, scoured to the underlying rock by the winds that blew across it, dry and withering and cold. But there was a town there, very neat and gay with colors. It made Traherne think of too bright cosmetics on the face of a corpse. The Sarga discharged food and oars and many small luxuries, receiving payment in gems of royal purple mined out of the gray rock by little men with sorrowful eyes. The place began to get on Traherne's nerves. His duties kept him by the ship, checking bills of lading, but he watched the people who came out from the town. They were healthy, well-fed, well-dressed, but their bodies were stunted, and even the children's faces held a sadness that seemed as much a part of them as their skin, seeping into them from the dying sunlight and the dying soil. He saw the way they looked at the great ship and the men who flew in her, and how they glanced then at the hot flaming suns that were beyond their reach. They did not talk much. They only stood and looked. But once a group of children crept close to him, and a small boy asked in the lingua franca of the trade world, "What's it like to fly to the stars?" The Sarga did not stay there long, and Traherne was glad. "Christ," he said to Jan, "those poor kids would break your heart. Couldn't they be moved or something? They're just dying slowly with their world." Jan shook his head. "It's been tried, but it doesn't work. At planetary velocities, even a relatively short hop between stars takes years. And most people just can't take it psychologically. They crack up in all directions, or else they sort of wither and die. Besides, I suppose there's a sort of interstellar ecology. Old worlds die, and new ones are born, and if you start upsetting the normal balance, you'd have every livable planet overrun with more population than it could support." Thinking of the children, Traherne said, "Ecology, hell, they're human beings." Young Perry shrugged. "We all take our chances. You'll get used to it. Anybody know where we touch next?" "It's on the board," Jan said. "A lovely place. Traherne will like it. There aren't any people there at all." Traherne's education into the rights, privileges, and duties of a farther. We're only beginning. The Sarga slowed again, close to a cumulid variable of the most evil aspect, and picked up a planet that turned out to be a worthy child of its parent. Here's where we earn our money, Jan said. Radiation suits, Traherne, full kit. Only the old man is exempt from this. What do we do? Traherne wanted to know. We pick fungus, Rohan told him not joyfully. It makes a particularly fine antibiotic when it's been treated. But meanwhile, don't get it on you. It's poisonous as hell. And be sure your oxygen lines are clear. The air is full of methane. He doesn't care, said Jan. He's still full of the wonder of new worlds. Jeer away, Traherne said equably. I am. End of Chapter 10. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, May 27th, 2026. Chapter 11 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Traherne trailed out with the rest of them, almost the whole ship's company, to gather the weird harvest. The radiation suit he wore was not too heavy in weight. It couldn't be, for men who had to do hard work. A simple coverall of flexible metallic fabric, with a phone-equipped helmet and a separate knapsack oxygen pack that could be quickly replaced when its oxygen was worked out. The world he stood on was like something out of nightmare. Fungi higher than his head grew thickly, like a gruesome travesty of a forest, and in colors ranging from black to crimson and a yellow like spilled brains. The giant star, a sick, mad star, Traherne thought, like all the short-period true variables, brooded in the poisonous sky, past the maximum peak of its brilliance now, but still pouring out its febrile energies in a purplish glare. Traherne grimaced and shook his head. This, he said, is a planet only Weizsäcker could love. Perry's voice came over the helmet phone, curiously thin, but so close at hand that Traherne started. Who's Weizsäcker? An Earthman with a theory. He advanced the idea that most stars have planets. Rohan said incredulously, You mean that anyone ever doubted it? Oh, yes. Matter of fact, the general belief still is that Sol is unique in possessing planets, and that Sol 3, otherwise Earth, is unique in possessing life, particularly intelligent life. Rohan swore, and then he laughed. I never heard of such conceit. I thought you said Earthmen were civilized. Only savages have that wonderful conception of their own importance. Armed with curved knives and big sacks of a thin plasticoid substance, as flexible as cloth, but airtight when it was sealed, the men spread out through the fungoid jungle. They kept more or less together in small groups. Traherne could hear them talking, a confusion of voices over the helmet phone. He talked a lot himself, not about anything in particular, but just talking for the sake of hearing something human. There was a strange and increasingly unpleasant feeling of isolation. Locked up in his armor, breathing artificial air, unable to see much because of the helmet that restricted his field of vision. He moved with difficulty over spongy dust that sucked him down almost to the knees at every step. The light was lurid and hard on the eyes, and the ugly growths grew uglier by the minute, their vivid colors more revolting. It was hard to tell who was near him, with everyone masked out of human semblance by the shapeless suits. He tried to keep close to Jan and the two youngsters, checking them by voice. Don't bother with the big ones, Jan told him. They aren't any good. Here, see the little pretties just coming up? Those are what we want. Traherne looked doubtfully at the size of his sack, and then at the nasty little mushroom-like heads thrusting up from the ground. It'll take a long time to fill this thing. Hours. Might as well dig in. Traherne began patiently to work, bent over double or squattering clumsily along on his knees. The uncleanness of the place began to get on his nerves. Unavoidably, he broke the adult growths from time to time and was showered with sooty black or liverish pink or ugly red and yellow dust, or was enveloped in clouds of spores. He tried to watch the others, but lost track of them now and then. Sometimes they did not answer when he called him. A slow claustrophobia grew on him and had to be fought down. He sweated heavily inside his armor, his muscles tired, and still the huge sack was not filled. The light of the cumulid star began visibly to fade. Treherne looked around. A wall of leprous color closed him in. There was no one in sight. "Jan?" he called. "Perry? Hoy!" That was Perry. "Dull work, isn't it?" "Disgusting. Where's Jan?" "I don't know. Jan? Here, damn it. If you'd pick more and talk less, we'd be out of this pleasure garden sooner." Treherne could not place their positions. They sounded alike, all as though they spoke inside his own helmet. He worked on, hoping to catch sight of someone. The sick sun had worn out its burst of energy and was sinking into exhaustion, dimmer, redder, with the effect of an abnormal sunset. A kind of shadowy dusk crept between the feet of the tall, distorted growths. Treherne began to feel uneasy. He knew it was only the cumulative effect of the surroundings and the prisoning armor. He refused to pay attention to it. But it would not go away. It came in waves, with a prickling of nerve ends and a lifting of the hair. He continued, doggedly, to throw the small fungi into his sack. He wanted to talk now more than ever, but he was afraid to. Afraid that his unreasoning fear would show in his voice and disgrace him. He began to make long swings back and forth, trying to find somebody, but he could not, though he knew they must be close by. He was very hot, but his back turned cold, and trickles of icy moisture ran down it. The unhealthy dusk grew thicker, and the shadows were red. He began to see movement out of the tail of his eye, as though something or someone walked stealthily just out of sight behind the screening growths. "Jan?" "What?" The bodiless, distanceless voice speaking thinly in his ear. "There's no life here, is there? I mean, outside of these stinking mushrooms? Not that anyone knows about. Why?" "Nothing. It was only a trick of the shadows, I guess." "Getting nervy, little earthling. Listen, the hell with you and your smart cracks." "Think nothing of it," Jan said, unabashed. "We all get nervy. I'm almost finished. How about you?" "Pretty soon." "Well, hurry up." Silence. An occasional burst of voices over the helmet phones. Confusing. Jumbled. The men weren't talking so much now. They were tired, and the place oppressed them. Their spirits were going down like the light of the sun, sprawling hugely over half the sky, with the red light running out of it like blood. Treherne watched the shadows constantly, turning uneasily round and about with a blind feeling at his back. His nerves still pricked and rippled and would not be quieted. His sack was nearly full. He thought about the ship, about lights and familiar faces, and getting off the suffocating armor. There was a monstrous fan-shaped growth, glaring crimson in the sinking glow. It was flanked on one side by a bloated puffball colored black, and on the other by a crinkled, convoluted monster, blotched with brown and yellow. It had at its feet a brood of little ones, enough to fill the remaining space in Treherne's sack. He walked toward it, blushing by the blotched and convoluted thing. He felt at his back a sudden tug and a snapping. He turned, floundering in the soft mold with his heavy boots. He turned as fast as he could, but there was no one, nothing. And then it dawned on him what had happened. His oxygen line had been ripped loose. He began to shout. He didn't mind using his breath. He had very little left to use. He shouted in wild panic and began to run, nowhere in particular, butting and stumbling into the fungi, searching desperately for someone to help him before he died. "Where are you?" The voices were clamoring in his helmet. "Where are you?" And he kept screaming, "Here!" as though the word had any meaning, as though they could tell from the sound of his voice whether he was 10 feet or half a mile away. The automatic valve seal had closed at once to prevent the escape of what air there was in the armor, but it was getting hard to breathe. His lungs would exhaust the last of the oxygen in a minute or two, and then he could either suffocate in his armor or rip off his helmet and burn his insides out with the methanated poison this world used for atmosphere. It was a lousy way to die, and he didn't like it, and he couldn't figure out how it had happened. He must have fouled his line on some part of the fungus, that nasty one that looked like a monstrous brain. He must have passed too close to it and got hooked on some tough projection. It was getting dark, and he was sick at his stomach, and his lungs were pumping, laboring, achieving nothing. He tried to yell again and couldn't make it. His knees caved under him, and he fell, almost into the arms of a shapeless but human figure that was saying a lot of things he couldn't understand. He felt himself rolled over. There was a moment when the darkness closed down almost completely, and then a stream of oxygen, pure and fresh, poured into his helmet. The mechanism that had so nearly stopped began to work again, not smoothly, with a good deal of gagging and choking, but working. Somebody's voice penetrated to him, telling him for God's sake not to get sick in his helmet, and he managed to sit up and look around. 2 men were bending over him, and a third stood behind them. He could recognize them through their faceplates. None were his bunkmates. There was somebody else behind him, holding him up. Voices were still clattering inside his helmet, demanding to be answered. He thought he heard Rohan and Perry, but he wasn't sure. "Who's that behind me?" he asked. His own voice came out as though there were hooks on it. His throat hurt. "Who's there?" "Me. Jan. Welcome back, Traherne. I thought for a minute you'd gone over the edge. Damn near it." His tongue felt like a feather bolster. "I don't know what happened. Your airline got snagged," said one of the men helpfully, telling Traherne no news. He grunted and said, "But how? I thought I must have hooked in on one of these ugly brutes, but they break so easily. They toughen up as they age. Look here." The man reached out and took a horny protuberance in his hand. Plenty of resistance, especially if your coupling was not properly tightened. He didn't remember any such protuberances, and the blotched, brain-shaped thing had looked bright and youthful. But he let it drop. He didn't know quite what other answer there could be, and right now he didn't want to think about it anymore. Everything was lost in an overpowering desire to get back to the ship. He started to flounder up onto his feet, and Jan's powerful arm helped him. "Anyway," he said to the men in front of him, "thanks for saving my neck. Thank Jan. He had your airline recoupled by the time we came. You were running right toward us, but you might not have made it if he hadn't found you first." Traherne turned round to face Jan. "Thanks. No trouble at all. I don't say I'd save you out from under the claws of something or other at the risk of my own skin, Traherne, but since this was a simple task, think nothing of it. I was just lucky to find you. And next time, don't stray so far away." He grinned and shoved Traherne forward. "You aren't finished yet. You still have to explain to the old man why you lost your sack." "Oh, God," Traherne muttered, but he didn't turn back. If the skipper wanted that sack, he could go and look for it. For the time being, Traherne was through. The Sarga creaked and groaned and lurched her way deeper and deeper into the cluster, touching like a tramp freighter at this port and that one, wherever there was trading to do and cargo to be had. Only her ports were planets, and her seas were the nighted gulfs between them. The memory on what had happened on the world of the variable star faded out of Traherne's conscious mind, though he sometimes started awake in his bunk with the ghastly feeling of suffocation strong on him from a dream. But the succession of places and peoples, ever shifting, ever new, gave him too much to think about to waste his time brooding over something that was over and done. Insensibly, through habit and association, he was losing all sense of personal strangeness, becoming as thoroughly a Varda as though he had been born on Lirdis. Some of the first fine, childlike glow of wonder wore off. It began to seem the most natural thing in life to go between the stars, as between islands. The interest remained, but the feeling of awe departed. They touched at systems that had a high degree of civilization, where Traherne first saw the Varda factories, vast walled compounds held under treaty, and crammed with warehouses full of goods from all over the galaxy. The system of the compound, the separate landing field, and the Varda factory were universal wherever there was trade enough to warrant them, even on barbarian planets. That's where the fortunes are made, Jan told him and grinned. I know. A few years in a factory and you can retire. Traherne made a mental note of that, though he had no wish to be a factor. The saga moved on. They traded with scaly humanoids under the glare of a blue-white sun. They stripped the worlds of a red giant, leaving cheap gilded trinkets in exchange for rare radioactive minerals, and the small wild people felt themselves enriched. Traherne had been amazed at the persistent recurrence of the humanoid farm, even when the rootstock from which a particular race had evolved was not even remotely human, and Jan had explained to him what every Varda schoolchild was taught in general biology, that the development of the humanoid form, i.e., possessing a recognizable head carried in a vertical or erect posture, 2 lower limbs used for purposes of locomotion, and 2 upper limbs used for manual tasks, rested simply upon the necessity of a species that intended to progress beyond the animal level of intelligence to evolve hands or a workable substitute and free them for use. But human or humanoid, furred, scaled, feathered, or normally integumented, or of whatever color or size or state of social development, one thing was common to all the races of all the worlds. They hated the Varda. It was a hatred based purely on envy, and Traherne became so used to it that he hardly thought about it anymore, except to notice its variation, according to cultures. The aboriginals, who mixed it with a worshipful, superstitious fear of the Varda Star Lords, the barbarians, who would have killed them, except that they were greedy for the luxuries of trade, the civilized folk, who treated them with cold respect and ate their hearts out with jealous longing. The only thing that really bothered Traherne was the children, especially the young boys, who followed the Varda up and down the streets, and as near as they were allowed to the ship, asking over and over the same eternal question: what is it like to fly among the stars? He had almost forgotten Earth, and then they swung in toward the world of a yellow sun, a green world that tore his heart quite suddenly with a rush of memories. He stared out the port at distant fields and trees, and at a city that might have been an earthly city, shorn of its dirt and slums, and spreading along the bank of a mighty river, and he was astonished that he could still feel homesick. Jan looked at him sourly. He was brushing and sprucing up his uniform, and Rohan and Perry were brushing theirs, and none of them looked happy. Looks pretty, doesn't it? Said Jan. Traherne nodded. He was looking at the river and thinking of the Mississippi. His mind was a long way off. Yes, it is pretty, Jan muttered. The climate's fine, the people are civilized, the women are handsome, and I'll even bet the food is good. But we're not allowed to enjoy them. We aren't even, the buzzing signal of the ship's intercom interrupted him, and the captain's face appeared on the small telescreen. This is a warning and a reminder. Here is where we do our trading with our hats in our hands and a humble look. Have you got that? All of you? You are to remain within the trading compound. You are not to fraternize with the natives. You are to show all deference to such members of the Hedarin as you may have contact with, and you are not, under any circumstances, to take offense at anything that may be said by them. In other words, keep your mouths shut until you're forced to open them, and then sing small. Those are orders, and I'll discipline any man that breaks them. The screen went dark. Traherne looked at the others. What kind of a place is this? You heard the old man. It's a place where the Varda apologize for living. Who are the Hedarin? The lawgivers, the wise men, the speakers of the last word. Young Perry gave his shoulders an expressive twist. Creepy beggars, he said. They're parapsychs. End of chapter 11. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 1st, 2026. Chapter 12 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The compound was large and chiefly empty except for an open-sided building, like a fair pavilion, at one end of it. There was no factory, only the compound adjoining a landing field, outside the city. Large crowds were gathered beyond the low walls, much like any crowd on Earth, laughing, pushing, pointing at the ship, sending up an incessant gabble of talk. But the compound had only a few dozen men in it. They were inside the pavilion, waiting, and Traherne was treated to the unusual spectacle of the Varda captain and his officers marching humbly forward to ask permission to trade. "Come a little closer," Jan whispered to him. "See those two tall men in the dun-colored robes sitting at the back? They're Hedderin. Watch." The Varda officers spoke to the two men and received a brief answer. "They give us 2 days," said Rohan. "Generous of them." Traherne looked longingly over the compound wall. There were clumps of trees out there, and it must be coming on to fall, for the leaves were turning. The sky was intensely blue, with a soft haze low on the horizon, and the air was crisp. If you didn't look too closely, it might be Ohio in October, and he wanted to go somewhere and walk alone, remembering. He didn't know why. Earth was behind him, and he did not regret it, but he wanted to go and walk among the turning trees. Instead, he got out lists and manifests and stood by while the trading began. Goods and samples of goods, from trinkets to medicines and light machinery, were brought out of the ship, and the bringing was done by the Varda themselves. Traherne helped, and all the cursing that was done quietly. "Too goddamn proud to supply porters," someone said. "The people wouldn't mind, but the Hedderin think it's debasing, not the physical labor, you understand, but even the appearance of working for us. Me? I'd let 'em rot before I'd trade with 'em. The old man doesn't feel that way, so tail on, will you? This crate is heavy." In the pavilion, the business went briskly. Only the Hedderin, sitting aloof, seemed unfriendly. Their faces gave Traherne a peculiar feeling, rather too small for their massive heads, though not so much as to be deformed. Their features had a sort of iron strength that was almost chilling, as though the mind behind them had overswayed all the weaknesses of the flesh. Their eyes, deep-set and light in color, seemed to look inward, not in the usual foggy, contemplative way of people pondering over their thoughts, but as down a bright, clear vista where nothing was dark or doubtful, where no trivia could exist, no stirrings of emotion, no wayward impulse. They were splendid-looking men. He had to admire them, but there was no thought of liking them. They watched the trading, and Traherne began to notice that every item was offered for their approval before any bargain was struck. Most often it was granted, but now and then there would be a shake of the head and the article was rejected. The merchants might look regretful, but they did not protest. "They swing an awful lot of weight," Traherne said under his breath to Jan. The first officer, a slightly graying man who knew the cluster like his own flower garden, was standing near and heard him. "So would you," he said, "if you could look inside a man's head and see all his thoughts and into his body and trace the course of every gut, simply by using the power of your own mind." Uncomfortable people to have for rulers. They don't rule in that sense. They're the physicians, the judges, the scientists. Purely intellectual, a separate caste. They wouldn't stoop to do anything as physical as ruling. They live entirely in and for the mind. In temporal matters they merely advise. Remembering a certain Dr. Rhine, Traherne asked, "Can they do everything? I mean, teleportation, telekinesis, telepathy, all the tricks?" "They never discussed it with me, but I should think they could do all that and more." "Insolent bastard," said young Perry, scowling. His Varda pride was hurt. Rohan kicked him. "Keep it to yourself, and don't even think too loud." Traherne fidgeted. For the moment there was nothing to do, and he was standing with the others, 6 or 7 of them, waiting. Finally he whispered, "What do we get here that makes it worthwhile?" "Gemstones," said Jan. "Fabulous. And their lapidaries rank as just about the best in the galaxy." He bent his head very close to Traherne's and whispered, "All the same, I agree with Perry. Look at those merchants. Damned if I'd let anybody tell me what I could buy and what I couldn't." The Hedarin were out of earshot, and no whisper could possibly have carried to them over the buzz and chatter of the trading that was going on in front of them. Yet all at once they turned their heads, and Traherne found himself looking straight into the glare of those clear, light eyes. He felt Jan start involuntarily, and then something passed like a cold wind through his mind, touching every hidden corner of it with a casual ease that horrified him, and dropping it immediately after with an unmistakable contempt that enraged him. He shook his head in a futile but instinctive attempt to clear it of the invading presence, and started forward in a blind temper, forgetting orders completely. The first officer grabbed him and whispered fiercely, "Shut up," although he hadn't said anything yet. The cold something winked out of his mind, like a light going off. Out of the corner of his eye he saw the disturbed, astonished faces of his comrades, and he knew that the same thing had happened to them. And then a sudden glance passed between the Hedarin. They rose. One held up his arm and said, "The trading is ended." All sound ceased at once. The merchants stood, disappointed and surprised, looking at the Hedarin, and then out of the uncomfortable silence came the voice of the Varda captain, held rigidly under control. "But you gave us 2 days." "It is ended. Take up what is yours and go." The captain's voice was not now as polite. "I wish to know why. We've kept all the conventions. We gave permission. Now we revoke it." They gestured to the merchants, busy, middle-aged men who looked like all the businessmen Traherne had ever seen. Reluctant, but obedient, they turned away and began to walk out of the pavilion. Somebody, it sounded like the captain, said, "Of all the goddamned, high-handed," and then some other Varda voice shouted to the merchants, "What are you, a bunch of children to be ordered around? Why don't you trade if you want to?" One of the merchants answered, "The Hedarin are wise." "Maybe," said Traherne angrily, "or maybe they just like to show off." He demanded of the men in the dun-colored robes, "What have you got against us?" They did not answer, and Rohan said, laughing, "The same thing all the non-Varda have against us. Also, we're crass, crude traders. We don't think." "You think," said the Hedarin quietly, "and we do not want your thoughts. Among you there is more than baseness. There is murder." Again there was a silence, and this time it had a quality of shock. The Varda looked at one another, and suddenly Traherne's spine turned cold. Shadows under a waning star. An ugly forest, tight around him like a leprous wall, a tug, a snap, and death, unseen and unexplained, but very capable, closing on him like a great dark fist. Murder? Voices, Varda voices, aroused, indignant, challenging. The merchants were leaving, and the Hedarin had stepped down. The Varda were demanding proof. It couldn't be. No one aboard the Sarga had anything against him. It must have been an accident. There was no reason to think it wasn't. "Who is it?" roared the captain. You can't make an accusation like that and then walk out. We have no part in your affairs. You demanded a reason, and it was given. That is all. Murder. It was an ugly word. Treherne wished they hadn't said it. He wished the episode of the airline hadn't happened. It opened the way for so much speculation. It made him apply the threat to himself, when, after all, every member of the crew probably had at least one enemy he wouldn't mind killing. Everybody thought about it at one time or another. He had thought himself about killing Carol, but thinking was one thing, and doing it another. Carol! Could he have hired somebody to see that a certain Earthman did not come back from the Hercules cluster? Say he did. Who? Rohan? Perry? Jan? No, Jan had saved his life, and he couldn't see either of the youngsters in the role of a killer. Somebody else, then. He looked around at the familiar faces. Angry now. Resentful. Who? He could not pick one out. He knew them all. They were his shipmates. They might do a lot of things, but murder? The first officer said a scatological word. You could probe into any man's subconscious mind and find a wish to kill. It doesn't take a parasite to know that. They just wanted an excuse. Yeah, said Jan. To hell with them. Well, let's pick up our traps and go. Treherne thought the first officer was probably right. It was the most comforting explanation. He clung to it. It seemed that if anyone had really wanted to kill, and had tried once, he would have tried again. They'd been to a lot of worlds and done a lot of things. There had been plenty of other chances. Or had there? Who knew what might appeal to a murderer as a good chance? And he couldn't just kill. He had to make it look like an accident. That wouldn't be so easy. Oh, hell, forget it. It was an accident. He did forget it, deliberately, as much as he could. But a certain uneasiness stayed with him, and he dreamed more often of the fungoid forest and the ghastly sensation of breathing without air. He began to want to change. He wouldn't have believed it a few months before, but he was getting sick of the ship, the confinement, the close quarters, the manufactured air, and the palatable but synthetic food. He was not the only one. The most hardened veterans aboard were suffering from the ennui of a long voyage. They looked forward, more and more, to the landings, even on unpleasant worlds, and grumbled because they were so brief. By the time the Sarga reached the system of the Green Star, the terminal point, whence she would start the equally long return voyage, Treherne was so hungry for land that even that lurking unease was thrust out of his mind by the sheer joy of making worldfall. Jan was full of excitement. This is the system I told you about, Treherne. The one where I was a factor so long. I got to know the natives like a brother. He laughed and clapped Treherne on the shoulder. We make a good stop here, and when our work's done, I'll show you some things. The Sarga sat down on a world of emerald heat. Besides the starship, the landing field contained half a dozen battered interplanetary craft, brought out piecemeal by the Vardar and operated by them between the wild planets of the system. The great stockaded factory was one of the largest Treherne had seen, and the strangest. The logs that formed the stockade and made the walls of the warehouses were of crystal, cut from the crystalline forests that covered much of the land. Treherne thought of them as trees and forests simply because they had stems and branches, but they were inorganic, the glittering proliferation of sublimated alien chemicals. They glowed and flashed under the fierce green sun, showing glints of weird color where prism formation broke the light. And also in their shining branches, they netted the many-colored rays of the brighter stars that burned even in the daylight sky. There was a town beyond the factory. It, too, was built of the crystal logs over foundations of black rock sunk in the ooze. Thick vines clambered everywhere. bearing bulbous fruit. Undergrowth, green almost to blackness, stood between the trees. There was a smell of fragrant rottenness, cloying, sweet. Treherne worked his long shifts, moving and sweating through a bath of molten jade. It was a large world and heavy. The gravity dragged at him. The letters of the freight lists swam under his eyes. When his own job was finally finished, he found Rohan and Perry still hard at it. But Jan was through and waiting for him. "Come on with me now," said Jan, and smacked his lips. "Wine, cooled in deep wells, make a new man of you." "A hell of a world," said Treherne. "You should see the others of this system. This is the pick of the lot." They walked through the outer compound, a sort of caravanserai, crowded with folk from the other planets, brought in for the trading. Cold-blooded creatures with crimson eyes, Ophidian princes of the inner world, wrapped in golden mantles against the chill. Slim, furred kings of the outer planets, capped and girdled with precious stones, still and panting in the heat. These and others watched the two tall Varda, thinking their own thoughts. They passed through the gate and out of the factory, wading in soggy mud. The sun was setting in a welter of lurid green, tinged with peacock hues. Treherne looked at the town ahead, the straggling lanes, the crystal huts that crouched in sordid beauty, the encircling forest of ungodly trees. Doubt assailed him. "Perhaps we should stay in the factory. There'll be plenty of wine and more comfort." Jan cursed him good-naturedly. "I told you, I know these people better than I know my own children. Come on, Treherne. There's nothing to do in the factory. Don't you want to see something new?" Treherne did. He was sick of the factory after those long shifts of sweating labor. He shrugged and made sure of the prismed shock tube in his belt. It was customary, when the Varda went abroad on strange worlds, for them to carry a weapon. They were sometimes needed. Jan noticed the gesture and grinned. His own belt holster was empty. "I'd feel safer with one myself," he said, "but these people we're going to see are my friends. They'd be mortally offended if I came armed. A sign I didn't trust them, you see, and then look out." He led the way down the muddy road, and Treherne followed. Night came. The glorious sky of the cluster crashed down on them, sown to bursting with stars as bright as moons. The crystalline trees took on opaline fires. The hut walls glittered. Around the two Varda gathered a crowd of slow-eyed children, silent and solemn, with hides of dusky green. Women watched them from the doorways. Human enough, and pretty enough, too, the younger ones, sleek and olive-colored, wearing bright silks from Lirdis about their hips and baubles in their hair. Jan chattered happily as they went along the winding lanes, telling of his multifarious sins and adventurings, and the clever ways in which he had cheated the factory. The hostile, curious eyes of the women followed them, and now and again a man spat expressively into the mud behind them. They came at last to a hut on the outskirts of the town. Beside it were chained 4 pairs of beasts the size of harriers, milk-white, with dark muzzles and feet, the undulating bodies built light and long for speed. They made shrill barking sounds, and leaped at the strangers, showing hungry fangs. Treherne thought they looked like gigantic weasels, and quite as friendly. "Hounds," said Jan. "Kurat is a hunter. I had a private arrangement with him for skins." He winked hugely and lifted up his voice, shouting in the native tongue, an obvious demand for Kurat to come out and welcome his brother. A lean, hard-muscled man emerged. He wore a loincloth of brilliant blue silk, not very clean, and a necklet of hammered metal. He greeted Jan with glad cries. Treherne smiled inwardly. They were 2 of a kind, the Varda and the hunter, a brace of happy scoundrels. Kurat welcomed him in the lingua franca of the factory towns. A brother of Jan, it seemed, was his brother also. He swept Treherne before him into the hut. There was a numerous family inside. A very old man and woman sat in a corner, doing nothing. Babes and children cluttered the floor. Kurat's hulking wife waded imperturbably among them. A handsome younger woman brought in a great sweating jug and poured from it into Treherne's cup. The wine was cold and bitter. Treherne, draining it, began to forget the heat and his weariness. Then, as he looked up into the young woman's face, he was startled by the hatred in her watching eyes. He said suddenly, "Why do you hate us so?" She laughed metallically. "Is there any world where the Varda are loved?" "Because we are able to fly the stars and you aren't?" "Because we too could have had the stars, and you, Varda, kept us from it." Treherne stared at her, disconcerted by her sudden passion. "But the secret was lost." "Oh, yes, and even on this far world we know how it was lost. All the universe has heard of Ortis, and of how the Varda drove him into the depths of space and destroyed him, because he would have shared his knowledge. And so you are free, and I am chained, and my children after me forever." She turned abruptly away from him. He looked after her, depressed by this new proof of what bitter depths of hostility lay behind the faces of the non-Varda. But Jan took his shoulder. "Kurat has made a kill today, a rare skin. Come outside and look at it. It could be worth a lot of money." Less from interest than to escape his own oppression, Treherne rose. They went out a back way. There was a shed some distance away, where Kurat said the hide was drying. Jan and he chatted in the unfamiliar jargon. Treherne was not much interested in the whole business. It was dark inside the shed. Jan said, "Wait a minute while I make a light." Treherne waited, but not long. The light exploded inside his own skull. He heard Kurat grunt behind him with the exertion of the blow, then laugh. Jan was laughing too. Treherne knew a moment of murderous fury, and then the world of the green star slipped away from under him. When it returned again into his ken, he was sprawled on his face in mud, stripped of his tunic, his jeweled belt, his shocker, and his sandals. The hut of Kurat had vanished, the town with it. He was in the forest, encircled by trees, whose crystal branches glittered under the savage stars. His head hurt violently. He got unsteadily to his feet with only one thought in his mind: the determination to get his hands on his good friend Jan. He took 3 steps in no particular direction, and then stopped, bathed in a sudden icy sweat. In the distance, and not too far away, he heard the high-pitched cry of Kurat's strange hounds. End of chapter 12. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 13 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Treherne's mind cleared with an almost physical wrench. The fumes of the wine left it, and the thick obscurity put there by the blow. The pain stayed, but he could think, he could remember. The world of the cumulid star, the man in the dun-colored robe, saying, "Murder, murder, Jan. Don't thank me. It was Jan that saved you. He had your airline recoupled." Crazy. It couldn't be Jan. It was. He had followed him meekly into a trap and sat there meekly drinking, while Jan and Kurat talked jovially over his head, arranging the details. The cry of the pack was nearer. They would not want his body in the hut or in the town. They would not want it to seem like murder. They would carry him into the forest and then set the hounds after him, leaving the beasts to do the final work. Who could be blamed if a drunken Varda wandered off where he had no business to be and was pulled down by a pack of hounds Jan and Kurat were following the hunt. He wondered why Jan wanted him dead. Jan, the dirty, treacherous son of a bitch. Traherne began to run. Ropey vines that crept and clambered among the crystal trees were like nooses set to catch his feet. He fell and rose and ran again, and the spongy ground gave softly under his feet like sand. It was very hot, and he was heavy with the drag of a heavy world. Behind him, clear and shrill, came the yap, yap, yah of Kurat's weasel hounds, racing over a fresh scent. The crystal branches gleamed and sparkled, tipped with starfire, sharp-tipped like spears. Traherne stopped and tried to break one, and it was like trying to break a bar of steel with his bare hand. He gave it up and fled onward, not knowing where he was or where he was going, only wanting to stay away as long as he could from the lithe white demons that were hunting him. There was a little river, black and warm. He waded upstream in it, splashing to his waist, swimming in the deeper pool. The bitter wine had left him thirsty, and he drank. The water tasted foully of pitch and slime, and he spat it out again, gasping. He heard the voice of the pack change to a querulous whining as they checked by the bank of the stream where he had entered it. He sank down to rest and listened to them casting back and forth. He thought he heard a man's voice shouting, but he could not be sure. He went on again, striking away from the river and into the forest. The great stars were pounding against his head, and his body was leaden with many extra pounds of weight by gravitation. He prayed for a fallen branch, but there was none. He prayed to find the town, and that too was denied him. He ran heavily under the glittering trees, and behind him the hounds burst suddenly into full cry, more distant now, but as chilling to the blood. It would not be long before they overtook him. He measured the trees with an eye to climbing one for refuge. They were glassy and badly shaped, and they were low. He remembered the long whipcord bodies of the weasel-like beasts. He thought they could leap as high as they needed to pull him down. He staggered on, and every time he fell, it was harder to get up again. A terrible rage was on him. Rage against Jan. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair to make a man run for his life on a world where he couldn't run. The cry of the pack came closer. Abruptly, from somewhere ahead of him, rose the challenging voices of other hounds. Traherne stopped. He was caught now between two fires. There was no use in going on. He choked on the acrid gorge of fear that filled his throat and cast about for a weapon, something, anything, to hold in his hands, to kill with, at least a little, before he was torn apart. It came to him that the yelping of the beasts ahead was stationary. It was irritable. They were not hunting. They were chained. Traherne sobbed. He began to run again. There was a clearing. He saw it ahead dimly through the starshine and the trees. He strove to reach it, and the pack cry clamored at his heels. He tripped and pitched headlong, and was almost happy because he had fallen over a tangle of branches left from the breaking and clearing of the crystal trees. He caught one up. It was not long, but it was sharp and heavy. It was better than nothing. He plunged forward with it into the edge of the open space, and there the hounds of Kurat bayed him, swift and undulant, white as frost in the starlight. They came leaping beautifully between the glistening trees. They cried out once, all together, and then they were still as arrows in mid-flight, arching toward him through the air. He set his back against a glassy trunk and swung his broken crystal branch. He struck some of them, but there were fangs set like hot irons in his flesh. There was a hut in the center of the clearing. 4 of the hunting beasts were leashed beside it. They were the ones that had answered Kurat's pack. Now they snarled and screamed and fought their leashes. A man, a woman, and a tall boy came out of the hut. The boy started to run toward Traherne, shouting. The man caught him. He spoke to the boy and made him be still. They stood there, watching. Traherne killed one of the hounds with his crystal club, and one he crippled. The remaining 6 boiled around him, a liquid tangle of bodies, leaping, flowing, slashing with the white knives of their teeth. The blood ran on Traherne's body. He swung, and swung again, and yelled for help to the man and woman who watched stolidly. They did not move. The boy tried to, and the man cuffed him. Treherne uttered a hoarse sound and dropped the branch. One of the brutes had fastened on his wrist. Its weight dragged him to his knees, and he knew that this was the finish, the last of his voyaging among the stars. He tore the strong jaws out of his flesh and swung the brute as a flail in the faces of its mates, and then he could hold it no longer, and the pack closed in. The boy had slunk back into the shadows by the hut wall. Now, suddenly, he reached and slipped the thongs from around the necks of the tethered hounds. They tore across the clearing, over the jagged stumps, and flung themselves upon the pack of Kurat. For a moment, the beasts forgot Treherne. He scrambled free of the snarling tangle and went toward the hut. The man rushed by him, howling. He picked up a branch and began to beat the battling hounds, struggling to separate them. The woman wailed and ran to help him. The boy came to Treherne. He was not much above 16, tall and well-made. He put his arm around Treherne's waist and took him into the hut and sat him down. Treherne was glad to sit. The room reeled and darkened around him. When his sight cleared, the boy had brought cloths and a pungent salve and was binding his cuts. "What is your name?" asked Treherne in the lingua franca. "Torin. You saved my life, Torin. I will not forget it. I would do anything for the Varda." Instead of hate, there was hero worship in this non-Varda face. It was obvious that in the boy's eyes, Treherne was a figure of glory. Treherne was touched. Torin stared at him, his task forgotten, and he asked the question, the old, unchanging question that was always on the lips of boys. What is it like? What is it really like to fly between the stars? Treherne put his hand on the lean young shoulder and lied. It is long and hard and not nearly as adventurous as hunting. I'll wager that you're as good a hunter as your father. Not yet, said Torin. Some day. He bent to his work again. His fingers moved over Treherne's flesh, touching the muscles, spreading the wounds. Gentle with the thick salve, he scowled, brooding over some question of his own. It feels like mine, he said. It bleeds like mine, and here is an old scar, and there will be new ones. It is not a different flesh, made of iron, or some other thing. He sprang up. Look, he cried, I am strong, very strong. See, my flesh is hard like yours. Surely it is not true that only the Varda can fly in the great ships. Surely I am strong enough to go out and see the stars. Treherne could not meet his eager eyes. He said, it takes a different kind of strength. He tried to explain and gave it up. He could only say, I'm sorry. He got up. Will you guide me to the compound, Torin, and think what you would like out of all the things that are there? I can't take my life from you without giving something back, a little gift between friends. Torin whispered, I want to see the ship. Treherne frowned, and in the interval of silence, he heard the noises from the clearing, the whining growl of hounds, and the sudden lifting of human voices. Your parents? No, said Torin. They're still trying to catch our beasts in the forest. Look out and see who has come, Torin. He flattened himself in the corner behind the door. The boy opened it and peered. 2 men, he whispered. A hunter, whose name is Kurat, and a Varda. He drew back and looked at Treherne. They were hunting you? Treherne nodded. His face had tightened and grown cruel. Give me a knife. Torin handed him a skinning blade of crystal chipped to a razor edge. Treherne said, Go and tell them I am dead from the hounds tearing. Tell the Varda to come and help you carry out my body. Torin hesitated, and then he went. Treherne heard him calling across the clearing. The gabble of voices increased, and Jan's familiar laughter sounded. The boy was talking, telling the details of Treherne's dying. Jan strode into the hut. He came confidently. He had nothing to fear. And then Treherne's arm was around his throat, and the point of the knife was biting in under the angle of the jaw. Don't move, said Treherne, and again, don't move. Jan stood still. Blood was running down the side of his neck. You'll cut the vein, he whispered. No deeper, please, no deeper. He had not picked up any weapons on the way. There was none in his belt, none in his hands. Treherne took the point of the knife out of Jan's throat, and then he hit him. Jan fell sprawling on the floor. He started to complain, and Treherne kicked him as hard as he could with his bare foot, twice in the ribs, wanting to hear bone break. Jan's breath came out with a rush. Over his shoulder, Treherne said to wide-eyed in the doorway. "Keep watch, and tell me if anyone comes." "They are busy with the hounds and with talking," the boy said. And then, "Will you kill him?" "I'd enjoy it." Treherne touched Jan again with his foot. "You tried it that other time, too, didn't you? God damn it, answer me! Didn't you?" Coughing, his face against the floor, Jan muttered, "Yes. You crept up behind me, between those growths. You pulled my airline loose, and ducked before I could turn around. You went to a lot of trouble. Why did you save my life?" Jan groaned and retched. "I'm sick." "You'll be sicker." Treherne got him by the hair of the head, standing carefully and watching for any sudden move, and dragged him half erect. "Sit up and talk like a man. Why did you undo all your good work? You could have let me die right there." Jan shook his head. "You were blundering straight into the others. Somebody was going to save you, and I figured it might as well be me. If you had any suspicions, you'd switch them to somebody else. Make it easier next time." His mouth twisted into a parody of a grin. "It did," Treherne said. "You're a hell of a nice guy." His hand moved, and light flickered on the crystal knife. Jan's eyes were drawn to it. "This wasn't my idea," he said. "I was only doing a job. You don't have to kill me." He put an emphasis on the pronoun. "I don't have to. It's whether I want to or not. Whose idea was it, Jan?" "He was going to give me a ship," Jan muttered. "A ship of my own. Any man would do it for a price like that. You'd do it yourself, Treherne. That's just common sense." Treherne said, "Who offered you the ship?" "Carol. You go fight it out with him. I've got nothing against you, Treherne. Carol explained to me that it wasn't murder to put you out of the way, but a service to the whole Varda community, and this was the only way he could do it. But I'm not interested in politics. This was just a business deal for me. One life, one ship. Carol isn't rich. Where was he going to get hold of a ship to give away? I guess he had a deal in mind. Maybe that depended, too, on your not coming back. I don't know. Anyway, I can prove it was Carol. Here, I've got the whole business in writing. I'm no fool. Agent of the council or not, a man's a man." Still talking, still scowling, Jan dug into his tunic pocket. An instant later, an instant too late, Treherne realized that by no possibility would Carol ever put such things in writing. He moved, fast. The shocker came out of Jan's pocket, the weapon he wouldn't carry openly because Kurat would be offended, the weapon he had not left behind in the compound. Treherne hit him just before the business end. The prism cleared the silk cloth of Jan's tunic. He hit him with both hands, and he hadn't exactly forgotten the hunting knife with the razor edge. But he didn't care now. He didn't want to be laid out stunned and senseless by the shock beam, so that Jan could have his ship, and Carol could have Sharon, and the hounds could have their bellies full of meat. He hit him hard, and rolled him over, and rolled over with him. The shocker went skittering away, hitting the wall with a sharp click. Treherne scrambled frantically to get to his feet first, but he didn't need to hurry. Jan was not going to get up any more. The shining haft of the knife was standing out of Jan's chest. It rose and fell a couple of times, and then it stopped. There was not much blood around it. Torrin broke the silence. "Will you kill the other one, too?" He jerked his head toward the door. Beyond it, in the clearing, Kurat was bawling at his yapping hounds. Treherne thought. He thought rapidly and clearly, and that was odd because there was a sickness in his belly and a kind of shaking on him. After a moment, he said, "No, there's a better way." He went and picked up the shocker that had belonged to Jan. Then he leaned over and took the slack of Jan's collar in his free hand and dragged him outside. He was very heavy, and his head lolled back against Treherne's wrist. Kurat turned and came toward the hut. There was a happy look on his face. He was a happy man. He had done a good job for good pay. And then he saw Treherne and the shocker and Jan lying on the ground where Treherne had dropped him. Something queer and ludicrous happened to the face of Kurat. Treherne pointed. "There's a native hunter's knife in his heart. You killed him, Kurat. I saw you do it." Kurat made a sound like something that has stepped into a snare and feels it closing. I didn't. You lie. You know I... You killed a Varda, Traherne said. You were quarreling over the wine, and you put a knife into him. So, that was wrong of you, Kurat. I don't think the other Varda will like it. I would go away if I were you. I would take my hounds and my family and go a long way off into the forest. Kurat stared for a moment into Traherne's eyes. Then he looked at Jan. Then he turned and shouted up his bleeding hounds, saying no word, but shouting with a curious raw edge to his voice, and went with them into the forest, running. He was, Traherne thought, no fool. He knew what Varda vengeance could be, and he knew what his word would be worth against the Varda. He did not think the factory would see Kurat again for many years, and he was glad. Kurat's disappearance would save Traherne many explanations. He did not want to tell to anyone now the truth of how and why Jan had died. He did not want to talk about it except to one man. End of chapter 13. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 14 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Torin's parents came back into the clearing a few minutes later. The woman had 3 hounds leashed, all of them bleeding, and one going on 3 legs. In his hand, by its loose scruff, the man carried the 4th one, dead. He flung it down at Torin's feet. There's your work, he said. 2 of the others will not hunt for days. We will go hungry, because my son is a fool. Then he saw Jan's body, and started back, looking swiftly at Traherne. Kurat killed him, said Traherne. I'll take his body back to the ship. There will not be any trouble. I will help you, Torin said. The man said nothing. He stood running his hard hands nervously up and down on his bare belly, a man oppressed by fate. The woman turned silently away to tie the hounds again. Traherne took off his belt and pried 2 of the jewel stones out of it. They were not of the best, but to these people they were riches. He would have given them Jan's belt, which was more valuable, but he was afraid it would make them trouble when they tried to barter it. He put the 2 stones in the man's palm. Those will pay for your hounds. I'll leave word with the factor that they were not stolen. Just don't do anything till after the ship is gone. He lifted up Jan's body and laid it over his shoulder. Come on, my friend Torin, let's go. He walked out across the clearing, and Torin came with him, pointing out the path. When they were out of hearing, he said to Traherne, I would like it if you could forgive my parents. To me, they are good and kind, but they do not understand the Varda. Perhaps they do, Traherne said, better than you know. It was morning when they reached the compound, a green morning, oppressed with heat. Traherne was ready to drop, and even the boy was weary. Jan had been a heavy burden, shared between them. But all the way he had talked of the great ship. He would accept no other gift but that, to see the ship. And he pleaded so that Traherne had not the heart to refuse him. After all, it was little enough reward for what the boy had done. You will have to wait, though, perhaps a long while. I will have to do much talking about him. I will wait, said Torin, smiling. I have waited all my life. It was the last great day of the trading, and all the Varda were inside the compound, except one man who guarded the Sarga. The hatches were closed. Only the airlock port was open, and the guard sat in front of it, yawning in the heat. He quit yawning when he saw Jan's body. Things were a little confused for Traherne for a while. He talked. and then he patiently endured the tongue-lashing the skipper gave him. It was a rough one, such as a man deserved who would go drinking with a comrade and pass out and let his comrade be killed by natives. But when it was over, there was nothing to do but order Jan buried and go on with the last trading. Treherne was glad that Rohan and Perry were too busy right now to ask questions. When it was all finished, he found Torin and went with him to the airlock port and spoke to the guard. He helped me out there. Maybe he saved my life. I promised him a look around. The guard looked doubtful. It's against the rules. The old man would have my head if he found out. How can he find out? He's busy. Don't worry. I'll see the boy gets clear of the ship. You can look the other way. The guard could not withstand Torin's hungry gaze. He was a family man with sons of his own. Well, all right. Only be sure you get the kid out again. Fast! Treherne saw to it. He showed Torin what he could, from the bridge to the generator rooms, and the boy trod softly as though he were in a holy place, touching, sighing, wondering. Treherne was sorry he had brought him. It was pitiful to see all that longing that could never be fulfilled. He pressed upon Torin what few trinkets from other star worlds he had in his own possession, and then led him out from the ship and stood with the guard, watching the boy go slowly away across the field, looking back, always back, until he was lost behind the compound wall. Poor little beggar, said the guard. Star crazy like all the rest of 'em. Well, he'll get over it. I suppose so, said Treherne, and was glad he would not see Torin again. He found the doctor and had himself patched up, and after that he was busy checking lading. He was dead for sleep, and it seemed an eternity until, toward midnight, the cargo was all aboard and the hatches locked. The Sarga lifted into the starshot sky, and the acceleration built and built to the thrust of the humming generators. Treherne told Rohan and Perry that he was too played out to talk about what had happened, and tumbled into his bunk. He was almost instantly asleep, and almost as instantly awake again. There was a screaming in the ship. They found Torin lying beside the well that led up from the hold. He had made it that far. His skin was already darkened with the subcutaneous hemorrhage, his body twisted and writhing, his face almost unrecognizable, and he screamed and would not stop. Treherne held him and watched him die. It seemed to take a long, long time. It was not a clean death. It was dissolution. Treherne remembered his own torment, and there was nothing he could do. The others watched also with sick white faces. In the end, it was the guard who went to fetch a cloth to wrap the body in, and there were tears on his cheeks. Treherne laid Torin on the sheet. His flesh was not hard anymore. He was no longer straight and well-made. He was not even a dead boy. He was a rag, a shapelessness, an obscenity. It crossed Treherne's mind how nearly he had come to dying that same death. He got up. He returned to his cabin, stripped and scrubbed himself in a kind of frenzy. He kicked his sodden garments into the corridor, stripped and scrubbed himself in a kind of frenzy. He kicked his sodden garments into the corridor for someone else to deal with. He could not touch them again. And all the time he heard Torin's voice crying, "Surely I am strong enough to go out and see the stars." They came a little later and told Treherne that they had found where Torin had hidden himself under the wrappings of a bale to be carried aboard with the cargo. It wasn't your fault, they told him. There was no way you could have seen the boy. Treherne was not comforted. They buried Torin in deep space to drift forever among the sons of Hercules. and Treherne thought of a hut, of a man and a woman who were waiting for their son to come home. He wished that Thorin had listened to the wisdom of his father. The Saga tramped her way onward among the worlds of the cluster. Time and events gave Treherne other things to think about. He was a starman now, tested and hardened, a functioning part of his environment. His horizons were boundless, and the stars had not lost their luster. But somehow, even so, the first fine flush of glory was gone. He remembered the bitterness of the woman who had said, "You are free, and I am chained, and my children after me forever." He remembered the countless young men who hungered, the eyes of children wide with dreams. Each time he saw the new healed scars on his body, he remembered the boy who had dressed those wounds and found the Varda flesh no different than his own, no different from his own. A treachery too subtle for his understanding. Over and over, when he slept, he held Thorin in his arms and watched him die. He told himself that it was all wasted pity. Whatever had been done to Orthus long ago was not his doing. Things were as they were, and there was no help for it. He was one of the lucky ones, and he should be content with that. Most of the time, he was content, but now and again there would come the small, sharp doubts, the creeping sense of guilt. If only Thorin had not come aboard the ship to die. He needed to talk to Edri. He needed to ease his mind, to get things straight with himself, and he knew that Edri would understand. He was glad when they started the long haul back to Lyrdis. He discovered that much as he wanted to see Edri, he wanted even more to see Sharon. He wondered if she had forgotten him by now, or if she would be waiting when he landed. The Saga made her world fall, at last, under the tawny red glare of Aldebaran. Treherne watched the golden planet rush and grow toward the ship. He cheered with the others at the first sight of home, and did not think it odd that he should strain as eagerly as they to see the familiar towers of the city rising out of the mountain-girdled plain. When the freighter found her dock and wallowed into it, Joris was on hand to watch his ship come in. He had been in contact with the Saga by ultrawave radio, and now he boarded her before the ports were fairly open. The skipper had given him good news of the venture, and he was in jovial spirits, clapping shoulders all around, peering at manifests, firing questions, demanding to know how Treherne had acquitted himself. "A good voyage, eh?" he cried. "Too bad about Jan, but any voyage through the cluster is a good one if only one gets killed," Treherne said bitterly. "Someone else did." Joris stared at him, uncomprehending. Oh, not one of the crew. A native boy, crazy to fly to the stars. Crazy to fly the stars. He stowed away. All the light went out of Joris's face, leaving it blank, leaving it bleak. It was a long time before he spoke, and then it was only to make a routine statement about the ship. He seemed to have lost all his joy in it. Treherne was surprised at the impact that those few words about a nameless boy had had on the old man. Joris left soon after. He told Treherne, "I'll see you in a day or so. Meanwhile, I think Sharon is waiting for you at the sector gate." "I'll see you in a day or so. Meanwhile, I think Sharon is waiting for you at the sector gate." He spoke as though his mind were not really on what he was saying. He turned away, then hesitated, and asked, "How old was that boy, Treherne?" "About 16. Joris nodded. He walked away across the apron, as though he carried on his massive shoulders some heavy burden that weighed them down. Treherne signed over his manifests to the port official in charge of unloading and went in search of Sharon. She stood outside the great barred gate, waiting for him, watching for him. She was just as beautiful as he remembered. He said, "You haven't forgotten me, then?" "No. Did you expect me to?" "I wouldn't have been surprised." She laughed. The sweet, familiar laughter spiced with mockery. "You're a wise man." She cocked her head back and studied him. "You've changed. You've got so brown and hard and older. I think I like you even better now. But I'll have to learn to know you all over again." She pulled him toward the long, sleek vehicle that waited. "It will be nice," she said, "this getting acquainted again." The broad road took them northward along the coast, away from the clamoring spaceport and the city. The cliffs rose from the golden sea, wild and forbidding. She asked suddenly, "Where did you get that?" His sleeve had fallen back, and she was looking at the scars on his wrist. "Someone set the hounds on me," Treherne answered indifferently. Then, "By the way, how is Carol?" "I haven't seen him." She glanced at the scars again. "How did he work it?" "How did who work what?" "Oh, stop trying to be subtle. I had a feeling that Carol might arrange something for that voyage. He's not a man who takes his defeats lightly." Treherne told her briefly the story of Jan and the hounds. He finished, "I want to see Carol." "You will," Sharon's eyes sparkled, "and I want to be there when you do." The car swung around a curve, and there on its great crag loomed the silver tower, Sharon's ancestral home, built by generations of Varda men and women who had reached out with strong hands to grasp the stars. For a time, with Sharon, he forgot about Carol and Torin and all the things that preyed upon his mind. He only knew that it was very good to be here. It was evening when he was again reminded of them. They were sitting in the gallery, sipping the sharp, cold wines, and Sharon said, "Are you happy, Michael?" He remembered another time when she had asked that question, the night that Edry had walked away alone down the avenue of trees. He remembered Edry crying out in the dark against injustice, and instantly the old restlessness was back upon him. "Yes," he said, "yes, I'm happy." He turned the wine glass in his hands, brooding. "Sharon, could you get Edry out here? I'd like to see him." He felt her stiffen and draw away, and he thought that she was angry with him. He went on, I didn't mean now. Tomorrow's time enough, but I want to talk to him." "You're fond of Edry, aren't you?" "He was a good friend to me." "Yes, and to me." She was silent for a moment, and then she turned around. "You might as well know now as later. Edry was arrested a month ago." Treherne sprang up. "Arrested?" "Yes. They sentenced him yesterday, exiled to Thuvis for the rest of his natural life." End of chapter 14. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 11th, 2026. Chapter 15 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For a moment, Treherne stood still, like a man stunned. Thuvis, for the rest of his natural life. He remembered that dark, inexpressibly lonely world of a dying sun that Sharon had shown him in the microfilm viewer on the way from Earth. "No," he said, "not Edry. There must be some mistake." Sharon shook her head. "I wish there were, but there isn't. Edry is an orthist, caught, confessed, and convicted. He was unable even to offer a defense. She turned away from him. I don't like it either, but Edry knew what he was doing. He brought this on himself. Treherne asked, what happened? You remember that night in the wine garden, when Carol spoke of a man named Aaron who had been arrested? Yes, he was a friend of Edry's. Well, they couldn't find Aaron's papers. They wanted them very badly. It seemed that Aaron had found some clue to the course of Orth's ship on that last voyage, when it was lost, and had been making calculations. She paused, and then added grimly, Carol got the idea that Edry had those papers. Treherne's yellow eyes took on a peculiarly evil glint. Then Carol was at the bottom of this. Yes, it was his duty as an agent of the council to investigate, and he did, and very cleverly. Well, Edry had the papers all right, and more of his own. Treherne groaned. The idealistic fool! Why wasn't he satisfied to be a Varda himself, without worrying about the rest of the galaxy? Sharon seemed relieved. Then, that's what I said. But knowing your friendship for Edry, I was afraid you'd lose your head when you heard. She went on quickly. I know you'll have a reckoning with Carol over this, and your own score. But you'll have to be careful, since he's a council agent. I can help you. But Sharon's voice faded out of Treherne's hearing, except for that one phrase. Knowing your friendship for Edry? Yes, Edry had been his friend. He was sorry for Edry, but should he let friendship be a chain to drag him back down from all that he had dreamed and desired and finally achieved? No, he would not let himself be trapped by friendship and by pity. He had been merely indulging in emotionalism, to sympathize as he had with the non-Varda people's hunger for star freedom, to remember as he had the hopeless longing in their eyes, to brood as he had over the dying of Torin. A sick, fatal foreboding grew in Treherne as he realized the decision shaping in his mind. He knew that it was shaped by emotion, not by reason, and he felt a savage contempt for his own weakness. He spoke, interrupting Sharon. I'm sorry, Sharon. I was thinking. And I think I've got to try to help Edry. She stopped, looking at him with wide, steady eyes. Then, rapidly, Michael, don't be a fool. He smiled mirthlessly. You've told me that before. I'm telling myself now. But it doesn't work. It seems that I'm determined to be a fool. You're taking it too tragically. After all, Edry's not going to be executed. Remembering Edry's words about the fate of Aaron, Treherne answered, I think he'd almost prefer that. Exiled to a remote star, never to fly again, nothing to do but sit and wait for death. But there's nothing you can do, Michael. He's convicted, sentenced. They're taking him off tonight, so there's an end to it. Treherne rose to his feet. I'm going back to the city, Sharon. For what? I'm going to see if I can get him away. She understood then the full depth and danger of his thinking. She caught him fiercely by the arm. Are you going to throw away everything you've worked so hard to get for nothing? Remember, Edry's a traitor. No matter how good a friend he was to both of us, he's a traitor and deserves his punishment. That's how you feel, is it? Is there any other way I could feel? You know what the Orthists are, as well as I do, he said quietly. I'm not sure I do. Perhaps you'd better tell me. They're destroyers. They want to ruin Leodis, the Varda Empire, everything as it is now. Her passionate voice took in the star trails, the swift ships flying, the Varda pride of race and achievement. Orthis had his laboratory in his ship. The secret of the Varda mutation is there. They want to find that ship. They want to find the secret in it and spread it all across the galaxy. Would it be so terrible, asked Treherne, if others should have the ability to fly the stars? She looked at him as though he had spoken blasphemy. He added, except, of course, that it would wreck the Varda monopoly. That sounds very strange, coming from you, she said bitterly. You, the outsider, who fought so hard to be a part of the monopoly. It looked pretty good to you then, after 33 years of crawling in the mud of earth. I've seen more of it now. I've seen a boy die because of it. I don't think I like it any longer. You don't like it? Her voice was low and passionate. You! And what do you know about it? We earned the right to what we have. We were the first of all the races of the galaxy, to go into interstellar space. And we did it without mutation, without anything. 4 generations that first voyage took. 4 generations of children, born in deep space, in a little ship crawling between the stars. No one else ever did that. No one else ever dared. And as for our wicked monopoly, it keeps the peace of the galaxy. It keeps worlds alive that would have died. It brings wealth and comfort where they never were before. But you don't like it, and so it must be destroyed. She stopped for breath, and then she whispered, Carol was right about letting an outsider in, and I'm ashamed that I have loved you. She turned from him and went swiftly along the gallery. There was a purpose about the way she did it that made Treherne uneasy. He followed her and found her at the visiphone. The screen was already brightening. She looked at him with blazing eyes. I fought once to get you into Leodis. Now I'll undo that mistake. He struck her away from the instrument and closed the switch. She was on him then like a cat, clawing him, calling him mongrel and freak and worse names, raging at his ingratitude. She was hard to hold, but he held her, and she could reach neither the visiphone nor the bell to call her servants. He held her, and she laughed her mocking laugh at him. All right, go on, then. Go and make a fool of yourself, trying to free Edry. See how far you get. And remember that it's bad enough for a Varda born to betray his people, but for you, he held her a moment longer, swallowing his own rage, thinking he could not let her go. The moment he left, she would send out the alarm, denounce him to the council, put an end both to his own freedom and to any remote hope he might have of helping Edry. It took him only a few seconds to decide. In the mood he was in, it was not difficult to strike the necessary, carefully calculated blow. He carried her out to the car in his arms. If any of the servants saw them, it would look very sweet, very romantic, her dark head on his shoulder, her arms around his neck. They would not be able to see that her wrists were tied. He put her down gently in the padded seat. She did not stir. There was the shadow of a bruise already forming on her chin. He got in beside her and sent the car humming down the wide road that led to the city. When he was far enough away from the tower, he stopped. He bound Sharon securely with strips torn from her own garments, taking especial care with the gag. He arranged her on the floor as comfortably as he could, out of sight. Then he drove on and did not stop again until he reached the spaceport. The lights were still on in the office of Joris. Probably he would stay late tonight to oversee the business of taking Edry away in the prison ship. Treherne felt guilty about Joris, almost as though he were betraying his own father. The old man had been good to him. Sharon seemed to be safely unconscious. Treherne left the car where it would be least likely to attract attention, and went into the administration building. He had only the vague beginnings of a plan in his mind, but whatever he did, it would have to start here. The roar and bustle of the spaceport were not diminished by darkness. Some of the Varda officers he knew. They hailed him as he passed them in the corridors, congratulating him on his voyage, asking him when he was going out again. Treherne almost faltered then, thinking what a fool he was, to give up all this for an idle hope, and then he remembered Edry and went on. Edry had done his best for him when he needed it, whether it was foolish or not. It seemed that he could not do less for Edry. The lift took him up to the high room that was like the bridge of a starship that would never fly. Joris was there. He was quite alone. He had been drinking for some time, but he was not drunk. He looked up when Treherne came in, and his eyes were heavy and rimmed with red. "What do you want?" he said. "A favor." "Another time, Treherne, get out. Get the hell out." "Another time won't do." Treherne leaned over the table. "They're taking Edry out for Thuvis tonight. I want to say goodbye to him, Joris, that's all. Just a word before he goes. Tell me what ship it is and where, or if you can't do that, tell me what sector, and I'll see him outside the gate." "That's right," said Joris. "You're a friend of Edry's." He reached for the wine bottle. There was an empty one beside it and another on the floor. "How good a friend, Treherne? That's what I'd like to know. How good a friend?" His bloodshot gaze was sharp and very shrewd. Treherne said angrily, "You know I'm not mixed up with him. You know where I've been." "Yes, I know. You've been watching a young boy die in space. What did you think when you saw that, Treherne? How did you feel?" "Let's not talk about that," said Treherne harshly. "Tell me where I can see Edry and when. That isn't much to ask, Joris. Just a minute to say goodbye." "A boy, 16, whispered Joris. "Full of hope, full of longing, proud of his strength. I ought to hate you, Treherne. You're not even half Varda in the ordinary way, and yet you can fly the stars." He filled his glass again and emptied it. His hands were steady. He was neither drunk nor maudlin, and yet there were tears in his eyes. Treherne saw them and was somehow shocked. It did not seem possible that Joris could weep. "Joris," he said gently, "forget about the boy. Let me see Edry." Again the red-rimmed, leaden gaze locked with his, weighing, measuring. "I like you, Treherne, so I'll tell you again. Get out. Go away. Forget you ever came here." Treherne did not move. Abruptly, Joris picked up the empty bottle and flung it, not at him, but near him. "Get out, you fool! I'm giving you a chance to go." There was nothing to do but obey. Treherne moved toward the door, thinking angrily that he would have to risk the sector map in operations. He stretched out his hand to the latch, and the door opened under it, fast, and he was looking straight into the prism lens of a shock tube, held by a tall spaceport guard. Sharon was beside the guard. The guard said, "Back up." Treherne backed. He looked at Sharon. "I should have clipped you again to make sure." "You should." "I got my feet loose quite easily. This silk is pretty flimsy stuff." She walked past him toward Joris. The guard came in and closed the door, setting his back against it. Joris demanded, "What's all this about?" "I found her out by the gate," the guard said. "She was gagged and her hands were tied." "Treherne," said Sharon to Joris. "He's an orthist. He came here to help Edry escape." "Did he?" said Joris. "Did he now?" He looked at Treherne. "You stand where you are. Don't try anything." He reached into a drawer of the table and covered him with the lens of another tube. "An orthist, eh?" he said softly. He began to laugh. End of chapter 15. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 16 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sharon sat down on the edge of Joris's table. She smiled at Treherne, and in this moment he hated her. He looked from Joris to the guard and back again and did nothing. There was nothing then that he could do. "Would you have believed it of him, Joris?" said Sharon. "Would you have thought that he could turn on us after all we did for him?" Joris leaned back in his chair. "Sharon," he said, "I'm sorry it had to be this way." "Yes," she answered, and then added bitterly, "Carol was right about him after all." Joris said, "That isn't what I mean." Something in his tone made Sharon turn and look at him. He went on, "I'm sorry you got yourself into this. You are only doing what you believe to be right. But so is Traherne. So am I." He dropped his bombshell so quietly that for a moment neither Sharon nor Traherne could quite believe that they had understood him. Sharon got up off the edge of the table. She backed away, her eyes fixed on Joris in horrified incredulity. "You, Joris! You, an Orthist!" Her tone made the words a denial. But Joris nodded and said, "Yes." Abruptly, Traherne laughed. Sharon swung around. "You heard?" she said to the guard. "Arrest Joris!" The guard shook his head and smiled. "Hardly. I'm Joris's man." It was Sharon's turn now to stand like a trapped thing, searching for escape and not finding it. Traherne said, "May I move now?" His voice was a bit shaky with relief. Joris grinned. "I didn't want you throwing yourself around. Somebody might have got hurt. Yes, you can move." Sharon burst out, "I can't understand this. Joris, you, of all people, it's insane." "Perhaps. But I think Traherne would understand." He scowled at his own hands, brooding. And then he said, "It doesn't matter who knows now. I did the forbidden thing. I married a woman of another world, a non-Varda. I had a son. He wanted to fly the stars. He used to beg me to take him aboard my ship. After all, he was my son, half Varda. He thought he could do it. He hid himself away in my cabin, and the Varda blood had not bred true in him." He glanced briefly at Traherne. "He was not quite 18. I never flew another voyage after that." He got up, kicking the empty bottle away. "I guess that was why I first gave Traherne his chance. It seemed to make up in a way for—" He broke off abruptly. "Well, that's over and done with. We have other things to think about, and not much time to do them in. Traherne, you've upset my plans rather badly by fetching in Miss Spitfire here." "It wasn't intentional." He went to Joris. "Is it true, then? You're going to get Edry free?" "I'm going to try. You see, this is a thing I could only do once. I've had to sit here for years, watching more than one good man go out to Thuvis, waiting for the time when I could make my action really count. Now it's here." He turned and glowered at Sharon. "The main question is, what are we going to do with you?" She answered him angrily and without fear. "Whatever you do, you'll live to regret it." Said Joris. "Tie her up again, Traherne." He did so with immense pleasure. This time he used stouter bonds and took extra pains with the knots. Joris paced up and down, thinking hard. "I hate to say this, but there's only one place I know of where there's no danger of being found before we're gone, and that's aboard the ship." The guard said, "There won't be any time to get her off again." "I know it," said Joris grimly. "So it looks as though we'll have an extra passenger." Traherne had finished with the gag. He looked at Sharon. Her eyes burned, and her face was white above the cloth. Joris threw his cloak over her. "Take her down in my private lift," he told the guard. "The sector has already been cleared, so you won't have any trouble there. Get her aboard, and make damn sure she's locked in." The guard nodded. He picked up the cloak-wrapped bundle and put it over his shoulder. The buzzer of the visiphone made a sudden jarring sound. Joris motioned the man to hurry, waited until he was gone before answering. Treherne pressed himself back against the wall, out of range of the screen. Carol's voice said, "Joris, we're bringing Edry down in exactly 15 minutes. Is everything ready?" Joris nodded. "The sector is cleared, the guards are posted, and the ship is ready for takeoff." "Good. There's a good bit of feeling about this business, and we don't want any trouble." "I've seen to it," Joris told him. The screen went dark. "The swine," said Joris. "He's only doing what he believes is right, but he's so bloody smug about it. Agent of the council, bah!" Unexpectedly, he caught Treherne's shoulders in a bear-like grip that nearly broke them. "I'm glad you're with us. Are you armed?" "Yes." "Come on, then. This is the end of my waiting. I'm going back to space, Treherne. I'm going to do the things I knew I'd have to do someday after I watched my son die. Come on, then. Move." They went down in the tiny private lift and out of the building to a guarded sector where the lights burned brightly over silent ships, where there were no swarming mobs of non-Varda workmen, no clatter of machinery and whizzing of busy trams, only the deserted aprons of the great docks and the empty spaces between them. As they went, Joris told Treherne what he had to do. "Only the guards at the gate and the 4 who will pick up Carol's men when they come through belong to me. The others, we hope, will be too far away to interfere, but we'll have no time to linger." "Where is the prison ship?" "I spotted that at the far end of the sector. They'll find its generators shot when they try to follow us. The Orthists are strong among the non-Varda. The mechanics were glad to do that little job for me." Joris spoke briefly to the guards about Treherne. They nodded a welcome. "In about 10 minutes, Joris said. "Is the girl aboard?" "All secure, sir." "Good. Come along, Treherne." He led the way past 2 of the towering docks. By the time they reached the 3rd, they were out of sight and hearing of the gate. In this 3rd dock was a long, rakish starship, lightless and silent, all hatches closed except the port. "The Mirzim, the ship we're taking," said Joris. "A long-distance light trader built for speed. Well, we'll need that. It belongs, by the way, to a good friend of mine. He'll have to collect from the 2 good cargo ships I'm leaving behind." He added, "The crew's waiting inside now. Only a half crew, really. Not many navigators and technicians are dependable Orthists." He stationed Treherne in the shadows, under the corner of the apron. "We'll jump them right here. Try not to kill anyone. As soon as Edry is free, make for the Mirzim." "Right." Treherne settled back into the patch of darkness, hidden from anyone walking past in the areaway. He held his shock tube ready in his hand. Joris was already gone, heading back to the gate. Treherne listened to the sounds of the spaceport. The sharp smell of the sea was in the wind, and in the distance he could see the shining towers of the city. He thought that this was probably the last time he would ever see Lirdis. He knew a stabbing pang of regret, and then, coming from the direction of the gate, he heard the rhythmic tramp of perhaps a dozen men, moving at a brisk pace toward him. He was glad that the wait was no longer. He did not move, but his body quivered, settling itself. There was Joris, walking first with Carol. There were 4 men without uniforms. There was a 5th man, and beside him Edry, with his right wrist linked to the man's left. There were 4 more men without uniforms, then 4 of Joris's guards. The head of the little column passed the corner of the 3rd dock. The 4 guards broke rank and pulled out their shock tubes, aiming the pallid beams at an angle to avoid hitting Edry. Treherne sprang out and joined them. 3 of Carol's men went down on that first assault. 2 were unconscious, but 1 could still use his shocker. Joris had caught Carroll unawares and knocked him down with nothing more than his great hammer of a fist. He pulled out his own weapon then and waded in. A vicious dogfight began, swirling around with Edry as its center. Edry grappled with his guard, and they fell, both struggling, both hampered by the fetters. Both sides quit using the shockers. The fighting was too close for that. A small, blundering, nasty melee of fists and feet, men stumbling over each other, hitting the wrong people in their haste, going down, getting up again, shouting for help, swearing, astonished, furious. Traherne, trying to get to Edry, smashed one man solidly in the face and sent another staggering. Then he was tripped and was kicked as he went down. He found himself sprawling on top of Edry, who grunted and struck at him and then said, "Oh, it's you. The key is in his belt." Traherne chopped down with his fist. The man's head rang on the concrete. He lay still, and Traherne found the key. Then a heavy weight descended on him from behind, grinding his face into the cement. The hand that held the key was pinioned in an iron grip. He thrashed about, trying to unseat his attacker, and in the meantime, Edry had grabbed his hand as well, wrenching and clawing with a single-minded determination to have the key. He got it. Traherne managed to get his knees under him and roll. He saw Carroll's face close to his. In a second, the two men had each other by the throat. They strained together, breast to breast, like two lovers, kicked and tramped by the feet of other men, oblivious. Edry got free and rose. He would have struck Carroll, but Traherne gasped, "No, I'll handle him." Carroll smiled, an anguished baring of the teeth. His thumbs bit hard into Traherne's neck. Traherne let go of Carroll's throat. He bunched his two fists together and struck upward. Carroll's head snapped back, his hands loosened. Traherne tore them away. He threw himself on top of Carroll. He hit him hard in the face until Carroll's head rolled like the head of a dead man. Hands grasped him and tried to drag him away. He shook them off. Carroll moaned and turned on his side. Traherne kicked him with his sandaled feet. "That's for Jan," he grunted. "That's for the hounds, and for Torin." A voice roared at him. "Leave it, damn you, leave it!" A very strong arm thrust him aside. He recognized Joris. There were distant sounds of shouting, coming closer. Carroll's men were down or scattered. Their own men were running for the Mirzim, dragging with them several who were stunned or partly paralyzed. Edry, with a bleeding face, was capering joyously and yelling at him to hurry. Traherne shook his head to clear it. He ran beside Joris, stumbling up the metal stair to the apron. He was the last one through the port. Joris hauled down a lever, and the port closed and locked itself automatically with a squeal of compressed air. Instantly, the lights went on. The great generators jarred to life. Joris strode heavily down the long corridor to the bridge, with Traherne at his heels. There was another man sitting there, but Joris took over the pilot chair. Traherne waited tensely, but Joris did not touch the controls. He merely sat there, inspecting his bruised fists. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Traherne cried. "We've only got a few moments at most." Joris looked at him stolidly. "We've only got one life, too. We can throw it away by starting at the wrong moment and colliding with incoming ships. I know the dispatch schedules. Wait." Traherne waited. He could not hear inside the ship, but he knew that by now alarms must be shrilling all over the spaceport. It was mad to wait. It was craven surrender. Better to run any risk of suicidal collision than to wait, and still Joris waited, an eye cocked on the chronometers, until through the window Traherne saw lights flashing up outside and men running, and then he glimpsed the loom of a great ship slanting down out of the sky, over and past them. Joris grunted, suddenly punched the controls. "Hang on!" The Mirzim went up in a screaming arc that crumpled Traherne to the deck. He clung to a stanchion and prayed that Joris had not lost his skill. He had not. Even the Varda flesh had limits. So did metal and the bones of ships. Joris knew to the fraction exactly how much they could stand. The course had already been calculated. He cleared the system, found his coordinates, then hammered the signal relays to the generator rooms. The whine of the generators rose, and the needle on the acceleration master dial rose with it. Traherne watched with bulging eyes, gasping under the pressure, barely restraining an impulse to scream. The second officer was clutching his chair, his face white. Joris watched the dial. At the precise instant, he punched the relay bars again. The needle ceased to blur in its frantic ascent, climbing now with a decent deliberation. Joris turned around. He looked at his companions and shook with laughter. He had, for the first time since Traherne had known him, the face of a completely happy man. Traherne staggered up. He got out a handkerchief and wiped his face. There was blood on it as well as sweat. "Well," he said, "we're off. But if you don't mind telling me now, Joris, where the devil are we off to?" Said Joris. "This may seem a little peculiar to you, in view of all the circumstances." He roared again with hearty mirth. "I'll tell you, Traherne, we're off to Thuvis." End of chapter 16. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 17 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Traherne stared at Joris. A small trickle of blood ran from his nose down over his lip. He forgot to wipe it away. "You're joking," he said. "Not at all." It was Edry who answered. He had come into the bridge behind Traherne. He cried good-naturedly, "Blast you, Joris! What are you trying to do, kill us all before we get started?" "They'll be after us soon enough," said Joris. "We need all the edge we can get." Traherne demanded, "Why are we going to Thuvis?" "Partly," said Edry soberly, "to rescue the men who are rotting away out there. But chiefly because we must have Aaron. You see, Traherne, he was arrested before he could finish his calculations. When I tried to carry on, I added a good bit of my own material, but the missing factor isn't there. Aaron knows it. He must, or he couldn't have gone as far as he did. Now, if we put our knowledge together," Edry sighed, "it's been a long, long fight. 1,000 years of piecing together lie and legend and hearsay, of hunting down scraps of letters and secret reports, of dredging through tons of irrelevant nonsense in search of one little bit of truth. The Varda authorities of that day suppressed or destroyed all evidence connected with that last voyage of Orthus. They did their work well. Until now, no one has even known in what general sector of the galaxy that last pursuit took place." He brooded. "Yes, a long fight. And if we're wrong, it means the end of hope in our generation. Others will have to begin the search all over again." It seemed a cruel question to ask, but Traherne could not keep from it. "Is there any proof that Orthus's ship still exists at all?" "No. We only know that it was not destroyed at the time that Orthus outran his pursuers and disappeared. For, as I told you, long afterward, one of the life skiffs of his ship was picked up in space with his defiant last message to the galaxy in it." Edry paused and then added, "Do you wonder that we venerate such a man?" "I think," said Traherne slowly, that you have his kind of courage. Maybe, Edry laughed. I do know that I have a most colossal thirst. You didn't forget the wine stores, Joris. The gods forbid! Let's go and drink. Edry took Treherne's arm. And you can tell me a story. Where you came from, and what in hell you're doing here. No, said Treherne without relish. I think I'd better see about Sharon. Edry's jaw dropped. Sharon? Yes, unfortunately, Sharon. He explained rapidly how the unwilling extra passenger had come aboard. Edry said some low, hard words. That isn't going to help matters one little bit. We can hardly leave her on Thuvis, and we can't stop anywhere else. It couldn't be helped, growled Joris. No? Well, I think I'll go with you, Treherne. I don't believe you'd be safe alone. They found her, locked in an officer's cabin, for which, on this short-handed trip, there was no officer. She was still bound and gagged. From the look she gave them, Treherne thought she would have killed them both if she had the power. He freed her. She sat up on the bunk, rubbing her wrists. 2 red marks ran from the corners of her mouth, across her white cheeks, where the gag had rubbed. It gave her a comical expression, like the mask of a clown. There was nothing comical about her eyes. She did not speak. Treherne said awkwardly, Sharon, I'm sorry about all this, but you might as well make the best of it now you're here. Still, she did not speak. She only sat and looked at him. Edry said, Come on, Sharon. A glass of wine will do you good. She ignored him. Silence, and green, deadly eyes fixed on Treherne. He went to her and put his hand on her shoulder. Be reasonable, Sharon. I know how you feel, but none of it was done with intent, and we're all your friends, whether you agree with us or not. He jerked back, but not quite in time. Her claws raked his cheek. He stepped away. She sat motionless and said not one word. Treherne swung on his heel and went out. Edry came after him and locked the door. Perhaps Joris can talk to her, he said. His tone did not hold much hope. Oh, she'll come out of it, said Treherne. Nobody can stay that mad forever. Edry shook his head. I've known her longer than you have. I wouldn't count on it. The intercom boomed over their heads. Joris calling from the bridge. Edry, will you and Treherne step up here? The bad news is starting to come in. Communications was just abaft the bridge. Joris had relinquished the controls to the second and was standing in the cramped space behind the operator, listening intently to the thin metallic voice that came from the ultra-wave receiver. Channel 1, alert. All ships in Sector M29 request radar confirmation on ship believed on course as follows. Port radar base would have got our coordinates at takeoff, of course, said Joris. They're just making sure. Listen, said Edry. The metallic voice finished repeating the coordinates. It went on, all ships will identify immediately when challenged. All ships will identify cruisers, said Edry. Joris frowned. They could man at least one in a hurry. I told you we'd need a head start. He returned to the bridge to inspect the dials and order the generators stepped up. We'll have to reach acceleration peak in half the normal time, or we might as well have stayed on Leirdis. I'm going to see what radar has turned up. Treherne followed along, brooding on the subject of cruisers. The Varda had no warships, being in the enviable position of having no use for them. But the Council maintained a small fleet of armed craft with maximum velocities considerably above those of the slower cargo ships, for the purpose of keeping down occasional outbursts of illegal trading among the Varda themselves, and for protection of their factors on dangerously barbaric worlds. The 3-dimensional radar screens showed the normal number of tiny red sparks. The faster-than-light energy impulses of ship's generators. Joris scanned them with a practiced eye. Nothing to bother us yet? Too early to tell. The sector immediately behind us is too crowded with shipping from the port. He turned to Quorn, the communications officer. Keep a damn sharp lookout astern. Call me the minute you see anything unusual. We can spell you a bit, but you're going to get blasted little relief. Relief was a problem on that voyage. No one got much of it. They had slightly over half the number of men required for a full crew under normal circumstances, and some of them were not trained technicians. Traherne found himself doing one 8-hour trick on the bridge, calling out dial readings, and another in communications. Since obviously there was no sending to be done, he could handle the receiver well enough to get by. Channel 1, which was the official top priority voice of the Varda Council, continued to request and get confirmation of their course. It was not long before Quorn reported that radar showed a red spark astern that seemed to be following their course. Calculating distance by intensity, it was possible to judge the rate of approach. Joris demanded more thrust from the generators, ignoring the shuddering agony of the hull and the equally painful reactions of his men. Until we pick up Aaron, he said, it's got to be cut and run. Thuvis is the first place they'll block off, and anything but a direct course on our part will give them time to do it. They reached their acceleration peak, maximum stress for the fabric of the ship. Joris pushed it over. They prayed. The observation port began to show a thinning star field ahead. Wider and wider, the areas of darkness spread, and the colonies of suns were fewer and more scattered. The red sparks on the radar screens dwindled and faded until only 2 or 3 were left. Lonely traders outbound to these isolated systems. Those and the single spark that brightened always astern. The hours became a lagging monotony of constant watching, constant strain. Numb from lack of sleep, Traherne went mechanically through his duties. Forgot even to worry about what was going to happen. Yesterday was an eon ago. Tomorrow was lost in nothingness. There was only today, and he was tired. It was the same with all of them. Joris seemed neither more nor less exhausted than the rest, and Traherne marveled at the old man's strength. Sharon remained locked in her cabin. She would not speak to anyone, except the youngster who brought her food, and then only to voice a curt thanks. Ahead, the darkness deepened. The main axis of the Milky Way plain was below them. Beyond the isolated systems, they could glimpse the lightless gulf of utter emptiness. Its black blankness afflicted Traherne with a creeping horror. It was like seeing the primal chaos before creation. At last, a dim red sun was centered in the field. It began to grow. The radar screens were empty, save for the one grim following spark that had become almost a flame, ominously bright. Joris made his calculations, and again they prayed. They completed deceleration in a little less than half the normal time. This was the period during which no one ate, and only those who had to remained erect. Thuvis hung in the sky before them in idiot sun, devouring the last of its strength and peering with a dull red eye at the cosmic face of death. It was circled by a single world. We'll have to make it fast, said Joris harshly. You be ready, Edri. The Mirzim landed on an arid tableland swept by bitter winds. Quorn stayed to maintain his tense vigil at the radar screens, but the rest of them went out, glad of solid ground, if only for a few minutes. The wind-driven dust tore at Traherne, cutting into his flesh like tiny cold daggers. The sky was dusky at midday, but there were few stars. Even at night, there would be few stars here. The sullen glare of Thuvis washed the dusty desert world with red, and where a deep ravine cleft the tableland, the shadows clung like clotted blood. Treherne could not think of a place that more resembled hell. Edry had hastened to the lip of the ravine. Treherne followed and looked down. Below the steep sides, below the ugly screes, was a tangle of pallid vegetation, stunted trees and leprous shrubbery, clustered around warm springs that smoked like little fumaroles in the chill air. There was a settlement here, 3 or 4 small plastic structures surrounded by a wall, and outside the wall, a pathetic expanse of tilled land. "They're coming!" cried Edry. "They saw the ship!" A narrow path led steeply up from the ravine. Men were already toiling along it. Treherne counted them. 8, 10, 11 men, the total population of this world of ultimate exile. Edry was shouting. His voice echoed back and forth in the ravine with a hollow booming sound. Other shouts answered him. The men on the path began to run. They slipped and staggered in their haste, clawing their way upward. Treherne could see their white faces strained toward him. He watched them come, gaunt, wind-bitten, hopeless men with the grayness of living death upon them, striving up from that deep, red-lit prison, answering the call of Edry's voice. He saw their eyes, the eyes of men called back suddenly from that terrible numbing of the mind that is worse than clean destruction. Edry threw his arms around the man who came first over the rim. He had not been there as long as the others, and the stamp was not so deep on him. He turned and shouted at his mates to hurry. His beard and his unkempt hair blew in the wind, and his voice was wild. Edry cried to him, "No time for talk now, Aaron. Is that all of you?" It was. The line of bearded scarecrows hastened toward the Mirzim. Ready hands helped them in. The voice of Quorn yelled over the intercom, "They're right on top of us. Hurry it up." Joris had thrust his way forward to the bridge. He was at his station and waiting before the port was closed. "Ready for takeoff. Watch yourselves." His hand reached out for the signal relays, and then Treherne saw it hesitate and fall back. From the opening door of the communications room, another voice spoke, perfectly audible at that short distance, the metallic voice of the receiver. "We have your range. Do not attempt to take off. We have your range. Do not attempt," over Joris's suddenly shrunken shoulders. Through the bridge port, Treherne saw the long, slim shape of a cruiser sweep in toward a landing close beside them. End of chapter 17. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 18 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Carol's face appeared on the small screen. There was no need now for the ultrawave, and the ordinary visiphone unit had been cut in. Edry and Joris confronted him. Treherne stood in the doorway listening. Behind him were the rescued exiles, and black despair was on them all. Carol regarded Edry and Joris with a weary hatred. He seemed to have learned that being an agent of the council had its rough side, but there was no slightest hint of leniency in his tone. "The gun crew has orders to open fire in exactly 15 minutes, he said. "You have that long to clear your ship, bringing with you neither weapons nor personal gear of any sort." He repeated, 15 minutes precisely. Joris looked at him with red and sunken eyes. 20 years of age had come upon him in the last few minutes. He could not seem to bring himself to speak. Edry's hands were clenched so tightly that the fingers were bone white. They moved back and forth, seeking something to strike and not finding it. He, too, had become old. 14 minutes, said Carol without emotion. You're wasting time. Edry turned abruptly and thrust his way blindly past Treherne, who caught and held him in the doorway. Let go, said Edry viciously, and cursed him. That ravine is deep. I can step off into it now as well as later. I won't be taken back. Hold on, said Treherne. A sudden wild hope had come to him. He lifted his voice. Carol! Carol, can you hear me? He was out of visual range of the screen. Yes, Treherne, I hear you. Then listen. Tell your men to hold their fire. We have Sharon aboard. Joris's head came up sharply. Edry stopped fighting, and in the screen, Carol's mirrored face went through the shadings of surprise, shock, then understanding and a wry mirth. You have a quick mind, Treherne, he said, but it won't do. 13 minutes. Go and get her, Edry, said Treherne. His mouth was dry, his body drenched with cold sweat. Edry plunged away into the corridor. Treherne went and stood where Carol could see him. He smiled and wondered if Carol could hear the knocking of his heart against his ribs. Joris stood motionless, waiting. Carol counted off the minutes, and at each count his voice became more strained, his eyes less certain. There were 6 minutes left when Edry came back with Sharon and thrust her in front of the screen. You see, said Treherne, I wasn't lying. Carol forgot to count. He stared at the girl, the strong lines of his face crumbling into indecision. He said her name once. Suddenly, he turned and was gone from the screen. They could hear him shouting somewhere beyond. Hold your fire! Hold your fire! They have a prisoner aboard! Treherne knew then that he had not misjudged the depths of the other's passion, and strangely that knowledge was bitter to him. Carol came into view again, and Sharon cried out, Carol! They're after something more than these Orthist exiles. I think they're... Treherne put his hand over her mouth. It doesn't matter what she thinks. The important thing is her life. How much is it worth to you, Carol? Carol ran his hand nervously over his face and did not answer at once. Treherne kept his palm firmly on Sharon's mouth. Carol shook his head. You wouldn't kill her, Treherne? No, I wouldn't, Treherne answered. But I'm only one, and there are others aboard. 11 men of Thubis who feel that one life is very little to pay for escape from this hellhole. Come on, Carol, how much is Sharon worth to you? You can have her, free, clear, and alive. Carol asked, What do you want? A head start. It won't do you any good. You can't outrun a cruiser. Joris said, We'll take that chance. Again, Carol hesitated. What are your terms? Treherne said, You will allow us to take off, and we'll guarantee to land Sharon safely on the other side of this planet. You will keep your ship here until you receive our message that that has been done. We will both be able to check each other's actions by radar, and if your generators are started before our second takeoff, we'll know it. Carol thought, and then asked sullenly, What assurance have I that you will actually release her? You can take my word for that, Treherne told him. Either that, or blow her to bits with the rest of us. There was another long, tense moment of silence, and then Carol said, All right. He spoke the words as though they had a taste of vitriol on his tongue. Joris was out of communications in one long stride. Carol looked at Sharon and cried, Wait! You must radio your position when you set her down. We will. Treherne flipped the switch. The screen went blank. The throbbing generators took the ship and lifted it and whirled it away, and no gun spoke from the cruiser. Treherne released his grip on Sharon. Reaction and relief had turned his knees to water, so that it was difficult to stand against the lurching of the ship. Sharon turned and looked at him. You're a fool, Michael, she said. But I'll give you this, you are not a coward. He had her locked in her cabin again and went back to the bridge. Joris was scowling at the projection of the microfilm chart of the planet. There, he said, and pointed to a huge emptiness. She'll be safe there until they pick her up. There's no predatory life in these deserts. He glanced up at Traherne. Good man, he said. Me, I was beaten. Traherne gave him a wry smile. Me, I bluffed. From here on, Joris, it's all yours. Where's Edry? Shut in his cabin with Aaron. They know the general sector clear out at the galaxy's edge. Now they're trying to figure out the true course together, and Joris snorted. Course! If I can keep one jump ahead of that cruiser, I'll be satisfied. The Mirzim skimmed over the darkling world of Thubis into the starless night. Traherne sat and brooded, thinking of Sharon, thinking of the two men who were bent over the final calculations of a dream that had balked men for 1,000 years. He thought of what a dream can do to a man, of how far it can lead him away from the good, safe life of common sense to the ultimate voids of creation. He hoped that Edry and Aaron would find what they wanted. He hoped they would live to find it. Coming down, said Joris. Better get Sharon a coverall. It's cold down there. Traherne found a warm coverall in the equipment locker and took it to Sharon's cabin. She put it on, and he saw how her face was shadowed with weariness and strain. She said quietly, Do you still love me, Michael? Her question took him by surprise, and the answer came of itself. Yes, he said, yes, I do. Then we must stop behaving like two angry children and not throw away the life we can have together. He bent his head. I'm sorry you got caught in this. It's as much my fault as yours. I was too quick to lose my temper. I should have stopped to think that the Varda world was so new to you that you had little to judge it by. She was not now the mocking Sharon of old. Her voice was full of a somber passion, a pleading for him to understand. Michael, your motives were good. Loyalty to a friend, reaction against what seemed to you injustice. But surely now you must see how hopeless this all is. I know you're hunting Orthus's ship. You'll never reach it. Carol will run you down. It'll all have been for nothing. It seemed to Traherne that what she said was very likely true. But he only answered, It's too late to think about that now. No, Michael, you can still save yourself. She caught him by the shoulders, her hands urgent on his flesh. Leave the ship with me. Let Carol pick us both up. Traherne smiled mirthlessly. Carol would like that, taking me back to a prison. It doesn't have to be a prison, Sharon exclaimed. You can say you pretended to join Joris and Edry only to save me. I'll back you up, and not Carol nor anyone else can disprove it. You'll walk out free on Lirdis. It crossed his mind that he could do that. It would all fit. It was an out. You won't be letting your friends down either, Sharon insisted. They'll go on without you. You've done all you can for them. She clung to him. Her mouth begged him with a silent language of its own. He took her arms slowly from around him and thrust her back, and she caught her breath at the pain of his grip. No, he said, and again, no, Sharon. She stood back and looked at him steadily. You could go back to the Silver Tower with me, but you won't. And for what? So that peoples you've never met on worlds you'll never see can someday fly the stars? There was a man named Traherne on the world Earth who got his chance to fly the stars, he said. I thought that others should have their chance too. I have to play it out now. She was silent. And then the dropping speed of the ship told them that it was almost over. Traherne took her down to the airlock chamber. They stood there together, not finding anything more to say, and all that had been between them came silently and mocked them with the pain of vanished days. The Mirzim scraped her keel softly on a yielding surface and was still. Traherne opened the port, looking out on the dark, windy desert. Sharon spoke then. A strange beginning for us, Michael, and now an even stranger ending. He held out his hand to help her down, and the pressure of her fingers was like something tearing at his heart. She looked up at him, a small, lonely figure in the vast dark. He thought her lips moved, but the wind came between them and took the words away, and he had none of his own for answer. The warning bell jarred harshly in his ears. He closed the port, and she was gone. Joris's voice roared from the bridge through the intercom. Flatten out, all! This is the only start we'll get on Carol, and I've got to pile it on. The cruel hand of acceleration crushed Treherne down. He lay on the scored plates of the deck, and that last vision of Sharon's white face remained with him, to remind him of all he had and lost. He said her name over and over, in the silence of the empty lock, and his mouth was filled with the bitter taste of dust. The Mirzim leaped through space like a wild thing, driving toward the sector that was the goal of 1,000-year hope and quest, toward the galaxy edge and the shores of outer night. End of chapter 18. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 19 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. They had stepped clear out to the edge of the galaxy, where the fringing stars were lost in the outer void, and the dead sun swept forever through the entombing dark, where even the memory of creation was gone, blotted out by unimaginable time. No delimited frontier was here, but a border region between the swarming star sparks and the black abyss beyond. Treherne tried to remember how long it had been since they had taken off from Thuvis. He couldn't. Time seemed oddly elastic when you lost all the familiar frames of reference. He gave it up. It didn't matter. He peered with aching, bloodshot eyes into the lightless seas that lie beyond the island universes, and tried to remember why he had come here. And that, too, was dim in his mind. Edry was bent over a table that had been set up in the bridge. He no longer looked like Edry. He seemed to have been working for 1,000,000 years. Aaron sat near him. He held his head between his bony hands, a bearded mummy embalmed upright, hardly retaining the semblance of life. There were charts under Edry's hands, endless sheets of calculations and graphs, endless miles of figures. Joris studied them, bending beside Edry. His broad jowls hung down now over his wrinkled collar. His eyes had sunk deep under ridges of bone, peering out as from two shadowed caves. Edry was talking in a voice that came from far away. The words reached Treherne in droning snatches from beyond the fog of weariness. So our only way to locate Orthus' ship was to triangulate its position from two separate bearings on it. One bearing was the course of that life skiff Orthus sent in with his last message, allowing for aberrations caused by the gravitational field of stars. The other bearing was Orthus' course in his last flight. We couldn't get that till I found the part of the Lankar manuscript that Aaron didn't have, Treherne heard someone ask. Who was Lankar? One of Orthus' last pursuers, who left a secret log of the pursuit to ease his guilty conscience. Enough of it survived, Joris said. To hell with Lankar. Get on with it. We had to push the star maps back in time. Galactic motion, star streaming, 1,000,000 complicated problems of relative motion and proper motion, back 500 years, and then another 500, and then correlate them. Handling an almost unlimited number of variables like that It could only be done on the biggest math machines and electronic computers at Leirdis, and that meant it all had to be done secretly, bit by bit. That work's been going on for a long, long time. Edry drew a long breath that was coupled with a racking yawn. The resultant charts indicate an unnamed dark star following an orbit here, outside the main stream of the galaxy. He traced a line with his finger. These charts for the fringing stars are incomplete, as you know. There's nothing to draw anyone out to these God-forsaken regions, and they've never been properly explored. But according to our calculations, that dark star was in the right place 1,000 years ago, and Orthus's life skiff was launched from there. Now, the wheel of the galaxy has turned so, taking the dark star with it. He laid his hand on the crossing of two marked lines on the chart and looked at them. That's our destination, Joris. If we're right, the ship of Orthus is there. If we're wrong, well, somebody else will have to try again in another 1,000 years. He remained standing, silent, his hands braced on the table, too tired to move. Joris rubbed his bleary eyes and began to read the coordinates aloud from the chart. Mechanically, the second officer set up the combination on the finder. Joris moved heavily back to the pilot chair. When the finder clicked off the new course, he set the Mirzim on it. Then he spoke over the intercom to radar. "What's the position of that cruiser?" A croaking voice answered him. He listened and then turned to the others. "Closer," he said. "Always closer." Trahan's mind turned back to its constant, half-waking nightmare. The cruiser, following, hanging on, dogged, persistent, relentless. He lived over, painfully, every maneuver, every trick by which Joris had managed to delay their pursuer, to grasp a little more time, a little more distance. He remembered the last-minute plunge into a dark nebula when the cruiser was almost close enough to range them. He remembered the turning and twisting and doubling inside the blackness of the cloud, where the absorptive cosmic dust fogged the radar. They had lost the cruiser there. They had got clear away, and for a time they had hoped. They had made it to this fringe sector, and then the red spark showed again on the screen, coming closer, always closer. There were times when Trahan forgot the physical fact of the cruiser. A ship of ordinary metal, officered and manned by ordinary Varda spacemen. At such times, it seemed to him that the Mirzim was pursued by a demoniac nemesis striding naked across the plunging gulfs. A nemesis wearing Carol's face, with Carol's hands outstretched to grasp them. Sometimes Sharon's face was there beside Carol's, white, unreadable, a misty cloud that blotted out the stars. The hoarse voice of the radar man croaked at intervals. The ship fled on toward the dark star. Joris finally turned around. The table had been taken out. The charts and the toilsome calculations rolled up and shoved away. Aaron lay on the deck against the after bulkhead, sleeping. He would not leave the bridge until he knew whether or not his life and work had gone for nothing. Edry sat beside him. He was not asleep. Joris said flatly, "It isn't going to work." Edry said nothing. He waited. Joris went on, as though he hated what he was saying, but had to say it. "Look at it. As soon as I start deceleration, the cruiser will begin to cut our lead to nothing, and they're stressed for less deceleration time than I can make without tearing the Mirzim to pieces. What'll happen? They'll be down on us before we can even begin our search." Edry nodded. He leaned back against the bulkhead and closed his eyes. He said, "They know now what we're after. What do you suppose Carol would do if he found the ship of Orthus?" Nobody answered that. There was no need to answer. A heavy silence followed, during which Trahan thought of the messages that had gone out across the galaxy from the cruiser's ultrawave, guarded messages that betrayed by their very sparseness the desperate nature of this mission. Urgent requests for other council cruisers to close up with all speed. But those others were still too far away to matter. Whatever happened would have happened before they could come up. Carol was going to finish this alone. Edry said, "What are we going to do?" Joris rubbed his big hand over his stubbled face and blinked and said, "Our only chance, if Orthus's ship and secret are really there, is to get the ultrawave equipment to it in time for what we planned." He went on slowly. "I think our life skiff could carry that equipment. If we drop the skiff, it could travel on constant velocity for a while before it would have to decelerate. Meanwhile, I could swing the Mirzim on another course, running back along the rim of the galaxy away from the dark star. The cruiser would follow me. Chances are, with their radar concentrated on me to catch my lateral impulse pattern, they wouldn't notice the skiff at all when she started deceleration." He sighed. "They'd catch us, of course, but the Mirzim isn't going to keep on forever. After the beating she's taken, the generators are in bad shape, but we could keep going long enough to give you time." Edry thought it over. "I don't like it," he said, "but it looks as though it's that or nothing." Joris was muttering under his breath about maximum loads and capacity. "The main ultrawave equipment," he said, "and 3 men. The skiff would keep that. We'd keep the auxiliary ultrawave set here, of course. Who can you spare? You'll need all your flight technicians." "He can spare me," said Traherne. "I'm the most non-essential, and I can still stand up if I have to." Joris nodded. "Yes, Quarn has to go to handle the ultrawave, of course, and he can handle the skiff all right. Who else?" "You," said Joris. Edry looked at the sleeping Aaron. "He ought to go instead of me. He's worked it for longer than I have." It was obvious that Aaron was unable to go anywhere, and Edry sighed. He pulled himself erect. "All right, then. Come on, Traherne. We'll start loading." The skiff was contained in a cell of its own, sunk in the side of the Mirzim, a miniature starship with a flight range long enough to give the crew of a disabled ship a chance to reach safety. But there was no use trying to think of safety any longer. Traherne routed out every man that was off station and could stand erect. Following Edry's orders, he stripped the skiff of everything they wouldn't need. Quarn oversaw the removal of the heavy ultrawave radio equipment from the Mirzim and its loading into the skiff. He seemed unnecessarily particular about it. Traherne swore and sweated, but got it done. Then he went back to the bridge with Edry and Quarn. Joris studied his instruments. "Pretty soon," he said. He gave Quarn his flight instructions. "Traherne is still a lubber," he remarked, "but he knows enough by now to give you a hand when you need it." Edry said, "Surrender as soon as you're challenged, Joris." Joris laughed, a pallid ghost of his old loud roar. "I will. Right now, I'm too tired to die." He glanced again at the instruments. "Time to go." They looked at each other, these fatigued, drunken, red-eyed men whom a dream had dragged to the edge of the universe, and could find nothing to say in this moment of their parting. "Good luck," muttered Edry then, and turned away. "You're the ones who are going to need it," Joris called after them. Traherne went through after Quarn and Edry into the skiff. They sealed off, and then Quarn took the controls and waited, watching his chronometer. His hand grasped loosely about a red switch marked release. He closed the switch. There was a squeal and grind of machinery, a sense of super-swift forces at work as the complicated releasing gear did its work. An instant of extreme pressure, and the skiff had left the Mirzim. They could see nothing, but they knew that skiff and ship had already diverged far apart at their unthinkable speeds. Quorn watched his instruments while Treherne and Edry sat looking at nothing, afraid to sleep lest they should not be able to wake again. They sat and swayed and waited until presently Quorn started his forward generator and began deceleration. Treherne lost track of things. Part of the following time he was unconscious, or nearly so. The rest of it he observed as in a confused dream. He thought of how he had once been wildly eager for starflight. But he managed to do the things that Quorn required of him. The port cleared. It had no adapter, and functioned as a port only at visual speeds. Now, ahead of them, Treherne could see a huge bulk of darkness against the outer dark, illumined only faintly by the galactic light. "There it is," said Edry, "the dark star." His voice shook a little. They swept closer, still slowing down. "It has a planet," said Quorn. "There, catching the starshine." "Two," said Treherne. "I see two." Two dimly gleaming bodies, dead worlds clinging to a long-dead sun, out here at Galaxy Edge. The glow of the Milky Way touched them, the ghostly glow of candles that awake, and only emphasized their drear darksomeness and lonesomeness. Edry whispered, "Well, try the outer planet first. Give me a hand, Treherne." They crawled aft, between the crowded banks of equipment, to a detector that had come from the Mirzim's hold. Edry fumbled at it. "In Orthus's day, they used radioactive fuel, of course," Edry mumbled. "We calculated its half-life. Even supposing his bunkers were nearly empty, there should be enough left to register on this counter. A teacupful would do it." Treherne helped Edry adjust the shielding apparatus on the mechanism until the needle was still. "What about natural radioactive deposits on the planets themselves?" he asked. "We get a break there. Too old. The last radioactive element will have practically died out millions of years ago." He raised his voice. "Keep the skiff as low as you dare, Quorn. The counter has a wide sweep. Take it slow." He crouched over the telltale needle. Treherne moved forward again. The planet was small, less than 2,000 miles in diameter. Between the intense gloom and the motion of the skiff, he could see nothing but a black, featureless desolation, rifted here and there with white that he took to be the frozen remains of an atmosphere. He thought what it would be like to land there, and shivered. They quartered and swept the planet carefully. The telltale needle of the counter remained motionless. Edry said heavily, "We'll go on. Pray we find it on the other planet. Pray Orthus didn't come down on the dark star. It would take forever to find him there." Quorn fed in power and cleared away. The port dimmed again, and Edry moaned. "He's about out," Quorn said. "Looks like whatever is done will have to do the most of it." The second world was larger than the first by 3 times or more. It was not content to be featureless. It thrust up gnawed and shattered ranges, stripped bones of mountains, sheathed in frozen gases. It showed forth dreary plains coated white with congealed air, glistening faintly in the light of the great galactic wheel. It turned toward the watchers, the naked beds of its vanished oceans, sucked dry to the deepest gulf. It displayed the scars of its long dying, the brutal wounds of internal explosion, the riven gashes of a shrinking crust. A hideous world that seemed to remember beauty still, and to resent the cruelty of death. Edry whispered, "Pray, pray that the damned thing moves." Instead of doing so, he cursed the needle that it did not stir. "Keep going," said Treherne. They kept going. The needle quivered. Edry let out a hoarse cry. "Easy! Easy!" Tears began to run down his cheeks. He sobbed. The needle was still again. "Circle!" Treherne shouted to Quorn. "Circle till we get it centered." He ran his tongue over his lips and tasted salt and wondered how it got there. Quorn swung the skiff around in a tightening spiral until Edry said, "Now, let her down." He scrambled forward, thrusting his face against the port, trying to see. Quorn switched on a landing light. The blue-white blaze lit up a circular area below. The light intensely bright, the shadows intensely black. Its beam went sharply down. They followed it. It was as though the skiff were poised on that pillar of light, sinking downward. They were above a planetary surface, racked and tortured by final diastrophism. Towering miles high, loomed a mighty cliff of riven rock. In front of it a chasm yawned, and beyond the chasm a drear and tumbled landscape stretched dim under the great sword of the galaxy. They started down along the face of the titanic cliff. Looking at the chasm at its base, Traherne began to get uneasy. "There's no ship here," he said. "The counter must have picked up some last radiation from deep down in that chasm." Quorn agreed with him, but Edry said, "No, keep going." Traherne could feel him tremble. They went on down the face of the giant, looming wall. Traherne pointed suddenly. "Isn't that a ledge?" The hard, bright edge of the beam cut across a shelf of rock that jutted out halfway down the cliff. Quorn swung the skiff in closer. Something on the ledge glistened dully under the light. Quorn let the skiff drop with a sickening rush. Detail sprang clear. Shattered rock, ancient magma, puddles of frozen air in the hollows, and among them an ovoid shape, symmetrical, smooth, giving back a metallic glint. Edry said the name of Orthus, as though it were a prayer. End of chapter 19. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 5th, 2026. Chapter 20 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Quorn had set the skiff down on the ledge. They had scrambled into pressure suits. They had forgotten that they were already three-quarters dead. Awkward in the clumsy armor, stumbling on the jagged rock, slipping on the patches of frozen air, they clawed their way toward the gold they had crossed a galaxy and gambled their lives to find. Above them, the ghastly cliff leaned outward against nothingness. Below them, the abyss plunged down into the dead heart of a world. Beyond them was a spreading desolation, and in the black sky, the awful rim of the galaxy lay like a blazing sword of light. Traherne was aware of the silence. He had never been on an airless world before. He felt the impact as his metal boot struck against a shard of rock, but it made no sound. All he could hear was the harsh breathing of Quorn and Edry, transmitted to him by the helmet audio. The ship of Orthus loomed before them, lightless, lifeless, cradled in the ashes of destruction. It had a look of patience. It had lain here for 1,000 years, untouched by time or rust, entombed in silence and the endless night, eternal as the dead suns that rove forever in uncorrupting space. It seemed that it could wait until the end of the universe, cherishing its trust. Awe came upon Traherne, and with it a kind of fear. They found the lock port. It stood wide open, the valves still clean and shining. There could be no corrosion here, with every atom of air and moisture frozen in the purifying cold. The light of Traherne's belt lamp showed him, on the floor of the lock chamber, the scored marks of a man's boot. They might have been made only yesterday. The three men paused outside that open port. They looked at each other through the glassite plates of their helmets. and their faces were strange. Then Treherne stepped aside, and Quarn also. Edry bent his head. He moved forward to the port. Slowly, without sound, he clambered into the ship of Orthus. The others were close behind him. Their belt lamps cut hard slashes of light across the airless dark. They passed through the lock chamber and came into a corridor running fore and aft. It was utterly still. The heavy drag of their boots on the metal deck made not the slightest sound. It was like walking in a fever dream, and the deadness of the ship, the black, inert, unstirring deadness, was more oppressive than the desolation in which it lay. The rocks and cliffs had never moved. They had never been built by the hands of men. No thought or hope had ever entered into them. Treherne's skin crept in little waves of cold. He could hear the beating of his own blood in his ears, the dull throbbing of his own heart. He moved with the others, lonely figures in a tomb, and he started like a child, every shape the light picked out. The whole after section of the ship was a laboratory. Much of the delicate equipment was shattered, either by speed vibration or a hard landing. Treherne could make nothing of the tortured mass of metal and splintered crystal. But Quarn said, very softly, he was studying interstellar radiation. Most of that stuff is beyond me, but I can see that much. One section of the laboratory contained a complicated mass of coils and prisms and intricate banks of reflectors arranged around what must have been a great central tube. There was a small platform at the focal point of the mechanism, fitted with straps. Along one bulkhead was a stack of metal cages for experimental animals. Several of the little creatures were still there. They had died, the quick death of airlessness and cold, but their bodies were still perfect. They had, then, survived the voyage. The ultra speeds of interstellar flight had not harmed them. The men searched for a time among the wreckage, and then Edry said, "There's nothing for us here. No good trying to figure out the apparatus. They couldn't do that in all the years they had the ship impounded, when it was all in shape. Most of it Orthus designed and built himself." Treherne looked again at the small furry bodies in the cages, lying as though in sleep. Somehow they made the betrayal of Orthus doubly cruel, that even beasts could be given the freedom of the stars, that so many generations of the races of so many worlds had been denied. They went into the corridor, retracing their steps, and passed on forward. They found the living quarters, small and spare and monastically neat. The coverings of the bunk were rumpled, and the pillow still retained the hollow where a man's head had lain. Treherne shivered. Presently they went on to the bridge. Treherne realized then what an act of heroism it had been to push this antique ship to the limits of the galaxy and beyond. The instruments were so few and rudimentary, the system of controls so crude. There was a locking device, a primitive iron mic that could keep the ship on its course without human attention, and he thought that only that had made Orthus's lonely flight possible. But the science of starcraft had come a long way since then. Quarn's voice, held to a whisper as one speaks in a church, reached him on the helmet phone. "It's incredible. The ship wasn't even built for voyaging. It was a spatial laboratory. It's a wonder it survived at all." Edry drew a long breath, with a quiver in it, like a sob. "We still haven't found what we're looking for. Do you suppose it isn't here? Do you suppose that, after all—" He didn't finish. They began to search again. It was Treherne who found the door in the after bulkhead of the bridge. He pushed it open and looked through into the cabin beyond. The beam of his belt lamp speared brightly into the immemorial dark. Involuntarily, he screamed. Quarn and Edry ran to him. He was clinging to the bulkhead. Cold sweat poured down his face, and his eyes were wide and wild. They looked past him, over his shoulder. The cabin was small. It was fitted as a library, crammed with metal cases of books, some of them microtape volumes of an ancient type, some of them thick, ragged notebooks. The knife-sharp light beams picked them out in brilliant highlight and black shadow. There was a great table bolted down, and on the table was a metal box. A man's hand rested there, the fingers open, curled slightly over the edge of the box, protectively, possessively, as though it were something loved and precious. "Oh, God," whispered Corn, "look at him." He sat in a metal chair behind the table. His head was lifted, looking toward the port in the outer wall that showed the black sky slashed across with the mighty fires of the galaxy. The hard light showed him clearly. He was an old man. The years of his life had been many and unkind. They had shaped his face as though from iron, gouging the lines deep, hammering the ridges hard, driving out all traces of youth and hope, and whatever laughter there might have been, to forge a mask of bitter anger and reproach, and, in the end, despair. It seemed to Traherne that he could read a whole life history in that face, caught forever in the moment of death, when surely the man was crying out upon whatever gods he worshipped, demanding, "Why?" Edry began suddenly to laugh. "Orthis, it's Orthis. He's been here waiting for us to come in." Corn raised a hand in its heavy gauntlet and struck Edry's helmet, so that Traherne could hear the ringing in his own audio. "Shut up, damn you, Edry! Shut up!" Edry stopped laughing. After a moment he said, "For a moment, I thought." Traherne muttered, "So did I." Here, in the airless, utter cold, death held no decay, no change. But there was more to it than the lack of physical corruption. The fire in this man had burned so deep that even death could not erase its scars. Where the lamp beams caught them, his open eyes seemed still to glow with the unforgotten embers. For a long time, the three men stood, not moving, grouped in the doorway. Traherne said once, "I think he wanted whoever found him to look inside that box there under his hand. Orthis' life work, the future of the galaxy, held in a little box. They knew it. But still, they were not quite ready to go in and take away from Orthis the thing that he had kept so long. And it was strange, Traherne thought, that in this moment, when their emotions ought to be at the highest pitch, when they should be feeling most poignantly the weight of all the centuries of sacrifice and struggle that had led them here, and what it was all going to mean, they were too tired to feel anything very much, only the edges of awe and an instinctive reluctance to approach the dead. He wanted to get away from this funeral ship. Finally, he wanted it so much that he went in and tried to move Orthis' hand from off the box. The arm was frozen, rigid as a steel bar, and he gave it up, working the box carefully out from under the icy fingers, in horror lest they break. The others had come slowly in beside him. The box was not locked. He lifted up the lid, and the lamplight showed a notebook bound in cloth. On top of it lay a loose sheet of paper with a few angular lines of writing. Edry picked it up very clumsily in his armored hands and held it to the light, reading aloud in a queer, flat voice, "I have clung to life this much longer." Edry stopped and coughed and started over, and Traherne thought that Orthis listened. "I have clung to life this much longer to write down for the first time all my formulae, complete and simplified so that they can be understood and used. In them lies the freedom of the stars. I, the first of the star-born, was rejected by the greed and fear of the planet-born. But it will not always be so. I shall not see what comes. My ship has already flown too far. I have little fuel, and I am old. Therefore, I have set the airlock control, and in a few minutes it will open. A swift death, and better than a slow one as the air pumps fail. After that, I shall wait. What I dreamed will never be forgotten. Some day there will come others who believe, as I have always believed, that the stars are for all men. Edry fell silent, and Corn said, he watched the galaxy for 1,000 years and waited. Treherne forced himself to move, to break the spell. Unless we hurry, it will not have done him any good. He reached out and took the box and shut it and thrust it into Edry's hands. Come on, Edry. Do you hear me? Come on, we haven't got much time. Edry looked at the box and then at Orthus, who had had 1,000 years of time. Then he turned and went out, and Corn went after him, and Treherne, down the dark corridor and out of the silent ship. Treherne looked up at the flaming river of stars in the sky, and thought what a mighty dream the first of the star-born men had carried with him into the long night. A sudden panic of haste came over him. Orthus had given them this trust, literally with his own hand. If they failed now because they were too slow, too worn out now, at the last, to do what needed to be done, he began to run toward the skiff, shouting at the others, urging them on, harrying them until they ran too, staggering over the blasted rock. He pushed them inside, a little crazy now himself, talking incessantly about the need for haste. Corn took off from the ledge. They did not want to be near the ship of Orthus when they did what they were going to do. He sent the light craft racing across the dead world, searching for a place to land. Hurry, said Treherne. Got to hurry. Corn cursed him savagely. I'm doing all I can. Shut up and listen, both of you. Keep your pressure suits on and your helmets ready. Treherne stopped talking. He sat, holding his hands tight between his knees, shaking all over. Edry was bent over the notebook from the metal box, reading. It's all here, he said. His voice was hoarse with weariness, with emotion he was too numb to feel. The equations, the formulae, the instructions for constructing the equipment, the instructions for using it. I don't understand them, but others will. He looked at Treherne with red-rimmed eyes. Orthus has a forward here. He was the first of the star-born. The mutation began spontaneously on that first long voyage. The constant vibration of speed, not speed as we know it now, but more than the human body was used to, speed approaching the velocity of light, and the impact of interstellar radiation on the living cell. That's what did it. Orthus was the end product of 4 generations of breeding under those conditions. He was nature's first attempt to create galactic man, to readjust the human body to meet new needs. And the thing he labored on so long was the reduction of that long natural process to a workable formula that could accomplish the change in 1 generation instead of 4. God, I'm so tired. I'm repeating this stuff like a parrot from Orthus's own words. What you do, of course, is alter the germplasm of both parents before conception takes place. And anyway, it's all here. Corn said suddenly, this place looks as good as any. At least it'll give us a little more cover. He took the skiff down carefully toward the flat bed of an ancient watercourse. The channel was filled now with frozen air, but in bygone ages it had gouged a deep canyon in the rock, leaving eroded holes and overhangs. Corn worked the skiff into one of those washed-out places under the canyon wall. Edry was going over his book again, making sure, dazed with the hypnosis of exhaustion and the need to be right. He did not dare to fumble or read a single figure wrong. There wouldn't be any time for corrections or recheckings. The weight of the responsibility was so heavy on him that he seemed to be physically shrinking under it. His lips moved constantly. Traherne did not envy him his job. Quorn grunted at him, and they went aft together to struggle with the ultrawave equipment. Traherne was possessed by a demon of urgency, and he had not the slightest idea what he was doing. Quorn gave orders, and he obeyed them blindly, sometimes right, sometimes wrong. Nerve and temper were worn to the last frayed edge and beyond, and before they were through, they were snarling at each other like dogs. Hooking the power leads to the skiff's generators was the hardest task of all, but somehow they finished. They lifted Edry to his feet and sat him down again, still clutching his book, in front of the transmitter. Quorn bent over the control switches. The generators hummed, feeding in the power. Edry was still staring at the book. Traherne shook him. "Go on," he said. "Talk." Edry blinked and frowned, looking up at them as though he had forgotten entirely what he had to do. Quorn took Edry's face between his hands and spoke to him, slapping his cheeks gently one after the other as he talked. "Listen, I've got it on the emergency band, covering all channels. Every ultrawave receiver within its range will pick it up, including non-Varda communication centers. Edry, do you understand me? The minute Carroll picks it up, he'll be able to center us and come in on our beam. So you've got to make it fast. Fast!" Edry blinked again and shivered. "All right, I'll try." He glanced nervously at Traherne. Quorn made the last dial setting, and then he spoke into the transmitter. "G1! G1! Emergency! Request clearance all channels. Use your recorders. Use your recorders. G1! Clear all channels." He motioned violently, and Edry leaned forward. "I may not have time to repeat. We have found the ship of Orthus. Here follow the formulae for the Varda mutation." End of chapter 20. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 6, 2026. Chapter 21 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Edry had begun to read from the notebook. He was going fast, but taking desperate pains to make each syllable clear. Quorn hung tensely over his dials. Traherne sat motionless, except that his muscles quivered. Sweat ran in his eyes. He was tired. He was so tired that Quorn, 3 feet away, looked as blurred and indistinct as though he were lost in the haze of distance. Edry's voice went on and on and on. Quorn said hoarsely, "The cruiser has picked us up. They're already trying to jam us. Hurry up." Edry's face became that of a hunted thing. His voice rose shrill. Racing desperately, he turned the last page. He finished it, and then he went back to the beginning and started to repeat. Quorn stood up. "It isn't any use. We're blanked out. That means the cruiser's close. Close enough he didn't have time to get the rest of the words out. The skiff was shaken suddenly as by a giant hand. Quorn was flung against a bulkhead, and Traherne lay on the floor. Only Edry, hanging onto the transmitter, still talked. "Shell burst," Quorn said, getting up again. "They're ranging us. Down the canyon, he reached for his helmet. The skiff shuddered a second time, harder. Traherne scrambled painfully to his feet. He tried to jam Edry's helmet down over his head, but Edry fought him, clinging to the transmitter. Quorn laid hold of him and yelled, "You're not getting through anymore. Come on." He closed the master switch. Between them, they got Edry's hands loose and the helmet on him. The skiff was racked again, and something broke with a crackle of exploding glass. Traherne locked his own helmet. Through the audio, he could hear Quorn shouting something about the airlock and getting clear before the skiff was blasted flat with them inside it. Half dragging Edry between them, they began to run. Some of the deck plates were already buckled, and there was an ominous, shrill whistle of escaping air. They reached the lock and got it open. Out on the canyon floor, a great light blossomed and died. Chunks of rock struck silently against the skiff. The deck leaped under their feet, and the airlock spewed them out as the hull rocked over. They hit the ground hard, too hard. For the space of several seconds, they lay where they were, and there were no more shell bursts. Traherne groaned and sat up. "I guess that was the last one. Quorn? Edry? Somebody answer me?" Edry was silent, but Quorn said thickly, "They know we quit sending. Damn it, I've cut my mouth on the helmet rim, and it's bleeding all over me." Traherne could hear him spitting. He crawled over and shook Edry. Presently, Edry said, "Where's the notebook?" "Still in the skiff. We've got to get it." "What for?" "I guess you're right." "Did we do it, Quorn? Did we put it through?" "I don't know. I don't know. They came in on us so fast." He got up off the ground, looking at something, and then he pointed up into the black sky. "Are we going to run?" he asked, "or wait?" Traherne looked up and down the riverbed that was clogged with air, frozen, and then along the cruel, cold line of the cliffs above. "We could breathe for a few hours, all right, till our oxygen gave out, but it hardly seems worth it." Quorn sat down again. "I guess we wait." They waited, and the cruiser dropped down silently out of the sky. It was dark in the canyon, where the cliffs cut off the galactic light, but the cruiser's ports shone brightly. Traherne was almost glad to see them. They were human. They were comforting after all the night and desolation of a dead world. The airlock opened, and a vivid shaft of brilliance shot out of it, going straight on with no air to diffuse it, until it hit the opposite wall of the canyon, near the skiff. Men in pressure suits began to come out of the lock. Traherne rose. He stepped into the bright beam and walked slowly toward the men. Edry came after him, and Quorn. A voice he did not know spoke over the helmet phone. "Identify yourselves." They gave their names, and Traherne added, "We're unarmed. We're through." There was a certain relief in being through. Whatever happened from here on out was out of their hands. They could sit passively and rest and let it happen. He looked at the ship and thought of warmth and light and food and comfort, and most of all, he thought of sleep. Sharon and Carol could come later. The men from the cruiser carried weapons, a type of shock rifle more deadly than the little tubes that only stunned. They came out a short distance, toward the three bulky shapes that shuffled down the beam of light. The first voice that had spoken gave an order, and the two men went off toward the skiff to search it, their belt lamps bobbing. Then it spoke again to Traherne and the others. "Keep your hands as high as you can. All right, that's far enough." Traherne said, "I told you we're unarmed. Precaution. Stand where you are." They stood and were searched. "Very well," said the officer's voice. "Come aboard." "No." One short word, spoken quietly in a voice that Traherne knew. A voice he had not heard for a long, long time, but that he remembered. Carol's voice. Some of the exhaustion in him stirred and drew back, and anger took its place. The men stood in the beam of light, but with their backs toward it, facing their prisoners. The undiffused glare passed around them, leaving their faces in darkness, invisible behind the helmet plates. Traherne tried to identify Carol, but he could not. The officer said rather irritably, "But there's no point in standing out here any longer." The case had been long and hard for him, too. "We take off as soon as the search detail comes back." "Yes," said Carol, "but not them. They stay here." The suited shapes, the faceless and unhuman shapes that had stood together, drew apart a little and turned toward each other as though they tried to pierce the darkness with their peering helmet plates. There was a silence of astonishment, and then Edry said, "That's murder." The voice of the officer, rising on a note of anger, demanded, "Carol, what the hell? Have you gone clean crazy? Is justice a crazy thing?" There was something strange about Carol's voice. It was flat and toneless and devoid of passion. The voice of a man with too much inside himself to bear, too much to find escape through any normal channels. "They may have succeeded. Do you understand that? They may, just possibly, have done what they set out to do. Do you know what that would mean?" "As well as you do, and don't worry about justice. They'll get it. But they'll get it from the Council on Lirdis, according to law." "Law," said Carol softly. "Once Traherne received the benefit of our law. I told them then that they were wrong to give it to him. The law is good. I've served it all my life. But there are times when one has to go beyond the law if one is to go on serving it. Leave them here." Traherne spoke for the first time. "It wouldn't do for me to go back to Lirdis, would it, Carol? Not to stand up in open council and tell exactly how and why Jan died." Carol's voice answered him, and he could not tell which of the helmeted shapes was speaking, the shapes with the shadowed faces. It was maddening not to know. "And was I wrong, Traherne? Could you stand up in open council and say that I was wrong to try it?" "Listen," said the officer. "I'm not judge and I'm not jury. I was sent out by the council to bring these men in, and I'm going to do it. For God's sake, Carol, stop trying to carry the weight of the universe on your shoulders. No man is that big. Come on, you three. Into the ship." "No." One figure detached itself. One figure drew away from the rest of the group and stood between them and the ship, with a shock rifle in its hands. "You're not thinking far enough ahead. Suppose they've failed. Should they be put on trial under a law and a system that they've risked their lives to tear down? Should they be allowed to talk to the whole galaxy about what they've done, to become heroes and martyrs, a focal point of trouble for all time to come? There have been Arthas trials before." The officer was moving toward Carol. "I think you'd better give me that rifle before you get carried away." The muzzle of the shotgun lifted, and Carol said, "Wait, I'm not finished yet." The officer took another step, and then he hesitated, and an uneasiness seemed to come over him and the rest of the cruiser's men. Traherne's belly contracted with a sick, impotent fury, and his hands moved forward in a grasping motion, futile, hungry. Quarn was cursing in a monotone, so low that it only formed a background with the voices speaking over it. Carol said, "These men are different. They found the ship The shrine. They've been inside it, handled the notebooks. For all I know, they've seen the body of Orthus himself. They've proved it could be done. Will that ever be forgotten? I don't give a damn, the officer said. No one is going to kill prisoners. Give me the gun. Carol stepped back, just a little, a step or two. The group of men began to widen out slowly, leaving one by one the beam of light until only 3 were left, a small screen between Carol and the prisoners. Treherne's legs bent and flexed. He watched the gun. Carol said, suppose they didn't fail. Suppose it's all over. The 1,000 years of Varda life. Should they be allowed to enjoy the thing they've done? Fine talk, Treherne said. The darkness was deep and close outside the beam. Noble talk. Maybe I even believe it. But you've got another reason, too. I admit it, but in this it doesn't matter. No woman ever born was important enough to matter in this, he asked quietly of the officer. Will you leave them here? Will you put that gun down? Back another step. You 3 men there, in front of the prisoners, move aside. All right, said the officer, jump him. Treherne sprang for the darkness. He saw the 3 men in front of him melt away. The rifle cracked and flared, not aimed at anyone just yet, a warning, and then the night was full of motion. Lying on the black rock, on the iron ridges of frozen air that flowed between, Treherne watched the clumsy dance of men in shapeless pressure suits and round blank helmets, in and out of the sharp, bright beam that was empty now except for themselves. They had moved around Carol in the blackness and the silence, and come upon him from the back. But their hands were hampered by the gauntlets, and the bulging fabric of Carol's suit was hard to hold. They lost him. And then he was part of the group again, and they did not know which one. And their voices rose in an angry babble. Only Carol did not speak. Treherne crept on his belly, farther away from the beam, and the shadows that were Quorn and Edry followed him. Suddenly, Edry tapped his helmet and then pointed, and Treherne saw the solitary figure of a man walking in the darkness outside the beam, but from this angle showing black against it, toward the place where the prisoners had been. Treherne said aloud, This is Treherne speaking. He's coming our way, to your right and just outside the beam. The men began to run, spreading out. And then the shock rifle flared and flared again, steady, systematic, raking all the ground where the prisoners should be, the blue bolts cracking in the helmet phones like heavy static. Treherne and the others fled farther away, floundering over the bitter ground, and the blue bolts haunted them. And then 2 men flung themselves at Carol from behind. He fell, dropping the rifle. The 2 men got up after a moment, rather slowly. Someone came with a belt lamp, and then others, and then all of them, with Treherne and Quorn and Edry. They all stood, looking down at the figure that still lay where it had fallen, and did not move. There was a ridge of rock with sharp teeth edging it, sticking up from the frozen air. He hit hard, said one of the men, right on his faceplate, and it broke. The officer swore viciously. What a stinking mess! Why did he have to do it? He must have been crazy. I don't know, Treherne said slowly. Where do you draw the line between lunacy and belief? If there'd been more like him, we couldn't have done what we did. They picked Carol up and carried him to the cruiser, and Treherne plodded on where he was told. Inside the ship, he and the others were stripped of their pressure suits and searched again for weapons. Then guards took them down a corridor, tired, bitter men who had been too long on a grinding job. One of them said, We overhauled the Mirzim. All your friends are here. And then he added, It's a pity that we have to save the lives of men like you. They came to a heavy door and stopped. And Sharon was standing there. She looked thin, and her eyes were shadowed. and there were lines around her mouth that had not been there before. She was not the old Sharon. She was someone new. There was no joy in that meeting. She looked at Treherne and said, "Michael, what have you done?" He shook his head and answered, "That's the hell of it. We may not have done anything at all." End of chapter 21. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 6, 2026. Chapter 22 of The Starmen by Leigh Brackett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The voyage was ending. They had known from the long period of deceleration that it was ending, and now the last pressures and the small grinding shocks as the cruiser settled into its dock told them that they were again on Lourdes. The bells rang, and the throb of the generators gave way to an unfamiliar silence. They waited then, and nothing happened. The hours went by, and nothing happened. Treherne said finally, "They're not even going to remove us from the cruiser. They'll take us off to wherever we're bound for, without even hearing us." Edry shook his head. "No. Varda law sentences no man without formal trial." They could see nothing, hear nothing, until at last the door was unlocked. There were officers and guards, many guards, all of them armed. Their faces told nothing. "You will come with us," said the young captain of guards soberly. "Where?" demanded Joris. "To Lourdes prison, or all communication with the prisoners forbidden," clipped the young captain. "You will come with us." It seemed strange to Treherne to walk again on unmoving floors, corridors, decks, on a planet. The tawny glare of Aldebaran was dazzling when they filed out of the cruiser. The air seemed unnaturally damp, heavy with the tang of the sea. He and Joris and Edry, the first to emerge, looked around with a throb of eagerness, of half-hope. They could not see much. The cruiser had landed in a closed-off sector, and there were other guards waiting out here beside a number of the sleek cars. But Treherne could hear. He could hear all the usual hum and din and clangor of the vast spaceport, the grind of cranes and rumble of trams, the scream of a fast planet flyer coming in, and then the whoosh of a great bulk hurtling upward, a starship outbound for distant suns. And in the distance, the shining towers of Lourdes City still magnificently challenged the heavens. Treherne felt a sick sense of futility. All this vast, ordered turmoil of routine and activity, all the galaxy-wide trade that centered here, the 1,000-year solidity of Varda commercial monopoly. How could he have dreamed that a pitifully faint and aborted radio call could ever shake it? The faces of his friends showed him how their last hope had begun to wane. "The cars," said the young captain. "You four will go in the first one." Edry found his voice. "What about Aaron?" "I am permitted to tell you that your comrade has been removed to hospital and is in good condition." Joris said nothing. Treherne saw his sunken eyes looking across the spaceport and thought how it must be for him to come back thus to this place where for years he had sat with his hands guiding the Varda ships that came and went. Then the car took them out of the spaceport, fast. Treherne saw that other cars, with guards alone in them, ran unobtrusively along, ahead of and behind them. And nothing was changed in Lourdes. The Peacock City preened itself beneath the sun, iridescent, splendid, its streets thronged with the smiling Varda and the other stranger races, echoing with music, brilliant with color. They passed a Varda man and girl who stood laughing as they talked. And then it was that Treherne seized altogether to hope. "We're going to the council hall," Edry said presently. Joris nodded somberly. "I could have told you that. As a council member, I have to be formally impeached and removed before charges against me can be pressed." He added grimly, "Old Ristin, the chairman, won't weep over that. We tangled pretty often in the past." The council hall sat amid a crowded nexus of governmental buildings. It dominated Leirdis, not by size, but by age. It was a gray old pile, without beauty, but with the massiveness and solidity of eternal things. Its courts and corridors and staring officials Treherne saw only vaguely. They slid over his vision, and nothing seemed entirely tangible until, in an anteroom, Sharon's face leaped real to his eyes. She had been waiting to see him pass, he knew. Her face was white and strained, and she said nothing, but her eyes said, "Michael! Michael!" He looked back at her as they went on, and wondered what she read in his own eyes. And then they had entered the deliberative chamber itself. It was not large and not crowded. A half-moon-shaped hall with something more than 100 Varda in its chairs. Of the blur of faces turned toward him, most were grave, some curious, some open in their hatred. Ristin, the chairman, was a magnificent white-haired old Lucifer who disdained the petty vanity of pretending that this was a routine matter. "This council is not a judicial body," he informed the four. "The criminal charges against you, piracy, resisting of authority, will be handled by the regular courts. We are here investigating a matter urgent to the state." Joris got up, thrusting his gray head forward like an old mastiff's. He growled, "Since this is an investigation, you can't legally carry it out without hearing us." Ristin said grimly, "The coordinator of the port was always good at making himself heard here. But you will have to wait this time, Joris." He looked up at the watching Varda faces as he added, "The problem of your personal offense is not foremost. What concerns us most urgently is the general policy to be adopted by the council." Treherne hardly heard. That glimpse of Sharon had done things to him, and his mind was far away. He wondered vaguely why Edry, who had sat sagging heavily beside him, suddenly stiffened, why Edry convulsively grasped his wrist. Ristin was continuing. "Therefore, I emphasize again that we of the council must not let any emotion of resentment sway our judgment. We are elected to serve the best interests of the Varda as a whole, and we must let no lesser considerations in any way affect our decision." Then Joris laughed. His head came up, and his bellowing laughter echoed and re-echoed from the vaulted roof. He swung around to Treherne and Edry and Quorn, and his eyes were blazing now. "By God, you did it after all!" Treherne, still only half understanding, felt a white-hot thrill. Edry had begun to tremble violently. Ristin's voice cut in. "Believe me, your exaltation is premature. Nevertheless, there is no purpose in concealing the fact that your actions have presented us with an unprecedentedly grave problem." Quorn said hoarsely to Treherne, "Don't you get it? Our message got through." Treherne understood then. The gravity of the watching faces, the bitter hatred in some of them, the strong leadership the old chairman was wielding to conquer the crisis. All these belied the everyday appearance of Leirdis that had been the death knell of his hopes. He knew now. He knew that through them, after 1,000 years, the voice of Orthus had spoken to the galaxy, and it had been heard. Somewhere it had been heard. Ristin was saying, "So far, only vague rumor and hearsay is abroad. Every operator who might have heard the broadcast has been warned not to repeat it, but there are bound to be authorists among them. The fact that non-Varda worlds possess ultra-wave receivers for use in their commerce with us is an even more serious matter. It stands thus that in spite of the news service's cooperation with us on the matter, it is slowly becoming public knowledge that Orthus' secret was found and broadcast. At least 3 recordings of it have been found and 2 written records. We can assume that there are more, Joris said grimly. In other words, the secret is out and everyone will soon know that. And what are you going to do about it? The coordinator of the port has summed it up, Riston agreed coolly. What shall we do about it? A tall Varda leaped up and cried, I suggest that the first thing we do is to execute these traitors. There was a fierce chorus of agreement from a few dozen voices. Riston called sharply for order. I have reminded you that our paramount consideration at this moment must be the ultimate best interests of our people. Let us have no more such outbreaks. An older Varda man rose in the tears and said quietly, Before I advance my suggestion, I should admit that I have always had secret Orthist sympathies. I don't think that I am the only one here who can say that. You must allow for that, he went on. I would have liked long ago to see this unnatural monopoly ended. Now our hand has been forced. I suggest that our best and wisest course is to act at once to declare publicly that we Varda are going to give the secret to the whole galaxy. He paused to emphasize his point. The secret is out anyway, but by acting quickly, we can take credit for that. We can aver that the broadcast was made with our consent. Remember, whether we like it or not, in a few generations, other worlds will be flying the stars, and we do not want them cherishing a legacy of hatred for us then. Traherne, listening, smiled grimly. Politics don't change much across the galaxy. But it's all we hoped for, Edry whispered. It would work, too. Discussion, angry debate, had sprung up. It went on, passionate voices accusing and denying. Riston sternly maintaining order, bringing back the argument to the main issue time after time. Finally, in a lull of the disputing voices, Joris swung round and faced the council. Now listen to me, the old man roared. You'd think, the way some of you talk, that this meant the end of the Varda, the end of Lyrtis, the end of everything. That's utter asininity. In the first place, mutations don't take place overnight. It will be a generation or 2 before the other races start going out between the stars in any numbers. Traherne saw that sink home. The Varda Council, being human, could not worry too deeply for long about a future they wouldn't see. And furthermore, Joris bellowed, when every half-baked folk in the galaxy does take to Starflight, does that mean the great Varda trade is ruined forever? Listen, we Varda were the first to go out to the stars. The first! Do you think that all the lubberly races of the galaxy can compete with us out there? Do you think so? He caught them with that, with the Varda pride, the Varda glory. Traherne saw the strained faces changing, not all of them, but many. Joris paused before he said his final word. Do you think there will ever be a time when we Varda can't hold our own? There was not much talk after that. There were questions, protests, doubts, but little more argument. All the arguments had been spoken. We have to decide this now or never, Riston told them. If we delay longer, there will not be a choice. Treherne heard the resolution read, and the voting, and the result. Not easily could the Varda yield. 43 voted against the resolution, but 79 for it. Riston said, "It will be announced by general broadcast tonight that in view of the advance of civilization on many star worlds, the Varda deemed the time ripe to share the secret of the mutation with other selected races." Horn said, "It's done, Treherne. It's done." Treherne still could not quite grasp that simple statement marked a change forever in the galaxy, that with it all human races began the great change toward galactic man. "And these criminals who forced us to do the thing?" demanded a Varda recalcitrant, glaring at Treherne and his fellows. "We have no choice there," Riston said dryly. "To punish them for what they did would belie our own announcement. The ordinary charges against them can be dismissed. So that for their crime they go unpunished?" Riston sighed regretfully. "The interests of the state demand it." Yes. Treherne's comrades were breaking down, half stunned, half incredulous of the victory they had thought beyond them. But strangely, Treherne was not thinking of what they had won for the galaxy races. He was feeling a pride that Joris's phrase, "We Varda," had kindled in him. We Varda! And he was one of them. He was one of the Star Lords, the first, the oldest, the greatest of the Starmen. Edry was thinking of something else. He had stepped forward amid the general clamor to speak to Riston. "There is one more thing. Orthis, a cruiser, has been sent to guard his ship," said Riston. Edry nodded painfully. But Orthis was not ever child of a planet. He was starborn, dwelling always between the stars. He has sat long on that far world. If his ship could take space again—" Riston said musingly, "A good thought. By putting that ship into an orbit around our system, we'll create a monument that will remind all the galaxy that it was a Varda who gave them starflight." Edry turned to Treherne and Joris. He had tears in his eyes. He said, "Orthis is going home." The message left for Treherne had told him simply that Sharon would be at the Silver Tower. It was handed him when they finally emerged from the council hall. Joris got him a car and driver. Treherne hesitated, suddenly hating to part from the old man. Edry and Korn and the others had their eager plans, but Joris took no joy in their victory. "Had it been done a generation ago, my son would be a star captain now," he muttered, in answer to Treherne's awkward words. "Well," the car took him out of the city, smooth and fast, and the great flare of Aldebaran sank toward the sea, and dusk came on. The stars burgeoned, and Treherne looked up at them. He looked at the far, faint spark of Little Sol, and thought of Earth, and of a changeling born there, who had by a miracle won his way home. The green and distant Earth knew nothing yet of the battle fought and won beyond the edges of the galaxy. But it had been Earth's battle too, and she would know of it in time. Even to Earth, when a generation had passed, the starships would begin to go openly, and with their internecine conflicts past, Earth's young men too would go out among the stars to join the great march of galactic man. Who could say where that march might not lead them? To other galaxies, other island continents of suns. Treherne's thoughts came back from the immensities of the future, when he saw the silver tower glimmering in the starlight. He left the car and walked toward it, and then he saw the pale figure on the shadowy beach beside the slow wash of the sea, and he went down to it. He put out his arms to her, but she held him off. She spoke to him, her voice clear, her face a white blur in the darkness. I won't have hidden things between us, Michael. I want you to know. I hate you for what you've done to the Varda. I'll always hate you for it. He stepped back and let his arms fall. In that case, he said, I'd better go. No, wait. She came to him and put her hands on either side of his face very gently, and she said, I love you in spite of everything. I don't know why. My mind keeps telling me all the reasons why I shouldn't, but it's a queer thing, Michael. I've never been in love before. Will you have me on those grounds? He held her this time tight against him, and his lips brushed over hers as he answered, Life with you won't be any haven of peace, I'm sure, but I knew that when I found you. Standing with her in the gloom, the sea wind rumpling her white robe and tumbling her hair, memory tricked him back to that night on the Breton beach, centuries ago. So far and far he had come since then, and yet of it all, that was almost his clearest memory. He knew now, with a wisdom that he had not had before, that it would always be so with a man, that it was not the conflicts and the pain and the triumph, not the empires and the stars and the struggles that the memory clung to the longest. It was the little things, the sound of a girl's laughter, the cry of birds on the sea wind, the flare of a long ago sunset that a man held, that he would always hold when everything else was gone. End of chapter 22. Read by Mokurai, Urbana, Illinois, June 6, 2026. End of the Starmen by Leigh Brackett.